Welcome back, Ramblings of a Mad Guy. What are we doing today, boys? Only the Lord knows. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy.
I came here tonight.
See on me, a sinner.
The existence of free will, and determinism is self-refuting ideology. Every paradigm has a metaphysics, an epistemology, and an ethics. Two of those legs, determinism is already going to lose. If all beliefs are conditioned based on, nature versus nurture, they're neurological, your brain's determined, you're conditioned by social patterns, well then all knowledge claims are then beliefs. And if that's the case, then you can actually not make a universal knowledge claim. The same thing as if you were debating an argument for relativism. Claiming that relativism, that there is no truth as a truth statement, is counterfactual and contradicts itself, can't go anywhere. That's a self-defeating argument, especially within a debate that is premised on logic, reason, and all these different things. And for my opening statement, I put together a quick little logical syllogism that demonstrates that moral responsibility is inconceivable within a deterministic framework, and I look forward going back and forth with Zena in regards to social justice, racism, slavery, reparations, all these different things actually depend upon moral responsibility and people actually having responsibility on their right or wrong choices, good and bad, these types of things. But there isn't an objective standard within a deterministic framework, and so they basically have compatibilism, something like Daniel Dennett's argument, which is really just a semantic argument that's using freedom in a new context, and that's, again, I'm not going to play that game. But for just a quick opening syllogism, and so anybody watching, if this opening statement maybe feels like it's a little bit over your head, that's all right. We'll get into the nitty-gritty as the debate moves forward. But if moral responsibility, rational deliberation, and love are real, which the majority of people presume that they are, and determinism, compatibilism, or Skinnerian behaviorism render them illusions, then determinism, compatibilism, or behaviorism are self-refuting worldviews because they depend on the very realities that they deny. And so I have 7 principles, or essentially they're different apologetic arguments to deconstruct determinism. The first one would be obviously the moral responsibility argument, that if determinism is true, no one can actually be held morally responsible for anything. Number 2, and this is the irony of actually being in a debate, that even though you're arguing in favor of determinism, again, the debate is premised upon that you're going to persuade somebody to adopt determinism, which then undermines the central premise of determinism. So argument from rationality, it's a self-refutation. If determinism is true, then all knowledge are beliefs. Therefore, determinism itself is a belief. Amongst all beliefs are equal. And on that basis, determinism is not rationally justified. It's only due to prior states. And then a third one, the phenomenological argument against determinism, is that no determinist actually lives as if determinism is real. They live as if they are free. And so I'm interested to hear what Zena thinks about voting and how voting works, or democratic structures work within a deterministic worldview. Choosing a career, debating, is premised on the idea that we actually have free will. And promises, making promises, if she makes promises to her friends, regret, guilt, any sort of deliberation, these are going to, again, be inconsistencies with a deterministic worldview. Argument from counterfactual possibility. All decisions presuppose modal freedom. So when evaluating alternative possibilities, determinists rely on what could have been. For example, if they go to court, yet in their worldview, there is never a what could have been because everything's already determined. And then I assume what's going to pop up is that determinists like to use a neuroscientific argument that's really built upon Benjamin Libet's findings. It's really from the 1980s, and the field of neuroscience has actually moved beyond this. So it's a minority opinion, the idea that neuroscience has actually proven that your brain is determined or your thoughts are determined. This is not the universal opinion of the field. It's actually a minority opinion. And so Libet himself actually says that his research did not prove this. And the premise of the research is that they were asking people to kind of lift their finger, do different things, and then they were measuring what is called resting potentials, and therefore insinuating that the brain is already determined before the action occurs. And so I reference everybody to go look up David Schroeder's 2012 article. It's titled RP as Neural Noise, RP meaning resting potential. And so the majority of the field believes that whatever was happening is just neural noise, and actually the premise that neuroscience has highlighted that everything is deterministic, that is not a majority consensus. Creativity and novelty. So if you're a determinist, you're going to have to reject human agency in regards to poetry, art, invention, moral heroism. These things break away from any sort of predictive causal mechanism that they would argue for. And then the last one is...
So true. I mean, but Matt, how could you be a more, like, how could we say that anybody is a hero if they had no other choice but to running to the burning building and save the child? That doesn't make them a hero. That just makes them a machine built to sacrifice their lives. I don't know. It's so dark, determinism. On the other point of the neural, people say like, oh, well, we know that your brain is making all the decisions for you because we're having, resting potentials. We have neural noise and yada, 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 whatever. Whatever the argument is that your decisions are made by like a physical process. Well, how does that rule out free will? What if it's your free will which informs your brain essentially to connect those neural pathways to create that neural signal? I don't see how those things are mutually exclusive. Just because we have a brain doesn't mean we don't have free will, right?
Is the problem of infinite regress. So if you go back to Aristotle, the unmoved mover, this was something that was deafy. And so obviously I'm coming at it as an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and so we believe in the Imago Dei, Genesis 1:26. And because of that, I myself am also, in a sense, an unmoved mover, that I can be an uncaused cause within myself as a person, utilizing my free will. So those 7 points, I'm sure we'll probably rehash those and come back, all 7 of which are essentially logical death shots to determinism. And then the last thing I just wanted to highlight, 6 points on why determinism is actually not a dominant perspective within academia, generally speaking. And so determinism was very popular toward the end of the 18th century and into the 19th century. So you have people like Marx and Freud, but into the 20th century, multiple turns have occurred in various fields that have essentially rendered determinism as nonsense. First one is quantum mechanics. So the Heisenberg uncertainty principle contradicts Laplacian determinism. Laplace's demon is a common sort of thought experiment determinists use. Well, again, quantum mechanics itself has already refuted that that's the universe that we live in. So in regards to physics, physics has already refuted determinism. In regards to mathematics, chaos theory in the 1960s also refuted determinism because it demonstrated that in an attempt to actually show that deterministic systems are completely determined, it demonstrated that actually they're unpredictable, and there is no deterministic full system that we've discovered yet. Number 3 is mathematical logic. So Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems demonstrates that there are limits to what can be proven, and no complex system can prove its own consistency. That would also be the case for determinism. You presuppose determinism to prove determinism. That is a contradiction. The cognitive revolution, linguistics, Noam Chomsky has already refuted the idea that we are determined. Language acquisition, so that was another turn in the 20th century, again refuting determinism. And then number 5, philosophy of mind. So Epiphenomenalism is typically the way that determinists would argue for their philosophy of mind, but emergentism is now the dominant thesis. I'm more of a hylomorphic Aristotelian. I'm in that camp more so than even the emergentism camp. But it shows that mental states cannot be explained by conditioning alone. And then the self-referential collapse, this is essentially the logical basis that all of this debate's going to hinge on, is that one cannot rationally affirm determinism since belief in determinism is due to prior states, then it too is a non-rational belief that cannot be rationally or universally justified. And so that is my opening statement.
All right, thank you. Zena, go ahead.
Hi, so yeah, I just wanted to clear up like a couple things about my framework and like what I mean when I say that I'm a determinist. I don't mean that like everything in the universe must have some like specified cause, that everything is predictable. Instead, that in any circumstance, any event is either caused or uncaused. And when we look at the self specifically, we're going to see that like when we look at any like thought that we have, any want that we have, and thus any action that we have is going to result in some kind of external cause, right? So essentially what I'm saying is that free will is the ability to have done differently or to have chosen differently in any certain instance in history. Or if we were like to rewind the clock to like, 10 minutes ago when we sat down here, you could have just risen your hand, right? But we know that could not have happened metaphysically, right? Because you didn't. And if we hold all,
What?
If we hold all
How does that follow? I didn't just raise my hand randomly 2 minutes ago, so I could not have. I mean, does that even make sense?
and constant and all variables constant and all like the environment constant. In that moment, you did not raise your hand because there was no cause, right, for that to occur. And if you do something randomly, that would mean that by definition it has no cause. So it's either that any event is caused or uncaused, and that cause, when we push back the chain of causality, is going to result in something that is either like your brain or your nurture. People who kind of study just like the way that we have evolved as human beings have kind of found that this idea of free will is a feeling that we have. It's a sense that comes kind of like after the fact when it comes to like action, where we feel like we have some agency because we have developed the ability to create a conjunction between this idea of like the past, the present, and the future. So, as we evolved, the organisms that were able to say, hold on, wait a minute, yesterday I did this and today I want to do that, they were able to strive for different goals, achieve more, and that's kind of just going to be like reminiscent of like intelligence and things of that sort. So essentially, it's just that if there's nothing that internally, right, is uniquely kind of causing your actions or your thoughts. Instead, your thoughts prompt your actions, but your thoughts have some cause that are either due to some type of biology or some type of nurture. This is kind of like the whole field of psychology, the nature and nurture debate. And then, yeah, there are many different angles we can take this from. It's pretty simple, so, yeah.
Okay, if you guys want to just get into it, it's open conversation. So
Yeah, so in regards to your claim that free will is basically some type of feeling that we have, would you agree that you are parodying like epiphenomenalism?
Sorry, what's epiphenomenalism?
Epiphenomenalism is essentially that consciousness is something that is a byproduct of neurosynapses, brain activity, and it's not an emergent property, right? So emergentism is kind of the state of neuroscience right now, and determinism was really couched in epiphenomenalism. So it's an epiphenomenon of brain activity. It's a sense that you're free, but it's not actually you're free.
So
That's called epiphenomenalism.
I think there's a distinction between consciousness in of itself and free will. I think that free will is an illusion, correct? We're still a little bit kind of murky on like the nature of consciousness in of itself, but I do believe that free will is a feeling rather than something that is true, something that you can locate, et cetera. I think that instead it's kind of like our conception of like these processes and like the ways that we interact with the world.
So you're arguing that the only thing that exists is materialism, right?
Like the material world?
The material world, right?
I don't think I have to posit that to make my claim. Not necessarily. I'm simply
Well, I'm
saying,
asking, what is your claim? Are you a materialist?
I don't think I have to, like, I haven't completely refined, like, my ideas on kind of, like, materialism versus idealism. I would probably be a materialist, but I don't think I have to, that entails this conversation or it's necessary for the conversation.
Well, the idea is if you're assuming materialism or any sort of epiphenomenal understanding of free will as some type of experience that's not rooted in actual consciousness or human agency, it's a circular argument because you're appealing to materialism, your brain, to come up with the.
What's up, Numenon? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, DPH here is obviously a very, he's well versed in these arguments. He's very, I guess, philosophical and just sharp when it comes to this. I don't know, you probably missed the opening statement, or maybe you've seen this video, but the opening statement hammers Xena with probably like 15 problems with determinism. And we'll just kind of pick up on whichever ones we can, and we won't stick on it too long because I do think this is another example of a debate that is pretty much conceded, which is pretty much over within a very short amount of time. So the one that I'm most interested in, I think the strongest one, was his last argument in the opening statement, which is that if determinism is true, then all true knowledge is really just a belief caused by prior states, right? Prior causes. Therefore, the belief in determinism is also just caused by prior causes and cannot rationally be known to be true. It can't be compared to other systems and known to be true because it's just caused by some other previous thing. Therefore, it's not rational to hold the belief in determinism because it simply can't be rationally known. Yeah, once it gets to petty fighting or whatever it is, we're just going to move on to something else. But I did want to lay out these arguments, and maybe that'll bring someone in the chat, can chime in or talk about it, or we can just move to a different topic for sure.
The universal truth statement that everything is determined.
Hold on, I'm not appealing to the brain. I'm saying that like.
Now, how do you come to your knowledge claims?
Okay, so I'm saying that our brain interacts with our environment, right, and that is what creates our wants and desires. And those
Sure.
two things, like for example,
That's compatibilism.
No, that's not. That's how like people make decisions, right?
But
so
that's called compatibilism.
No. So compatibilism is the idea that free will is when you act in accordance with your wants.
Yes, that are shaped by the external environment.
Yeah, and then
that's
so
exactly
people-
what you just said.
Yeah, and then, and then determinists.
Thank you.
Determinists also say, right, that we are also shaped by our wants, but free will does not mean that you act in accordance with your will. It means that you would have some agency in the moment to do whatever you want. In regards to like compatibilism versus determinism, we actually agree on the same facts of reality. We just define free will differently. So yeah, compatibilists would also say, yeah, you're a product of your environment and your biology, just as a determinist would.
Yeah. They just changed the semantic word of freedom, and they say that you're making choices amongst conditioned responses. That's what compatibilism is.
Okay, awesome. So there's a difference there in like
that's why
what
I
should be
highlighted.
determined free will.
Okay,
So
so let's
not
get
a
into
compatibilist.
epistemology. How do you? So are you believe in objective truth?
That there is objective truth?
Yes.
I would say that like we can't make claims onto reality as it absolutely is. I think that like our kind of faculties.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
Hold on.
Isn't that what
we make assumptions.
Yeah, this is the most classic trap. This is the most classic sort of exposure of what the deterministic or any worldview ideology that denies access to or even the existence of objective truth is. You have to say objective truth does not exist, or objective truth we don't have access to. Oh, but isn't that itself a claim about the objective nature of reality? If we can't have access to it, or if it doesn't exist, I mean, metaphysically, you're making an objective claim. Oh, wait, but it doesn't exist, but I'm making the claim. But it doesn't exist, but I'm making the claim. So that's a classic self-refutation that exposes a worldview to be irrational to hold. So that was a great setup by DPH there. I think DPH is sharp and correct for most points, except I think Xena had a point on divine foreknowledge. That's interesting. I don't remember Xena's point on divine foreknowledge, but maybe we'll get there. I'm guessing she's going to say, well, you have the determinist problem as well because God knows everything, but that's a straw man of how God knows things. God doesn't learn new facts over time, or he's not in time to know things the way we know them, right? So the way he knows things is maybe an analogy, which is obviously not perfect, is by looking into any given moment, which he's co-inhabiting every given moment, right? So, what's another way to say that? Like, knowing something is going to happen does not make the thing happen, right? We give that example all the time. Hey, what's up, God's Grim Reaper? I do. I know. I think that God is real. I believe in God. I have faith in him and his son, Jesus Christ. Where do you stand on that? You have an interesting name, which seems to both confirm the existence of God, but also confirm that you are the Grim Reaper. So happy to hear your thoughts on that. Or maybe you're the Grim Reaper of God, like you kill gods. That'd be interesting. So yeah, brother, if you want to have if you'd rather talk in person, like with your voice, I have a Discord, which I'll drop the link for. And feel free to hop in the Discord and we can have any kind of discussion regarding that you'd like. Or you can just drop questions and answers and whatever you'd like in the chat, and I'll read them out. So welcome, God's Grim Reaper. We appreciate having you here. Okay.
Every day, right? That like the world around us exists, so we can do things like science, right, and psychology.
And that's
we
induction,
assume,
yep.
yeah, it's an assumption, right, that everyone like acts upon today. We don't really know what the world exists outside, what it looks like outside of a human body. We know that, like, for example, ants don't see the same things as us, neither do like insects. Like even the color schemes that we see are different than animals. So we know that like objectively the world does not look the way that we see it, right? But we assume that it exists to interact with it for ease, etc. That's how scientists come to conclusions. There are baseline assumptions, right, to engage with any of these practices.
Yeah, but science is also appealing to the laws of logic, the law of identity, and all these different things. I asked you a simple question.
But they all lie on assumptions, yeah.
No, they're not assumptions. So you don't believe that 2 + 2 equals 4?
We rely on the...
Does 2 + 2 equal 4?
We rely on the assumption.
Does 2 + 2 equal 4?
Can I answer your question? Because
yeah.
I don't want it to be a debate where, like, you're going to...
God's Grim Reaper. If you look real close to my icon, you'll understand my position better. Unfortunately, I can't see the icon because I'm using Restream, not the direct YouTube chat. But I appreciate that. So the second one. So you are the destroyer of gods. You're like that Guardians of the Galaxy guy that goes around killing all the gods, right? So that's fine. You can only chat. That's totally cool. Drop your question, bro, and we'll address that. Would you say the most effective way to know God or get him to reveal himself to you would be to sincerely believe and pray to him and have faith, of course? Well, the praying and the faith in him, I'm not sure how sincere it has to be. So, for instance, praying is a relational thing that you do with God. It's a conversation that you have with him. It's a feeling and an emotion and even sort of thoughts that he draws out of your heart. So if you don't sincerely believe in him, it's hard to have real prayer. What I'll say that happens most of the time when people are coming to know God and when he is revealing himself to them in the initial stage, they actually aren't sure. This is how it happened for me and others in my chat. They aren't sure that God is even real or that he's the Christian God or anything like that. But they come to him with a humility. I would say that's the most important aspect of this revelation of God to you. The humility of, I may not know, or even I don't know, and I need help. I need revelation. Because I am not the arbiter of my own universe. I'm not the ultimate authority in my own universe anymore. What happens when people deny God, it seems to me, is it's a desire, and I'm just speaking personally. So I'll just say, when I was denying God, when I was refusing the free grace, the free gift of grace and love and his mercy, what I thought I could do was be the master of my own fate, the master of my own universe. And it was when that all broke down that I was able to even just ask, hey, are you real? And then that's when he started to unfold his revelation to me personally. And then, of course, Numenon, another Christian in our chat, I think that depends on how you define faith. Faith shouldn't be defined as fideism, which is another way to say blind faith, not knowing why or what you believe, but just believing it. I don't advocate for that. The church doesn't advocate for that. In fact, we're commanded to have reasons for our faith in the epistles. So Yeah, does that answer the question in any sense, God's Grim Reaper? Or is that not really what you're looking for? I guess there's an element of faith. Like there's an element. It's almost like a lack of faith. It's a lack of faith in yourself and an openness to faith in something bigger than yourself is how I would phrase that. Specifically when it comes to revelation. Now, once you're in this relationship with God, then faith is very much a all-encompassing, purposeful thing that you embody. And then that comes through in prayer. And the style of your prayer, the form of your prayer, becomes very different than the type of prayer, which is just asking God, if you're real, please tell me, right? So, it happens differently for different people. I can't say that everybody who gets down on their knees and says, if you're real, show me to yourself, will receive that revelation, because it might not be their plan. It might not be the purpose. It might not be the way that God reveals himself to that person, because he can choose many, many different ways. And whichever way he chooses will be perfectly calibrated to the individual, right? So we've had people in the chat say, hey, listen, I've said that prayer, I never got an answer. I never got any sort of answer. Does that mean God just doesn't care about me? Does that mean he isn't real? Does that mean that, I was praying wrong or something like that, or I wasn't genuine or something like that? And I don't think any of those are necessarily the case because those are people that are in my chat. And so they didn't get the answer to their prayer, and yet they're still fervently seeking. And so sometimes the lack of answer might produce a greater fervor for knowing the truth and sort of figuring it out for oneself, which is how a parent would raise a child. Sometimes you don't give your child all the answers and you let them figure things out in their own way and with their own power to have a more fully defined sort of conception of the topic, in this case, the existence of God. So yeah, what do you think to that, God's Grim Reaper? Happy to hear any response, or I'm happy if you want to just if you want me to grant you that is the most effective way, so you can make some argument. For the sake of argument, I can go ahead and grant you that, and we can see where that goes. It's totally up to you. But it would be for the sake of argument. I don't think I necessarily agree with that, the way you phrase that outright, just for clarity.
Interrupt me and we can't have like fruitful discussion.
If we can, just allow people to finish their.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So relying on the assumption that everything around us exists.
Free will doesn't exist. Now you're cutting me off. So why don't you stop and just relax for a second? Because what you did is you just fundamentally contradicted yourself by saying that all we do is we have experiences of our environment. We really can't make universal truth claims, and then you're coming here to actually make a universal truth claim by saying free will doesn't exist, or free will is just an experience, or free will is epiphenomenal, and therefore you've already undermined your own epistemological foundation and leads to the inability to have any sort of rational inquiry.
So for any conversation that you have, usually we have some subliminal assumption that relies within the conversation. For example, if I'm just let's say I love the Hunger Games and I'm like, Katniss is the best. She's the best ever. She is the best huntress ever, whatever. You could be like, oh, you're making a universal truth claim. Oh, no. But actually, in that conversation,
that's a preference.
what is entailed,
That's
right?
a preference.
Yeah, right? That's a preference, but it's a statement,
no,
right? It assumes that she's a person.
You realize there's a difference between universal truth claims and preferences,
right?
Hold on, let her finish.
Thank you.
I just have a question, not regarding anything of the content that they're talking about. Why is Xena wearing this beautiful cross? And I'm not saying she shouldn't. I think it's great that she is. Maybe that's sort of a subconscious thing. But my understanding is that she is an actual agnostic or atheist, but not really a Christian. And it's interesting that she decided to wear this cross to this debate with an Orthodox Christian. I'm curious. I wonder why that is. No judgment. I think it's great that she is, right? Maybe she feels it draws her closer to the truth or something. But anyway. Okay, so God's Grim Reaper. Interesting. I'm used to most Christians saying that's the 100% surefire way besides reading the Bible. I did all these things and never got an answer, so I just assumed I was talking to my ceiling. How would you know that God is in your life, though, and not Satan, an alien, or some other mysterious force that isn't God? Well, that's an interesting question, Grim, because I'm just going to call you Grim. Is that cool? Because I'm not going to call you God. I don't really want to call you Reaper, but I'll call you Grim for now. Okay, so, yeah, most Christians that you probably talk to, I would imagine, are sort of either evangelical, Protestant, and I'm not putting them down. I'm not talking against them, but they do have a different view of the divine story, of the cosmic play at hand. My understanding is they mostly, and from being in it, it's mostly, well, God loves you so much, and God, like, it's so personal and so relational that there's no purpose of, like, the church or, like, an authoritative body. So this is summed up in Sola Scriptura. You are good enough to read and interpret the Bible, which is, to me, a bit ludicrous. How would you possibly know how to interpret the Bible as a modern 21st century English-speaking American or European or wherever you are? It's written both in Hebrew, ancient Hebrew, and in Greek. And most of us don't know Greek and ancient Hebrew, and we just read the translation, right? So anyway, beyond that, even if you had a religious experience or predictive power to a model, you could come up with other beliefs. Oh, that's Numenon, sorry. How would you know that God is in your life, though, and not Satan, an alien, or some other mysterious force that isn't God? Right, so for a long time, I was a New Age spiritualist. I went from being an atheist to an agnostic to, okay, I'm a New Age. Like, I thought I was talking to aliens, whom I now believe were demons. I thought that I was my own God. I thought that I was manifesting the masculine power and the divine power. So you can absolutely do everything you're talking about. And you can convince yourself, and you can say, this is God, and this is God, and this is God. But ultimately, see, that was still a state of anti-humility, a state of pride, spiritual pride, where I create the truth. I create reality about the spiritual realm and creation and divinity and things like that. But the importance of centering yourself both in the Bible, but also, like I said, you don't know how to interpret the Bible yourself. So relying on the tradition, the church fathers, the apostles, to help you interpret what it means to be of God. So, long story short, if you're talking to someone, it could be yourself, it could be Satan, it could be an alien, which I believe are demons, truly. And you have to examine what you're being told based on the content of what they're telling you. So anything which glorifies you over God or anything else, not from God. God is the Most High, omnipowerful, omnipresent, omniscient, the most wise, right? Anything which glorifies sin, something against God, something evil, obviously not from God, right? Any messages that glorify sin. So essentially, how do you know? What is sin, and what is, what is from God and what isn't from God? Well, that's why we go to the church. That's why we have to have the church, a spiritual father, and a lineage of spiritual fathers to instruct us what God is. And the Bible helps us greatly. Actually, that's where the spiritual fathers, the church fathers, get their interpretations is directly from the Bible, right? So one thing we know for sure about God is love. God is love. God is goodness, right? God is justice. God is mercy. He is, I hesitate to say identical, but he's essentially identical to his attributes, right? So any message you're receiving in this sort of meditative state or prayerful state or whatever you're in, which is not centered on love, which is not love itself, is simply not from God. Another way to imagine this is when you pray, when you really pray, it's not you enforcing your will on God. Lord God, Jesus Christ in heaven, if you are real, you will give me a Lamborghini, right? That's not a prayer. That's a demand, an unjust demand that you have no right to make. Prayer is a calling out from within your heart for what it's basically, it's what it is it's God pulling out the proper, pulling the prayer out of your heart to him. And you can feel that in your body, you can feel it emotionally. But whatever the content is, the intellectual content, the words, so to speak, that you're saying and receiving, you have to examine them and strictly examine them by their content if it lines up with the God who is love, right? And maybe that doesn't sound concrete, right? In a way, it's not concrete. In a way, it's a constant spiritual vigilance, right? We're told to constantly be on guard, like the guard watching for when his master will arrive home. So you could, master's coming home in I don't know how long, but he's been out for years. So let's just throw a party. Let's throw parties and let's drink his wine, and let's steal from his coffers and harvest his crops and things like that. And then what happens when the master comes home earlier than you expect, right? And you're in the middle of a party, stealing his goods, his treasures. It's not going to end well for you, is it? So you have to always be on watch. You have to be on watch for the master, who is God, and you have to be vigilant. That's why it's important to be of sober mind, right? Be a serious when it comes to the matters of divinity and godliness. Be serious. Use judgment. So, for instance, one thing that if I was praying when I was a New Age spiritualist, sometimes I would pray to literal aliens. I would pray to aliens. I'd say, "Hey, dear Ra," right? I don't know if you've heard of that. That's a famous thing. We could actually look into that. That'd be interesting to break down. Hey, dear Ra, aliens from the planet Venus, please help me win my tennis match. Right? I would do that. Now, that's insane. For one, I'm praying to a created being, obviously, an alien. God is uncreated, existing from the beginning of time to the end of time and outside of time, right? So anything you're praying to or invoking the name of, which is not uncreated, that's not God. So what are you going to get from them? You're not going to get love because God is love, right? And then I don't know where else could we go with this? Let's read Numenon. So and by the way, Satan is in your life. Satan is in my life. He's in my ear. He's in my mind. Sometimes he's in my heart, and he whispers things. He whispers temptations to do sin. So that's a really important aspect of it. And if you're vigilant and you have an awareness of the Bible and the church fathers, then you know who is Satan and who is God, right? And I would say 90% of the time, it's Satan, right? So if you just didn't think at all, you'd have a much better life, a much godlier life than if you entertained every single thought you had. And if God wants you to hear a message and have a thought, he's so powerful and so merciful, he'll make sure you get that it's from him, right? So many, many times people have stories of, oh, God told me to do this, but I was like, that's crazy. I'm not going to do it, so I ignored it. Okay, then he told me again, and I said, that's crazy. That must be from Satan. I'm going to ignore it. And then I saw a billboard, which was the exact same thing that he was telling me to do. Then you know, okay, maybe this is from God. And it still has to align, obviously, with the scripture and with love. It still has to be a loving command because God is love. But these are just certain ways. God will make sure you get the message if he wants you to have it. Satan will send you many messages that are to be completely ignored and cast out of yourself. So, yeah, let's go to Numenon. Good point. Even if you had a religious experience or predictive power to a model, you could come up with other belief systems that have different explanations of those events. I think examining the coherence of belief systems is the best way to understand reality. Yeah, we'll get into that because this is really... A lot of times, I feel that this is more of a heart question from the Grim Reaper here, not a philosophical question. But if you want to get into philosophy, there are logical proofs for the existence of God that we can follow, and that's exactly what Numenon is referring to here. If you have a worldview, an ideology, a belief system, it has to be internally coherent in order to be rationally held. In other words, it can't contradict itself. And that's sort of the point of this video that we're watching, is that a belief system which entails determinism per se contradicts itself and therefore is not rational to be held. Then to Numenon again, couldn't aliens, though, give some signals that make you feel love? Yes, certainly. I think that would lead to a skeptical scenario, but I think it's just a way you could have rivaling worldviews explaining the same thing. Yeah, and the aliens will claim to be preaching a message of love and this and that, but they'll frame love differently. Like, they'll actually make sin into love. Well, it's actually loving, say, to watch pornography or something like that. They'll if they don't outright promote it, they'll certainly be okay with it. And there's many other examples, not just pornography, but God will never tolerate sin. So he'll also inform you to become a better person. So if you're getting some kind of message that's like, oh, well, you're just perfect the way you are, that's not from God. God desires you to be perfect like him, be perfect like your Father in heaven, right? Not be perfect like a measly human that sort of abides by his own whims and desires, right? Okay, so Grim, I think we could chat about a lot of this. You have a more normal view than most I've ever heard. If you're on in another hour or so, I'll hop in the voice chat. Great. I should have free time then. That'd be awesome. I'll be on in an hour, and you should definitely come over and hop in the voice chat. That'd be great. And like Numina, I'm thrilled to see a new face around here, and hope to see you again, hopefully in an hour or any other time. I stream 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, at about this time. Then God said, I don't do philosophy, but I'm a logical thinker, which is how I got to my position. We'll see where things go if I make it back. Peace for now. Peace, brother. God bless you. And Numenon, in the meantime, we've got to prepare. We should prepare our arguments because it's good. And if he is a logical thinker, then we should be able to logically at least disprove his worldview, if it's an atheistic one, which I imagine it is, or we should be able to positively defend our view, which I know we can do. We have a lot of practice with that. So let's make sure we prepare that. But now that we're talking about the alien thing, I kind of want to. Have you seen this, Numenon? Let me know if you've heard of these, the Book of Ra or anything like that. This shit is crazy. I used to watch this. I used to listen to this and be like, whoa, this is all true. This is all so true. I guess aliens did create us. Whoa, I guess aliens really are like God, actually. I don't even know where to start with this. I really don't. And I almost don't even want to open it because it's so demonic. Once you see it, it's actually so demonic. But let's do a prayer of protection here. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, perfect person, God from God, light from light, true God from true God. As we delve into this dark corner of the internet, please, Lord, protect us. Shield my audience, shield me from any false beliefs, false narratives. Don't let these demons out of my computer stream. Keep them chained where they belong, in hell. Don't let them trick any other person on earth, but certainly not me or anyone watching this. And grant us protection. Grant us your angels, your flaming sword of truth, to show us the flaws, the errors, the heresies of this horrific worldview. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, amen. Okay, I feel a little bit better now about opening that. Yeah, it's like some law of attraction. It's a lot of law of attraction stuff. It has an even darker bent, though.
The Law of One, Book 1, The Raw Material, by Ra, a humble messenger of the Law of One.
The Law of One.
Before we start, I did contact the Law of One organization a couple of years ago. Ra.
So the story. Okay, let's do the story first. So you know, Numenon. It's crazy, man. What happened was in the 70s, there are these psychedelic researchers, right? And they were doing these experiments with like magic mushrooms and acid and stuff like that, and transcendental meditation. And one day, one of these people started manifesting this voice, the voice of Ra, right? And Ra claims to be an alien race from like the planet Venus. They're not embodied. They don't have like bodies. They're sort of like a mental, spiritual alien energy, right? And which, by the way, demon alert, demon alert. We should have I should have a soundboard thing for demon alert. And they just want to come to Earth and basically take control of people's bodies, demon alert, in order to spread their message, the law of one, right? And essentially it's a repackaged like Buddhism in a way, or Taoism, but it's repackaged into this like totally new age alien tech, right? And it's frightening, really, especially when you believe it, as I did, right? And well, we should listen to a little bit. I wish there was a more like digestible version of this rather than just like an audiobook, but we'll maybe skip around. Let's see what the comments are like. Yeah, it's just tragic, man, because people are just looking for the truth, right? And then they get tricked and they go, this is the truth. What's wrong with us humans? Where did we go astray? Why are so many people choosing not to believe? I mean, yeah. It's tricky. We'll see if we can pick up the tricks. Yeah, least far-fetched New Age theory. Like, exactly. I know. People are like, well, I can't believe in Jesus, who was an actual historical man, where there's like thousands of records of. But I could definitely believe in the law of one. I can definitely believe in the aliens that are transmitting their religion from Venus to us, right? It's actually insane. It's so funny how people close themselves off, including myself. I should do a breakdown of it in an actual dedicated video at some point. That would probably be wise. But we'll listen to a tiny bit.
I am Ra. I have not spoken to this instrument before. We had to wait until she was precisely tuned as we send a narrow band vibration. We greet you in the love and the light of our infinite Creator. We have watched your group. We have been called to your group, for you have a need for the diversity of experiences in channeling which go with more intensive, or as you might call it, advanced approach to the system of studying the pattern of the illusions of your body, your mind, and your spirit, which you call...
Listen to that. Already, we're like 1 second in. We hear that you need more experience with channeling, which, by the way, is allowing another being to take over control of your body and transmit its thoughts and words through your voice. So we heard that you actually want your free will to be completely, overridden. And the way they do it, wait, let's look up, Book of Ra, pictures from experiment. This is what it looks like that they're doing. I mean, it's total, no. No, this is all like gambling, which, surprise. I wonder why it's connected to gambling. Okay, photographs. Here we go. So look, it's like literally demonic, right? I mean, they do have a Bible open, and that probably helped in some respect to like making them not go crazy, I guess. But keep in mind, the lead researcher of this did go crazy and ended up like shooting somebody. We can look up the details of that. So this is what they would do. So they have this like shrine here where they do an incense, a candle, some kind of chalice, and then an open Bible, which is surprising. Usually demons would not really request that, but it might be such an advanced trick that people see the Bible and they're like, oh, this is legit, right? That, oh, they're not afraid of the Bible. But to the rear of the book, symbolizing one, open to the Gospel of John, chapter 1, place a white candle, right? And then this woman, she's their channeler. They hop her up on acid, on LSD, and then they put her into this like dazed trance state on this like bed here, this pillow. And she speaks like without her. She doesn't remember it. She doesn't. It's not coming from her. She's not making the stuff up from her own brain, although maybe she is a little bit. Like it's hard to tell. Right. Right. Just sign your body and soul over for us to be like God. It's not a scam. Trust me, bro. Exactly. Like, yeah, just trust me, bro. Take some acid, lie down in a room with this strange altar, this strange pagan altar. These are the tape recorders. This is him, like, I think measuring. I don't know. It's all very like Wicca, like witchcraft, right? Then they question her, which we're going to listen to a little bit of. After Don lights the candle in incense, he and I walk the circle of one around Carla and repeat the words which begin each contact. At some point after that, Carla departs her physical body, and Ra then uses it to make the words which form the responses to Don's questions. I meditate and send light to Carla for the duration of the session, only taking time out to flip the tapes over as they finish each side. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's actually crazy. And we give her the chalice full of water to drink after he and I have filled it as full of our love vibrations as we can. Sure. Sure you do. I mean, it'd be scary, man. What does Carla think of all this? Okay, maybe instead of listening to that guy, we'll just read some. It'll be easier to take it out, to pick it out. So book 1. How do we get? Let's go to the. Okay, here we go. I am Ra. I have not yet spoken through this instrument before. We had to wait until she was precisely tuned, like a fucking machine, right? As we send a narrow band vibration, we greet you in the love and in the light of our infinite creator, which, if this were real, or had any sort of reality to it, comma, the Lord Jesus Christ, right? Because we know that demons cannot say the name of Jesus, and they don't in this whole thing. In fact, we can find how they refer to him, and how they refer to him is in this like Gnostic sort of, oh, he's one of us, actually. He's just one of us that decided to go and help your planet. He's not God. He's not the savior. He's not anything like that. He's just another alien guy that manifested on your planet, right? Okay. Okay, it seems members of the Confederation have a specific purpose. Is this true with you? And if so, what is your purpose? This is that Confederation of alien planets is like what they're talking about. So obviously the questioners already have a preconceived notion of like what's going on here, which does detract from whatever Ra is going to say. I am Ra. We communicate now. We too have our place. We are not those of the love or of the light. Interesting. What did we just say? God is love. God is light, right? So these things are not of love and light. We are those who are of the law of one. In our vibration, the polarities are harmonized, the complexities are simplified, and the paradoxes have their solution. We are one. That is our nature and our purpose. It's crazy. Crazy. And they're called Ra because, here's this. I've heard of the name Ra in connection with the Egyptians. Are you connected with that Ra in any way? Yes, the connection is congruency. May we elucidate? What do you not understand? The identity of the vibration Ra is our identity. We as a group, or what you would call a social memory complex, made contact with a race of your planetary kind, which you call the Egyptians. Others from our density made contact at the same time in South America and the so-called lost cities were their attempts to contribute to the law of one. So they're identifying themselves with Atlantis, with the pagan Egyptian Now, what's interesting, biblically, we do know that there were these Nephilim, right? These great men, is what they were called, that came and basically slept with humans and produced these kind of kings on the earth. And this is all pre-flood, right? This is all pre-Noah's flood. So it's possible, if we are trying to track down what the reality of this sort of demonic spirit is, that it is actually one of these Nephilim that is misrepresenting itself as sort of a messenger. It doesn't even say it is a messenger of love, right? It says it's explicitly not a messenger of love. So definitely should be wary of that. But it's possible that this raw thing, this energy that she's channeling, really is one of these Nephilim. It's also possible that she is just totally batshit, that this is a acid delusion, like a long-term delusion. They did this for many years, asking these questions. Okay. All right. Let's see. Can you say anything about the coming planetary changes? See how the questioners just are like imbuing the content of this with their own presuppositions, right? Like, what planetary changes? What are you talking about? I am Ra. I prefer to wait until this instrument had again reached the proper state of depth of singleness or one-pointedness before we spoke. Essentially, I was waiting for my my voodoo doll puppet human being to be able to allow me to take over their whole body. It's crazy. I don't know. This is all such horse shit. Let's they break it down by like topic. So this is one area where I was like, oh, this is all horse shit. So you can search. Can you tell us what happened to Adolf Hitler? All right, peace, moving on. See ya. Yeah, similar to how Muhammad received the Quran by reciting it in a trance, right? Can you tell us what happened to Adolf Hitler? I am Ra. The mind-body-spirit complex known as Adolf is at this time in a healing process in the middle astral planes of your spherical force field. This entity was greatly confused, and then although aware of the circumstance of change in vibratory level associated with the cessation of the chemical body complex, see how it's so Gnostic, like it removes the reality of biology and stuff. It's like all this illusion, the chemical body complex, nevertheless needed a great deal of care. And speaking of the one called Adolf, we have some difficulty due to the intense amount of confusion present in this entity's life patterns, as well as the great confusion which greets any discussion of this entity. Essentially, they said, well, that's going to reveal our intentions if we actually tell you that we're in the same league as Hitler. Basically, they're saying, oh, we're caring for Hitler, don't worry. That means he's in hell, and these are demons basically torturing Hitler, right? Here we see an example of one who, in attempting activation of the highest rays of energy while lacking the green ray key, like they're fucking Power Rangers, canceled itself out as far as polarization, either towards positive or negative. Oh, so Hitler wasn't really a bad guy. He was actually a neutral figure, according to the law of one, according to the alien Ra. Yeah, Hitler was pretty much he was like your everyday Joe Schmo. This entity was basically negative. Oh, you don't say. Negative polarization, which suggests the elites and the enslaved is being seen by the entity to be of a helpful nature for the societal structure. Interesting. Oh, so yeah, Hitler was real helpful for society. Oh, yeah. This entity failed in its attempt to serve the creator in a harvestable degree along the path of service to self. That is just ridiculous. Of course he failed to serve his creator. Like, why would you even frame it this way? Thus, we see the so-called insanity, which may often arise when an entity attempts to polarize more quickly than experience may be integrated. We have advised and suggested caution and patience in previous communications, and do so again. So basically, they're saying our whole system is bullshit. We can't even say what Hitler's like afterlife is like because it's all fake. It's all unreal. This is where they get into Atlantis. I don't know. It's all such horseshit. I don't even want to get into it. What about, let's do... Okay. Yeah. I think that's enough of that for now. Don't even want to have that open. Let's continue with this actual conversation, this genuine debate. But
Right. So in that conversation, there's an assumption made that we're presuming that, we're making the presumption that these people, exist at some sense, like at some sense, I guess, of being like fictional characters, right? But there's an assumption there that you're making. So I think the most correct way to say that would be like assuming or like knowing that she's a fictional character, Katniss is like the best huntress ever, right? But like whenever we're in a conversation, whether it be metaphysical, whether it be philosophical, political, there are some underlying assumptions made to make any claim. The underlying assumption with this claim that I'm making is that free will is an illusion, right? So, but
That's a universal claim.
no, it's not.
how is it not? Is it only an illusion to you, but not to other people? Otherwise, it's a universal claim, literally.
No, it's not.
You just said it's
What
an
is
illusion.
what is a universal claim?
A universal claim is when you make a fact or a truth claim that is universal.
Yeah, no. So it would also mean
That-
that
yeah, that-
Yeah, no. How do you, well, let's see how she disagrees with that.
That's what
do
it
you
is.
think so?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Do you see it as synonymous with absolute claims? Do you see that as like a distinction
Between
absolute claims and universal claims?
those would be the same thing. An
Okay,
absolute claim would be
awesome.
universal.
Right. So I would make a claim if you want to make it synonymous with like something that just like has to be true. I think that we don't know that anything has to be true unless we like presume that this reality as we live in it is true. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but you just again
Like
just said there's no point in a debate
I
because
never said
it's
there's no point in the debate.
your premise, the worldview, every paradigm has premises and presuppositions built into it. This is called presuppositionalism. And so your presuppositions
Okay.
are contradict the ability to make the claims that
You
you're
understand
making.
that scientists do this like all
No,
the time,
scientists,
right?
no,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Scientists presume
You don't
that
have
we
a
can make
worldview that
some
allows
accurate-
science.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Scientists acknowledge this. Yeah, they do.
I'm very aware.
Do you know what like
actually-
the law of causality is?
Oh, yeah, I know what the law of.
Okay,
Do
what's
you?
the law of causality?
You tell me. You're the one
Okay.
that's bringing it
You're
up,
the one
right?
who
You're the
has
one that has it written
Okay.
down on her paper here
Yeah.
so she can.
See, I don't get that. Like, why does DPH, he's crushing her in the debate. Now, why does he have to resort to, well, you're, she's obviously a college student, dude. I mean, maybe you'd prefer to be debating some, Graham Oppie or whatever, some professor of logic. We'll watch the Norm Macdonald professor of logic clip after this. So if you're winning the debate, you're crushing her in terms of epistemology, then why do you have to do the ad hom of, well, you have to write down your definitions? Well, it's like, of course she does, right? You are older than her by probably 10, 12 years. You've been doing this for longer. You have more advanced degrees than her. And for whatever reason, I mean, you're the one that agreed to the debate, right? So if you feel like you're above debating college idiots, then you don't have to debate them, right? Or if you feel like it's a good thing to debate all people, including college idiots, then you don't have to degrade them, right? So I'm not saying anything against DPH. I think he's right on every point here. But the demeanor takes away from the actual impact of the points that he's making in this very moment. I think he's very polite in other places and stuff like that, but I think he could have let that one slide. or just I don't know. Anyway, we'll continue.
Look down and read the definition.
Okay, it is here. But yeah, people, you have notes.
These
too.
are
But-
just these are outlines for your worldview.
They're different.
I don't
than
have
mine.
definitions written
Okay.
down.
Anyway, the law of
Who cares? Why does that matter? Some people remember definitions, some people don't. Some people are just getting into this, some people aren't. It doesn't matter.
causality essentially says that every event has some cause, right? If it's not, it doesn't have a cause, it's random, right? And we make all these claims assuming that we can make some type of like statements on reality, presuming that it exists, right? Scientists must presume that reality exists to make the claims that they do. So in the circumstances of this debate, I'm going to presume that reality exists, and therefore I'm going to make the claim that any event is either caused or uncaused. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but it's still, you have no epistemological foundation to make
Do you
an
know
actual
what
claim.
epistemology has to do
What
with
do you know what you're
Yes,
you're a
it's the study-
senior.
the study
I have
of
a
knowledge.
PhD.
I'm
I
actually a
actually
junior.
know exactly what epistemology is.
So it's the study of knowledge, what we can
Exactly,
know, et cetera, right?
exactly.
So even in that gives us a framework for knowledge, right? It is the framework that
And
we
I'm
use
saying
to
that
make,
you can't make universal knowledge claims within
I don't
that
think
paradigm.
I am making a universal knowledge claim. So most
Does
of the time
free
we're
will
not.
exist?
No.
Okay, then that is a claim. So at no point now
presuming that reality
so
exists, yes.
at no point right now,
Holy
in the
crap,
future,
dude.
in the past, free will has existed, correct?
No.
It has or
doesn't-
hasn't?
It doesn't exist.
Okay,
It's an
that is
illusion.
called a universal truth claim. So you
No,
just
it's
made a
not.
universal truth claim. You
No.
just contradicted the
So-
fundamental premise
So that
of your
claim,
worldview.
that claim exists overlying the foundation, this idea that reality exists, right? But that's an assumption, right? So we make baseline assumptions that you exist,
so
that I exist,
so
that
your
I'm
whole
not hallucinating
presentation
right
is an
now.
assumption.
Yeah, it's just like
Okay.
we do this every day.
No, it's not, because I believe in the laws
you
of
can
logic.
say that you know that you're not a brain in a vat right now, right? And I don't think that you are, right? I choose to believe that you're not because all the evidence I have, navigating this world, right, points to the fact that we all exist, that we're all agents, right, et cetera, right? So I'm
Wait, we're all agents? Wait, that means we all have free will? Again, debate conceded within 12 seconds. She says, I know that we're all agents. I choose to believe we're all agents. Again, that's just a preference. That's not a true belief because there are no true beliefs given determinism. But the larger point, which she hasn't debated, or which, well, maybe I'll let her finish her thought. Maybe she does get to it.
make this presumption, but it's a very, very testable presumption, and it's almost back. Gravity is also a theory, but I believe in gravity because it's testable, right? So just because something is an assumption does not mean that we can't use it or that it's not justifiable in any way.
Yeah, it does actually mean that
Do you
it's
not
not
believe
just,
in gravity?
That's now.
Do you
of course,
believe in
I believe in
gravity?
gravity.
But
That's a
it's a
non-sequitur.
theory.
It's a really dumb argument that you're
theory.
making. So what?
Okay, so you understand theories can hold
But
true.
theories can actually be built on logical basis.
Yes, and so does this one.
Okay, so where do you? So how do the laws of logic exist? Because these are
How do the
non-physical
laws of
things.
logic
Yeah. I'm curious what your cosmology is, because if you believe in the Big Bang, and you believe in material evolution ever since then you can't appeal to things like what are called philosophical transcendentals. You can't appeal to the laws of logic. You can't appeal to number theory. You can't appeal to all these different things because they're non-physical and they're universal and they're unchanging.
Holy
You
shit.
can't have
all
Let
the
me
topics-
finish.
okay,
Let me
you're right,
finish.
you're right.
Yeah, let him finish.
You can't have non-changing, non-physical things in an entirely materialist universe. This is a
I'm
known
not
thing.
posing any idea
This-
of a non-changing thing.
That's my point. That's
Okay.
exactly my point.
Yeah.
Do you
Awesome.
understand?
So-
What do you think?
So if the laws of logic could change, then things could not be identical to themselves, and a thing could be both true and untrue. And if that is your worldview, that's even possible, then the worldview self-refutes. It literally cancels itself out. So that's the point of DPH's argument here, that if you don't believe in epistemology, essentially, or you believe in some material thing, then you can't make any knowledge claims. And in a debate, you're arbitrating between two knowledge claims. But if you don't believe in knowledge claims, then why are you even debating? Actually, the debate doesn't do anything. It really doesn't mean anything because we'd all be determined to have whatever belief we have, false or true. Mighty Sarlacc, welcome to the chat, brother. Laws of logic are a formal language. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Okay, if you want to expand on that, feel free. That doesn't mean they're not real. Doesn't mean they don't pre-exist human beings. I'm not sure what you're trying to Like, I don't know if you're agreeing with me or disagreeing, but either way, I'd like to hear how you expand on that. So what does it mean, I'll ask you directly, for laws of logic to be a formal language? What does that say about them? It doesn't matter if it's not changing right now, then you have intelligibility. There is no contradiction in that ontology. Doesn't matter if it is not changing right now. So are you saying that they can change? Are you saying that there was a world where they did not exist? Or what are you talking about? Because if the laws of logic at any point don't exist or were changed, then that's the definition of a contradiction. Yes, it does, because it's a language describing reality. So they do change, according to you? Yeah, I understand that they describe reality. I'm actually asking you, what about reality do they describe? So if you're just saying, oh, it's a language that we invented or something like that to describe reality, okay, what are we describing? What's the referent for the words we're using? For instance, does the law of identity actually exist? Or did we make it up, according to you? Because if we made it up, according to you, if that's true, I don't know if that's what you believe, then there was a time before human existence, before rational thought, that they did not apply. A contradiction is if you can make two opposite claims given the same, I don't know what you want to call it, input, worldview, starting point, right? So according to you, if the laws of logic, it's a language made up to describe reality. Yeah, I know it's a language made up to describe reality. I'm saying, what is the reality it's describing, right? Does it describe material? Does it describe matter? Okay, well, what's your definition of a contradiction? The mighty Sarlacc. Oh, mighty Sarlacc. What is your definition of a contradiction if it's not A and not A? That's what I just said, motherfucker. I'm just trying to make it more conversational, more grounded in our actual conversation. Yes, A and not A. So according to you, before human rational thought, A and not A was true because there was no law of identity, right? No law of non-contradiction following from the law of identity. If humans made it up and humans did not exist at a certain point, then the law of non-contradiction didn't exist to make things contradictory, right? Objective reality. Reality is defined as everything that exists. Okay, even lies. But fine, fair enough. I'll grant you that. Nope, no, you didn't. Nope, that's a straw man. Okay, so explain to me what the laws of logic, the language that we use for the laws of logic, what do they describe? What is the referent for the language? Like if I talk about a tree and I'm using a language that we made up to talk about the tree, can I go and touch the tree and cut it down and build a house out of it? Is it there, or did we make it up? Is essentially what I'm asking you. And I'm not straw manning because I haven't even given you a position. I haven't assigned to you a position because I don't know what you believe. Happy to hear what you believe about that. So, laws of logic discovered or invented, essentially. One or the other. Unless you can think of some magical third thing. But I can give you my positive argument for them being discovered and obviously not invented, because the law of identity clearly exists before any humans do, before any rational thinkers do who use language to describe it. Otherwise, you would say the earth did not equal itself in its molten state, right? The object would still be itself, but there would be no language to describe it. Also, there are other formal logical systems that do change and has changed. All right, I'm going to ignore the second part because I don't know what you mean by that or why it's relevant. The object would still be itself, but there would be no language to describe it. Okay, so the law of identity does apply to it, but just not with language, right? Not with human-created language. But the law of identity still exists, right? According to what you just said. Is that fair? All right. Yeah, I was just, you're right. I won't say given your view anymore. All right. But you do affirm, is this true? Yes or no, that you affirm that the object would still be itself, even if there's no language to affirm that, to describe that, rather. Look, we can talk about fuzzy logic or paraconsistent logic, but I'm trying to nail you down on what you believe about transcendental categories, right? So, logic is a transcendental category. I'm not disagreeing with you. I know, I understand that the language we use to describe the law of identity is language that we created. But the question is, does the law of identity actually pre-exist human beings? And it seems like you say yes. Okay, great. And now, in what manner does it exist? Because it's obviously universal, right? It applies across all of reality. But it's also conceptual, no? Maybe this is where you'll push back. I'm going to say it's conceptual and universal. Therefore, the only thing which can logically ground it, which can be a what am I trying to say? Not an explanation, well, grounding is good enough for now. I'll think of the word later. The only thing that can ground something which is universal and conceptual is a universal mind, no? Otherwise, how is it grounded? Transcendental categories don't exist. Wait. You just said they do exist as a thing. I don't care about the language. So you say we make up math or logic as a language to describe our perception of objective reality. Agree. I completely agree. We use the language, but you just agreed that it is a thing. They do exist prior to us. Because if a thing equals itself prior to us existing, then there you go. That's the category right there. No matter if anyone's around to make language about it or not, a thing equals itself, no? Remember, I don't care about the language. I'm not asking you if the language of the word law and identity existed prior to humans. Obviously, it did not, right? I'm asking you about the referent for the language that we use. What does the language describe? Also, I'm an atheist and a nominalist, therefore, i.e., we don't use grounding as a thing that justifies knowledge. So is knowledge unjustified according to you? I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking. As an atheist and a nominalist, which feel free to expand on what a nominalist is. I don't know what that means. It sounds like it has something to do with naming things. But if you don't use grounding to justify knowledge, then is your knowledge unjustified? And if not, please, I'd be interested to know how your knowledge is justified, given the fact that you don't use grounding to justify it. Find me the number 2 and or law of identity. They don't exist as a thing. They exist in our head. But you already said they exist as a thing. You already said that before human heads, so to speak, the Earth equaled itself. The Earth could not be Earth and Mars at the same time, right? A and not A. So why are you going back? Ever heard of infallible epistemology? No, I don't think so. But happy for you to expand on it. Or fallible epistemology. I mean, I can intuit what those things mean, but no, I haven't. So feel free to expand. But I'd also like an answer to the question, why are you changing your view from one sentence to the next? I thought you already said that the Earth would equal itself before human beings, but now you're saying they don't exist as a thing, and they only exist in our head. So if they weren't a thing before our heads were around, could a tree both be a tree and a bee? Okay, you said the object would still be itself, not it exists as a thing. So that is the law of identity, if an object would be itself. That's not the law of identity with language. I mean, we have to use language because we're people, right, talking. But you acknowledge that a thing equals itself beforehand, right? So the law of identity applies to objects before human heads, no? What's up, Olivia Ben? Welcome, welcome. In's not a chance. I said they aren't a thing in reality. I'm not. I think maybe there's a typo there. I'm not sure what that sentence means. I'm just pointing out that a thing, if it equals itself before human heads, then obviously the law of identity isn't invented, created out of the blue by human heads. It's a description of an already existent phenomena. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that when we use language to talk about the law of identity or non-contradiction or any laws of logic, that we are describing something real rather than inventing something? It's not a change. It's not a change. I said they aren't a thing in reality. Hi, Olivia. My day's been well. My day's been very, very good so far. So welcome to the chat. I hope you enjoy. We're talking about the laws of logic and basically now we're on the grounding for transcendental categories right now. I'm having a little debate with somebody in my YouTube chat. Okay, all good, brother. Nice. Thank you for joining. Feel free to join back later if you get home from work, or yeah, whenever. So, Olivia, I don't typically stream daily. I typically stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for starting at 12 p.m. PST. But maybe I should up that. Maybe there's an argument that I should be streaming daily. Why do you ask, Olivia? Are you trying to sell me something? Let me ask you, if you're not trying to sell me something, please answer. I can't force you, but please answer one question. I would love to hear the answer. Do you believe in God? Does Olivia Ben believe in a creator, a judge? You work at a digital agency. Oh, that's nice. Nice. Well, that's fun, Olivia. Do you believe in God? Is God the CEO of the digital agency, or is he someone greater?
I think my argument is because
Your
it doesn't
argument
sound
is
like
that free will exists and that we are causal agents.
without free will there is no reason.
Right,
Rationality depends
that's
upon
not
the
true.
ability to choose between things.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So I think that human beings can develop rationality and pattern recognition, but the cause for that is determined, right? You can someone can learn and learn to read patterns or learn.
He's laughing because it's silly. So rationality, at its core almost, is the ability to discern and arbitrate between two competing ideas, right? I mean, that's not rationality at its core, but that is rationality in regards to a debate, right? If you're a reasonable debater, you have the metaphysical ability to decide between two different statements, two different claims. Determinism says you do not have the ability to arbitrate between two different claims. By definition, because your arbitration, whatever you decide, was determined by someone other than you. It was determined by mechanistic, physics, cause and effect, whatever. So there is no decision. So there is no rational basis for a debate. That's the problem here. You're an employee. You provide Twitch affiliate and marketing services. Well, I appreciate that, Olivia Ben. Unfortunately, I'm not buying. I wouldn't dare waste your time any longer. I hope you can find somebody who can appreciate your digital marketing services. I will not appreciate them. But thank you. I appreciate you, Duke. I do appreciate you as a person coming in here. I hope you have a blessed day, beautiful day. And I wish you luck in your endeavor. Thank you. Thank you.
Learn to make connections to things, but the causes for that person to get to that point of neuroplasticity is determined. That's what I'm saying. So you can have a want, you can have a desire, you can act on that desire, you can be forced against acting on your desire, but those desires are things that you don't choose. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and my point is that if that's the case, then being here and trying to persuade people to your worldview
Do you have any
makes no sense.
contention with the actual view, though? Because
Yeah,
you keep saying,
I've laid
here's
out.
the consequence.
I laid out
Okay.
multiple points
So
about how your paradigm makes no. Let me finish. You just talked. Let me finish.
No, I didn't get to finish. You kept speaking.
What?
I think it
wasn't
was
done.
her turn to talk. Let her finish, and then go ahead, David.
Uh-oh.
Or sorry, Patrick, my mistake. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So my view is that, which you haven't attacked whatsoever, is that wants, right, are not coming from this individual. Instead, we can like find some type of cause, right, that extends outside the person, that terminates outside the person,
Yeah.
right? Do you have an argument against
Yeah,
that
actually,
point?
multiple neuroscience experiments has demonstrated that, again, dealing with Libet and dealing with these resting potentials has shown that people can actually prevent a series of, or a cascade effect from the actions occurring, which demonstrates a sense of agency. This is why
Yeah.
you are not in step with the contemporary neuroscience.
No
You're not
one's
in step in contemporary psychology. You referred to psychology earlier. Those fields do not uphold a deterministic
Yes, they
worldview.
do.
No, they do not.
So no one's
No,
saying,
they do not. And so,
no one's saying that, for example, like we can have a lot of people in poverty that are born into poverty and persist in that cycle. And you can have a couple people rise out of that poverty by some mechanisms, right? People can act that's in ways that seem to be unpredicted. But we're saying that that reason that they did choose.
Okay, now she's going to defend induction, which I don't have much patience for. Another transcendental category that you cannot explain, given atheism, is the uniformity of nature. So, I mean, this is just silly, but we got to watch this. I feel
Everything
like.
we say is being recorded. All of our movements, our heart rate, everything is going into metadata, and AI is able to parse it out and create predictions based on that. And Netflix is actually doing something kind of interesting with this. Think of all the data that Netflix has. They have all this information about how you're watching it, back from DVDs even. They know what you're skipping, what you don't like, what series you complete, when you start it, when you don't watch it. And they took all that information and said, we can actually use this to create shows that are better. Like, for instance, they noticed that people who love Stranger Things are also huge fans of Drake. So in the next season of Stranger Things, Drake is going to be in it, AI style.
AI style. That's awesome. That's so funny. Okay. Now,
I came here tonight.
maybe we'll watch that at some point. I do want to do, as preparation for when our brother, God's Grim Reaper, comes in, I'm going to do a J. Dyer masterclass real quick on tag. Oh, no, not that. This.
Early on in Genesis, we have the...
So maybe we'll do this shorter one.
I was not raised in the church, and I basically developed on atheism due to just a lack of anything else. How is it? I don't think it is
Actually, I just got it. I'll be right back. 1 second. Speak of the Reaper, there he is, brother. Okay, give me 1 second. Just gonna run in the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yes, let's do the Discord. I got it right here for you. Hope I didn't lose you. Let me start the stage real quick. God is real. And I'm gonna drop it in chat here. There you are. Feel free to join that. Now, some people get confused. You do have to go to the rules tab. I didn't make the rules, but I guess we'll keep them in. Go to the rules tab and quickly press accept rules when you get in, and then you should be all good to join the stage, and then I can invite you on the stage and we can have a nice chat. which I look forward to. And I'll go ahead and turn on my camera in here. Nice, brother. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then go to the live down here if you're still listening. Just click on that live voice chat, and I should be able to invite you onto the stage. And we should have a good time. No need to show your face per se, but I think it does help. I mean, I think it's just helps have a more civil conversation if we can see each other, you know. There you are. Do, 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 do. Nice. And I've invited you on to the stage. I think you have to accept it or something. There you are. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Got you all good and loud and clear. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining, brother. So maybe I'll let you start this off with where you want to go. If you have a positive argument against the existence of God, that would be really cool because we haven't heard a lot of good arguments for that. Or if you have anywhere else you want to go, any questions or like we were doing in the chat, it's totally up to you. I'll let you start us off.
All right, so the way that I see it is God is an extraordinary claim, which would require some crazy kind of evidence. Okay. And I've never seen any, and I haven't really seen anybody else present any other than I had this thing happen to me. It's my personal experience, which, you know, you can't really prove that to anybody else. You can only tell them about it. And, totally. You know, maybe I prayed to him and I got this strange feeling of love or whatever. Mm-hmm. That seems to be what I hear the most.
Great. Okay, so
but I was
go ahead.
I was actually curious, like, what your experience was like. How did you get to where you are?
Yeah, totally. So most of that experience is going to come down to the thing you've already heard before, which is a personal relational story that really doesn't apply to you, right? And part of that is the reason is that God is a relational being. He desires to have a loving relationship as a father to a child. And so that's probably why you hear that so often. Now, if God were like the Hindu gods or like some kind of pantheon or the a-personal sort of Buddhist deity or something like that, then you wouldn't really expect to hear all these stories of relationships with him. But I want to present to you something different because I feel like you've heard a lot of the stories. And I'm happy to tell you my story. That's an interesting thing. We've done it on the channel before, and if you still are interested in it, I'd be very happy to share it with you. But can I present to you a couple of evidences that you might not have heard?
Sure.
Okay, so where do we start here? First, I want to challenge your claim so you do say God is an extraordinary, what did you call it? An extraordinary claim, the existence of God?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the implication being that extraordinary claims require extraordinary proofs. Is that where you were going with that?
Yeah.
Now, can I just ask why extraordinary claims need extraordinary proofs and not just normal proofs?
So if I told you that I have, I don't know, a 3D copy or 3D printer in my garage, you know, people have that.
Yeah.
And you would likely believe me unless you think I don't really have a lot of money, so how could I possibly get this?
Sure.
But if I tell you that there's like some invisible T-Rex in my garage, you're going to be like, well, I need to see that. That sounds crazy, right?
Sure. But wouldn't the proof be exactly the same? So if I didn't believe you and you said, I have a 3D printer in my garage, I say, I don't believe you because whatever, you're poor and I don't even think those exist. And then I went over and I saw and touched and interacted with your 3D printer and even saw it print something. Well, I'd certainly believe you, right? But same with the dinosaur. If I went over to your house and experienced this invisible dinosaur the way you claim to experience it, it would be the exact same proof, and yet I would still believe in your invisible dinosaur. Say I walk in there and I don't see anything, but then there's like a giant T-Rex footprint that steps down on some sand or something in your garage, and then it roars even though there's nothing in there and there's no like speaker or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's the same. I would require the same proof to believe in the 3D printer and the invisible T-Rex. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yeah, but what if I told you that it's a spiritual T-Rex, and the only way that you can experience it is if you really believe in it and put your faith in it, and it might not actually leave a footprint, but it's there, but only I can see it. It revealed itself to me, and it'll kind of let you know in a very subtle way that it's there. Like you might feel some wind go by you when there should be any wind, but
right.
You know,
Okay.
I could have something rigged in my garage to where it's tricking you into thinking that it's real.
Sure. Okay, that's a fair point. So I didn't know that this was a spiritual T-Rex, but I guess if I did put my faith in it, so to speak, like you, and then experience what you're talking about with this invisible T-Rex, I still think I would just need the same proof that you have. But of course, if you're going to say, well, only I can see this T-Rex, nobody else can see it, then I would say, well, you're probably got some kind of mental disability going on or something like that. But fortunately, that's not the case with God. And now this is where I'll introduce the main line of argumentation that I use nowadays when arguing for God, and that is the transcendental argument. I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but essentially, yeah, it's a philosophical argument, and it's a logical proof of the existence of God. So the way the argument is structured, and we'll have to get into this because I know there'll be questions. It's a bit complex, so even I have questions sometimes. But the argument goes like this: if X is the necessary precondition for Y, and Y exists, therefore X exists. So let's define some things. A necessary precondition, that is a grounding, a foundation for why something exists. So for instance, if I told you that ice cream, the necessary precondition for ice cream is cream and coldness, right? Or whatever, some way of making the cream super cold. I actually don't know how ice cream works, but just assume the necessary precondition for ice cream is cream. Off the bat, you need that. And then we know that ice cream exists. Doesn't it logically follow that cream exists? The only thing that can create ice cream?
Sure.
So, now we have a bunch of things called transcendental categories. And perhaps the one that I'm most familiar with talking about are the laws of logic. Do you know about those? Like the law of identity. Say that a thing always equals itself. Right, the law of non-contradiction. A thing can't be A and not A. So I can't be me and you, right, at the same time in the same sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are real, let's just call them things that exist in nature. They exist prior to human beings. Do you agree with that? That the laws of logic apply to reality before any humans show up on the scene, any rational minds?
Well, I think logic comes from us. Like it's something we kind of figured out.
Okay, but did we invent
sure
it, or do we use it to describe something real?
I'd say we invented it, like we invented numbers. You know, like you can look at something and you can see like there are 2 pennies on the ground or something, but there's only 2 because we created the number 2 to describe something that's there.
So you're saying before humans, there's no boundary between, say, pennies or meteors flying next to each other? Like, for instance, if one meteor is flying throughout, it's like circling the sun. Well, already you have a distinction between the sun and the meteor for which it's orbiting. But so if one meteor and then another meteor comes in and sort of joins the same orbit and they're flying next to each other, are you saying there are not 2 meteors there? There's just one meteor, or all things are just one indistinct thing, essentially?
I mean, technically there are too, but if there are humans that have no concept of counting, they're just seeing something and they have no idea what it is or
Sure.
how many of them there are.
So sure, I totally. So the thing I'm pointing out here is that that thing, the two-ness of the meteors there, the 1 + 1 equaling 2, even if we don't have language to describe that, that doesn't mean the phenomenon is not happening, right? That doesn't mean the two-ness of one object plus another object doesn't exist. We didn't invent two-ness. We noticed it, right? Or we discovered it about nature. Do you agree with that, or do you still think we sort of invented math?
And it's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. That is hard to say.
Technically, we did invent math. Like,
well,
you can see patterns
we invented
when
the
you look at
language
things.
of math. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and so that's another thing I would throw into the transcendental categories, which let me just define those as well. So I was using logic. Math is another one that you intuited immediately, which is awesome. Another one is the conformity of nature, or the uniformity of nature, the fact that gravity will work tomorrow like it does today. How could we know that? Do you think we could know that gravity will work tomorrow as it does today if there weren't some supernatural force that orders and keeps gravity working?
And as far as I know, it's going to work unless something crazy happens.
Right. But you really don't know if something crazy is going to happen, do you?
No, I mean, the universe could decide to just die and everything's gone within an inch of a split second.
Right, exactly. So we rely on sort of these presuppositions, right? So I think you presuppose that math is a real thing that tracks onto reality, right? You rely on the fact that the sun will rise tomorrow, right? You rely on the fact that logic is consistent and universal, right? Is that fair to say that you have these presumptions, these presuppositions about the nature of reality?
To a degree. I mean, I have evidence that the sun will likely rise too. I mean, I don't know for certainty. I don't think you can know anything for certainty.
And what is the evidence that the sun will rise tomorrow?
Well, I've been alive for about 35 years, and it's done that consistently every day.
Sure. And so that's called induction. And induction is just, is essentially saying, I have seen this thing happen over and over again, therefore it will happen tomorrow, say, or in the next moment. But that's not really an evidence, is it? That's just sort of a feeling, an assumption. Because you really don't know. There's no evidence to say that tomorrow the sun won't explode.
I mean, scientists have given it a lifespan. I don't remember what it is. It's some crazy billions of years or whatever, but
right. But science
that can only
really
be so accurate.
Sure, but like if you've read, like, I don't know if you read that book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Scientists
I
can't.
have not.
Okay, it's a funny book. It's very funny, sci-fi, but also somewhat sort of philosophical, and it's a good read, quick read, very funny. And basically, the concept is that Earth is just plugging along as it is, and science is exactly like it is. But aliens exist; they're out there, and they decide to build a highway right through Earth, and so they destroy Earth in order to build a highway, right, for their transgalactic trade route or whatever it is. So can science tell us that won't happen tomorrow? Does science know that won't happen tomorrow?
I think it has a somewhat accurate prediction depending on what it is. Like,
sure,
if they say that the sun will likely explode in, I don't know, 100 million years,
mm-hmm.
I would say that we're probably okay for our lifetime.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to happen. There's that small chance that it could, but I'd say it's very unlikely. I'm not worried about it.
Sure. Okay, that's great. I'm just trying to point out that there are assumptions and essentially axioms that underlie both of our worldviews. And
Sure.
so your axioms are the normal ones that I think we all hold, and actually we have to hold to have any sort of conversation. For instance, that the laws of logic apply to reality, that the uniformity of nature applies to reality. Like you said, that the scientists are generally correct, or they're able to discern that the sun will last, 10 billion more years, or however many years they say that it will. We both assume that math is real, right? That math tracks onto reality, and therefore physics and the rest of the scientific endeavor. And so where we differ, I'm going to assume, is that I believe these things, these what we call transcendental categories, which I'll define as, let's define them as universal abstract things. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, so, and the way I say universal is because they apply throughout the whole universe. For instance, the law of logic, the law of identity. If it did not apply throughout the whole universe, then you would have something that was both A and not A somewhere in the universe. And that would be a contradiction. So they're universal and abstract. And what I mean by that is that they're not found in physical matter. They're not found anywhere under a microscope or in physicality, in materialism, or in the material world. And so what could possibly be the grounding that justifies something which is universal and abstract? Well, from our experience, we know that abstractions only exist in a mind. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean anything to be an abstraction. It's referential to a mind. It's synonymous with mind dependence. So if there's real things which are universal and abstract, there must be a real universal mind to hold these abstractions. Are you following? I know I lost you somewhere in there, so just tell me where.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of tracking. I've heard this argument quite a few times.
Cool. And so what's
I've heard it
your response to
refuted,
that?
and honestly, I'm not the best at this argument. Like I don't
That's fair.
really speak philosophy.
Gotcha.
I watch a lot of debates, and I see a lot of people come in and try to. We call them Phil Bros. Usually they're they're kind of assholes, but you're being nice, so I respect that.
I resent the Phil Bros and the Ortho Bros who get too aggro about it because it detracts from the actual argument, the power of the actual argument.
Yeah, it's usually not very effective when I see it because they're doing that, but I haven't.
Yep. Okay, so
I'm not really sure how I would actually,
refute that, and that's totally fair. So and that's totally fine. I don't even expect a refutation secretly because I am one of these Ortho Bros at heart that believes there is not a valid refutation, and I've seen all the debates as well. But I'm not going to push you for a refutation. I'm not going to say I'm right because of that. But what I am going to say is you came in here and you said there need to be proofs for the existence of God. And I think, unless you disagree, what I've just shown you is that you believe things that you have no proofs for, these transcendental categories, no scientific evidence, no empirical evidence that you take as axiomatic. And I've also shown you that there at least exists, and maybe it can be refuted, maybe it can't, maybe there are valid refutations out there, but there at least exists a logical proof for the existence of, say, a divine, or say a universal mind. And then we would pair all the other transcendental categories to that to create, or to examine the paradigm. And it turns out the Christian paradigm is the only one that can synthesize all the transcendental categories. But we don't have to go there because that's not where that's not your specialty. That's not your area of expertise. And I don't want to put you in some box and make you feel like I'm tricking you with some argument that really you aren't prepared for. But do you acknowledge that, one, you believe things that you don't have empirical evidence for, and two, there is at least one proof that I've been able to present to you for the existence of a God, whether it's true or not, but an argument, a logical proof?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's things that all of us believe to some degree without actual evidence for them.
Good. So it's not irrational in and of itself to believe something that you don't have evidence for, right?
it depends what it is. If it's something natural, like, I hear a lot of people say it's illogical to believe in evolution, but I mean, there's so many examples you can see of it happening, and there is evidence for it. And even if
Sure.
you don't necessarily believe the evidence, it could still be happening. But
Sure.
with something like any magical being or anything like that, I'd have a harder time believing it. But I mean, I
But
think,
then
yeah, of
why a
course,
magical
it could
thing
be
like?
possible.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Cool. So we're there. That's cool. I like that. But then why not? Why not a magical being who logically justifies the magic, which you already believe in? The magic being the laws of logic, mathematics, the uniformity of nature, the existence of the past and the present, space and time. So those things are magical. I'm guessing you're defining magic as something that doesn't have a natural explanation.
Something you would see in a movie. Like, I think
Oh.
all of the things that you just mentioned are natural, and they occur in the natural world. Like, even these
Okay.
laws and gravity and all of that. I don't think some kind of intelligent mind or creator put them there. I think they were just always here.
Okay, that's fine. But so I agree that they're always here. They're universal. But you said you think they're natural. So what do you mean by natural then? Does that include abstractions that? So for instance, when I hear natural, I hear, and you can correct me, naturalism. I hear materialism. I hear physicalism, which is that all things can be explained by sort of mechanical, natural, physical processes. But I can't imagine a naturalistic justification for, say, logic or math. Is there anything that you can point to say, like, do you agree that you couldn't study those things under a microscope, for instance?
Yeah, I don't think they're actual, like, entities or, some kind of material thing.
Right. So it's, in a way, I mean, wouldn't it be fair to call them supernatural? As in sort of either residing above and informing the natural world, or just sort of separate from empiricism?
I wouldn't agree to that, no.
Okay.
Like, you're talking about, like, the laws of logic and,
Yeah.
Things like that, right? Yeah, I think it's just something that kind of works in our system, and we've figured it out. Not necessarily that it was there, but we used our minds and we kind of created a system that just happens to work, and yeah.
But if we just created it and it happens to work, does that imply that it's possible that it doesn't work either in some pocket of the universe, or that we're just simply wrong?
I think it might be easier if I use patterns, for example.
Okay.
Like, you can look at certain objects and see, like, a snowflake, for example.
Yeah, sure.
They all have different kinds of patterns.
Yeah, yeah.
And we can explain how those patterns are made in the snowflakes. But I don't think we created that process and then they just started happening. Like, they were happening, but I don't think it's an entity that's doing it. Like, it's just something that occurs naturally.
Well, I completely agree with you on that. I don't think that we as humans, as observers or scientists, create the pattern in the snowflake. I agree with you that some other process creates the pattern in the snowflake, whether that's physics or, hydrodynamic, I don't know, whatever it is, right? So that's what I'm pointing out about the laws of logic and math as well. I don't think we create them. I don't think that even makes sense, right? In the same way, it doesn't make sense to say that by observing the snowflake, we created the pattern of the snowflake. So we can agree on that point. And let me just throw this in there. Patterns themselves. What is a pattern, if you think about it?
Well, I think we're pattern recognizing creatures, however you want to word it. So I think it's just something that we saw and we figured out. It's something that repeats in nature that you can observe.
Sure. And so what is the referent again? So we see a pattern, but why is the pattern there to be seen? So, like, for instance, who, in your experience, what creates patterns. Yeah, that's a good place to start. So, what is responsible for something being ordered, i.e., a pattern, rather than chaotic?
It's probably a little difficult for me to explain, but I would say
Mhm.
if you took a 2 liter and put a bunch of marbles in it,
Yeah.
if you're shaking it up, it's chaotic, right? And if
Mhm.
you stop shaking it, eventually everything settles into place, and you might see
Sure.
some patterns depending on like what kind of marbles you have in there. So,
Sure. Yeah.
even though it's you shaking the bottle, if you let it alone, they all settle on their own because of
Yeah.
gravity. So you have a force of nature that's just kind of, I don't want to say randomizing it to create the pattern, but they just happen to fall in the way that they do.
Sure.
And
Good.
maybe
Yeah.
there's a pattern there.
No, I think that's great, but isn't the pattern dependent on your mind, on your observation? Because if there's no one to observe say this 2 liter bottle with all the marbles in it just sort of magically appeared on like a fault line of an earthquake, and there are no humans around, and then the earthquake, shakes up the 2 liter, and then what it creates, or what when it settles and it all comes down, it makes this beautiful pattern. Like say for instance, it's if we want to make this a good analogy for how nature works, it creates a person or the image of a person. Is that a pattern? And I mean like with exact specificity. Like there's 2 blue marbles that make the eyes, and then there's like 4 brown marbles that make the eyebrows, and it's got a nose and a mouth and a face. And then if we want to extend the analogy, it can talk, right? Or something like that. Would you say that that is not a pattern just because there's no one around to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds more like nature creating a watch, which I don't think would
Right.
happen.
Right. And that's
But
my
if
argument.
there's an actual, like, if there's just a simple pattern there, I mean, the pattern is there whether we're there or not.
Great. Okay, so yeah, right. I agree. So you made a great point. That's like kind of like nature making a watch, right? But don't you believe that we are a product of nature?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So then how are watches made?
Well, I don't think I've never seen nature make a watch. That's
But
definitely
but
something we
but
made
it's
because
okay.
it's
But
it's
nature
very
made us, right?
specific and yeah. And
And
I know we're complex, and I'm about to say that the watch is also complex, but
right.
it's built to very specific specifications, and it's designed to be perfect to us. Like it
Mhm.
has to be put together a specific way to work, whereas nature just kind of does whatever it wants. Like our
Right.
bodies are certainly not perfect. There's organs we seem to have that we either don't know the function of or they're useless. They need taken out. We can
Sure.
develop cancer.
Sure.
You
Sure.
know, the same pipe that we use to swallow food is the same one that we use to breathe out of, which seems like a bad design if you're going to call it a design.
Well, it's an efficient design.
Somewhat.
So, I mean, just in the sense that it works, right? I mean, for thousands of years of
Yeah.
evolution, and seemingly in all animals, that is essentially the design, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not tricking you by saying design. That's just how it is, right? I think it's a design. You don't. That's totally fine. But it's not illogical. Like it's not some mistake of nature that we breathe through our eating tube, right? Because we also have another tube, but I guess it does connect. Whatever. Anyway. So that's exactly my argument. If nature was all there, if nature is all there is, then you wouldn't actually expect ordered patterns and things like that. So to say like, oh well, nature didn't create the watch, but nature created the watchmaker, whose specifications are arguably more exact and precise, even though there are problems. Which, by the way, theologically we would attribute to sin and the devil and all sorts of, and Adam. And so that's a theological side of the debate. Like, why aren't we perfectly suited to our environment? That's the theological answer. But just going back, you said it doesn't make sense for nature to just shake itself around and create a watch at random, right? But what we observe is that, according to your paradigm, that nature, if it shakes itself around for long enough, it can create a watchmaker.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't start off just creating the watchmaker that can just instantly create the watch. Like it takes time.
Sure.
Early humans were nothing like us. They would not be able to make something like that, even if they had the materials to do
Sure.
it.
Completely. No, I completely agree. But all that time is still just nature shaking itself around, though, right? So regardless of the amount of time it takes, or I guess you're saying if nature has enough time, it can create a watch. Is that fair to your view?
I mean, maybe it could if some type of environment allowed for it. I don't think it would look the same as our watches, but it could look something like a watch, and maybe we would recognize, like, this thing kind of works like a watch does, oddly.
Sure.
I think
But, I mean,
nature
even-
is.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think nature is still limited in some way, though. Like, I don't think it's going to be able to make the watch that we would make.
So let me ask you what the difference is between nature and us as people. So is it your view that nature creates everything, including the laws of logic and stuff like that? But we can forget about that. Nature creates everything until it eventually accidentally, or just randomly rather, not accidentally, but randomly creates a being with agency that can then subvert nature or accelerate it or enhance it such that that being can make watches and buildings and cars and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of lock nature into like our planet, but if we're talking about the entire universe, then yeah, I think over time this planet could form and then life forms on it, and eventually we're here and we can make a watch. That is probably going to be better than what nature could ever make.
Okay, so we are distinct from nature by our sort of ontology. Like, and so I just ask you, what makes a human distinct from any other part of nature, given that in your worldview, nature created all these things, like a human equally as a squirrel, right?
Yeah, well, the big difference is that we're alive and we have the ability to think, and I mean, nature is alive, but I don't think it has, like, it doesn't have a brain that it's thinking with, at least not that we know of.
Sure, then how does it create one, though?
I would say just collection of random particles, and non-life eventually forms together and creates something that is a living thing, and over time that changes and forms something else.
Okay, so if it creates us randomly, and our brain is the process of like essentially random shaking around and stuff, why do you believe that your thoughts and beliefs track onto something true rather than to something random?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So this is called the evolutionary argument against naturalism. So the idea is, I assume you believe our brain formed through a series of natural selection via the survival of the fittest. Is that fair? Roughly, the theory of evolution is how we come to be.
Right.
Okay. So according to natural selection and the theory of evolution, creatures and species evolve and develop in order to fit their environment for their survival. Do you agree with that? Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that would include, if all of this is a natural project, that would include our thoughts and beliefs. So what that would tell us is that evolution forms our beliefs not according to what's true, but according to what helps us survive. Is that fair? Did you follow me to that step?
Yeah.
Okay, so if our beliefs are basically conform to what helps us survive rather than what's true, then how can you trust that the belief itself in naturalism is true? Because it could just be a survival mechanism. In fact, it's more likely, given evolution, to be a survival mechanism that has no tracking to truth, or at least no reason to track to truth. So the belief itself in naturalism is not a truth tracking belief. It's a survival tracking belief.
Yeah, I mean, I think it works a little bit of both ways.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Like we're definitely trying to survive, so our beliefs are, you know, dependent on. It's pretty much what you said. Like, it's a survival instinct over anything.
Okay. So then why do you believe that naturalism is true if your beliefs aren't even like geared towards truth?
Well, I go based on what evidence I have. If I don't have any evidence, then, you know, I turn to logic.
Sure.
But all I can see is the natural world. I don't see anything that's supernatural, because it's a tricky term to define. Everybody seems to define it differently.
Sure. And without getting too much into that, but so I just want to stick with what you actually do see, what evidence you do have. And the evidence is that we form beliefs and habits and thoughts simply according to our desire to survive, right? Is that what the evidence shows us?
Right. And I think that's how we got the beliefs in God as well.
Okay.
It's something that people came up with to fill the gaps of knowledge. Like,
sure. So why
God's
does that
caused volcanoes and all of that?
Totally, that would be the God of the gaps. I would never argue God of the gaps, and I would, if you ever catch me arguing that, then please call me out. Because that is a fallacious argument, obviously. And what I'm pointing out is science of the gaps. So if you have this feeling that naturalism is true, but the evidence points you to the fact that it actually doesn't track to truth at all, then why do you subvert the evidence in favor of naturalism, but you won't subvert it? Well, I won't even ask the second part. Why do you subvert the evidence that you have to believe that your beliefs are true when there's no reason to expect them to be true? You only expect them to track to survival.
I'm honestly not sure how to answer it.
Yeah, that's fair. No, that's totally fair. And I appreciate you engaging with it and being open and listening, because it's...
I don't feel like it's necessarily a trick question. I just never been asked that question before, so...
100%. And it's definitely something that you should feel free to bring to whoever you look to answer these, like whatever debates or people that you look up to answer those types of questions. Definitely keep that in the back of your mind. And if you want to research specifically where that comes from, it's a guy, it's in Newman, I'll put it in the chat. It's Alvin Plantinga, Plantinga, his argument against naturalism. And so you can look up all the proofs, debunking of it and stuff like that. I haven't personally seen a good debunking of that, but I'd be very interested to see how that goes. So let me bring to you another. So that's a way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Before you jump to the next thing, I did want to recommend you something as well.
Sure. Yeah. What's up?
Do you know a YouTuber by the name of Allegedly Ian?
Allegedly Ian? No, but I'm looking him up right now, so maybe we can address him. Allegedly Ian. Sweet.
His avatar is like the plugging into itself.
Yep. I see it. That's great.
Yeah, that.
Okay, cool.
So,
I'll listen to this guy.
This guy streams like I think he's on every day. I don't even know at this point. I see him all the time. But
yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
You should go on his show and talk
debate
to him at
I
some
would.
point with
I
all
would
of
love
this,
to.
because he's very into philosophy. Like he's taking the classes. I mean, that's like his specialty.
That's awesome.
I'd be interested to see how that would go between you and him.
Yeah, I would love to. I think that'd be really fun. Okay, noted. Next time he streams, I'll try to jump into his TikTok. That'd be awesome.
I think it's usually around like
it looks like he's streaming right
5
now.
p.m. every day. Something like
I think he's streaming right now.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. Let me
It's usually around the same time every day.
That's cool. I'm sharing my screen. You can see. This is him, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yep.
Go to the next one. My notes were so fucking good that time. Oh my god, my notes kicked.
Yeah, he relies a lot on notes and premises and
cool.
Philosophical arguments. That's his thing.
Before I go to him, I'll probably do what he does and prepare notes and things like that. So I might not jump into this chat, but maybe next time on Wednesday I will debate him because that'd be really fun. But I do want to ask you a couple more questions just because I'm curious about where you are and why you, you're God's Grim Reaper, so you should be able to kill God, right? But so let me just ask.
It's just an edgy thing.
I know. It's fun. I love it, brother. It's fun. Someone in my chat knows Ian. He said, I've seen Ian around. He was in the Jordan Peterson debate. Okay, I didn't know that, the Jubilee one. But I think a lot of it is just divine hiddenness and problem of evil. Well, that's good if that's what he debates, because I'm actually probably more solid on divine hiddenness and problem of evil than Tag, as Numenon will know. Tag is so dense. It's so hard to actually communicate the idea behind it. Which I think is why the Ortho Bros and the Phil Bros that you have seen are so like worked up about it, because if they do get it, then they're ultra convinced that they must be right and there's no defeating argument or whatever. And if they don't get it, then you sort of have to like front and use other strategies. And to be honest, I don't have the fullest like grasp on it. I'm just learning how to use that as a debate measure. But another thing I'll bring to you. Well, actually, let me just ask, what brought you, or were you an atheist growing up? Were you a Christian, a nominal Christian? Did you lose the faith or never have the faith, or you were sort of in it, but you never really felt it? Or how did you come to this sort of space that you're in now?
So it's actually a pretty short and simple story.
Cool.
I was raised by my great-grandparents and my mother mostly.
Wow.
And my great-grandparents and the rest of the family, they were followers of God and Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't like open the book and teach it to me. I just kind of picked it up as I was going along. Like I would hear them talk about it, and I kind of figured out pretty easily on my own how it worked before I was even like in my teen years.
Sure. Yeah. And what do you mean how it worked? Like what the story was about, or like what the morals were, or like just that?
I got like the basics of it when I was a kid, but like once I hit 11, I got my first computer. I didn't like look deeply into it. I just kind of picked up things here and there, like I know in 2008 when YouTube started, that's when the atheist scene on YouTube kind of broke out. So I was 18 then, and around that time, I figured out the thing that all teens love to do, and that's like it,
Oh yeah.
And not video games, the sinful things.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and I was right there with you.
I kind of had that paired with I understood like the idea of hell, and I thought,
sure.
Well, I mean, everybody around me believes God and Jesus are real, so they have to be right. Which, looking back, that's not the most logical point to look at it.
That's actually a fallacy. Appeal to authority, appeal to the masses.
Yeah. I was with everybody at the time. Like I didn't think about fallacies and things like that. I was too busy video gaming and whatnot.
Of course, yeah.
So I had the idea that I've heard people say if you sin you're going to hell. So
sure.
I kind of thought that I was talking to God and not praying to Him, but I would say, I felt bad for what I did. I swear I'll never do it again. And then it kept happening, and I'm like, wait, if I swear to God, doesn't that mean like I'm going to hell if I break the promise?
Oh yeah.
So I was.
Oh, thank the Lord, that's not.
I was there at one point, and I'm like, well, I guess I just have to accept that I'm going to hell, and I'm scared, and it sucks, but I don't know what else you can do, because I wasn't along in the faith to know that like you can just repent or whatever.
Sure. Well, it actually sounds like
everybody thinks it works. Yeah, everybody says it works differently. Like anytime you sin, just repent, and then some other people say you just have to accept Jesus and you're just cleared forever. And then other people
Yeah.
say no, like if you accept Jesus and you sin, you can't repent. You're just kind of screwed.
Right.
So
Yeah. Well, that's the
like I didn't know
confusion
about
around.
any of that. I thought I was hellbound, so
Uh-huh.
I
So you're like,
decided like one day I want to know if this stuff is real. So I went to YouTube,
mm-hmm.
and the first guy that I found happened to be the most popular in both numbers and arguments atheist at the time. The Amazing Atheist. I don't know if you've ever seen him.
I don't. I mean, I'm sure I've come up across him, but I don't. Can't picture him right now. I'll look him up as
He's
well.
he's changed his name, but he was basically like a big neckbeard guy that was
Gotcha.
very raunchy and in your face in the
Yeah.
camera.
Yep. Yep.
But
Yep. Yep.
he had some really good arguments, and like I just kind of thought, I'm like, it doesn't really seem like there's any reason to believe this, and he's
Mm-hmm.
so confident that it's not real. Like, why am
Yep.
I worried about it?
But see how he jumps
So
from an appeal to the masses to an appeal to authority.
right, but this is around the time that I was starting to see how logic worked. Like,
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never seen any evidence. I've only heard people talking about it, and I was appealing to authority, which he
Mm-hmm.
says is a fallacy. But you know, so
Right.
I started to follow a few videos of his, and then I heard that a lot of Christians say, well, the way that you get to God is, sincerely believe and pray and ask him to reveal himself to you.
Mm.
So I tried that quite a few times and I never got anything.
Yeah.
And around the time that I was starting to say, maybe this isn't real, like I didn't say it yet because
Yeah.
I know that Christians will say, as soon as you think that, you can fall away from God, or however you want to,
Sure.
you know,
Sure.
say that. So I decided to try something which you might find risky, you might not. Other people have
Uh-huh.
heard it. I've told it many times in many chats on debate streams, and people are just, they either don't say anything and they just kind of stop messaging me, or they're kind of shocked that I did it. But
Yeah. What's
basically,
that?
what I did was I created a binding contract with Satan and asked him,
Ah.
if you can show me any kind of evidence that like literally any of this is real and there's any reason that I should feel like I made a mistake,
Yeah.
I will give you my soul through this contract and I'll
Yeah. Yeah.
turn away from God and whatever.
Yep.
And
Sure.
nothing happened. So
Really?
I'm like, okay, well, if Satan is not coming to me to take my soul or possess me or whatever, because I did also invite him in, I guess the Christians would describe it as.
Yes, indeed.
But I figured if he's not going to take that offer with somebody who just turned away from God, I mean, what
But
more can you get? Like, there's nothing that's going to happen, I don't think.
but didn't he give you exactly what you needed to not believe in God? Like all Satan wants, he doesn't really. I mean, he does want your soul or whatever. Like there's lots of drama, and the devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal, right?
Yeah.
But by not answering you, didn't he confirm your unbelief in God?
Well, I was kind of already on the fence anyways. Like I was,
Sure.
I believed it, but I didn't like truly believe it. Like I was just putting my faith that this is real and I'm trying to find out. So please answer me, God.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
if I actually heard a voice at that time, I probably wouldn't have been like, is this really God or is it Satan or aliens or whatever? I probably would have
Sure.
been like, oh my God, he's real. Okay,
Sure.
then he's definitely real, I believe.
Sure. So essentially, and I don't want to mischaracterize the way you were praying to God, and then we can get back into how you prayed to Satan as well. But the way you were praying to God, was it essentially like, show yourself to me, prove yourself to me, and if you do that for me, then I will believe in you? Is that essentially how it was formulated?
I think what I did was, I got down on my hands and knees and put my hands together, and it was more along the lines of something like, God, if you're real, can you like show me in some way? Like, is that too much to ask? Because I really want to know if you're real, and I'm like terrified of hell and all
Yeah.
that. Like I tried having like a genuine conversation with him. Like I wasn't
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
think I was demanding or like, show me yourself right now or I'm gonna stop believing. Like I
Right.
didn't
Right.
say
Right.
anything like that.
Yep. Now, if God is more like a father and less like a personal request filler or something like that for us, if you look at the effect of that prayer, didn't God's silence project you into one, your name has his name in it, even though you're trying to subvert it, but the channels and the debates and the things you interact with, even though it's against God, it still includes him. It's still deeply involved with him, such to the extent that you would even join my stream, which is pro God. So what if God's answer to you is in the silence, through the silence, because he is all knowing, he knows exactly how you're going to respond to that silence, to thrust yourself in to the world of exploring him? Do you feel like that's a possibility? Like that's almost a justified reason for God's silence to you?
I mean, I can understand how that would make sense. Like, if I keep doing what I'm doing and talking to Christians and trying to learn it, then maybe one day I would come to God. But
Right. Through your own means.
I've been here
Importantly,
for
through
like,
your own means, like a child learning to ride a bike. If the dad never takes off the training wheels, if he never just pushes the kid on the bike, then the kid will never learn, right?
right.
That's what I mean.
But I mean, I've been doing this for like 17 years, and
Mm-hmm.
I listen to this stuff daily because, you
Hmm.
know, I don't want to sound derogatory or nothing, but I
Yeah.
love watching Christians come on to atheist debates and just kind of go crazy and crash out.
Sure. Yep. Yep. Yep.
But
Yep.
it
Yep.
helps me learn like logical arguments and all of
Yeah.
that, and the Bible at the same
It,
time.
it feels
Like
good.
it's a fascinating book, but I don't really see anything that's true about it other than maybe certain locations that are actually, you know, real in
Right.
reality.
Um.
I mean, like,
Oh yeah. Like you don't believe that Jesus was a real living person, for instance?
you know, I do take the mythicist position. Like,
Okay.
I don't say he's certainly not real. I don't really have any way to validate it. Like, I know some historians wrote about him, but there's the idea that some of that may be a forgery because there's even some things that are forged in the Bible. So I don't feel like I have any way to verify if it is real or if this
And
guy just heard about it from people
Mhm.
that were around and was like, "Oh, I'm going to write this down. It sounds interesting."
Now, are you interested in learning the actual history, or are you sort of just happy with your interpretation of history that, oh, maybe some things are forged and he's probably not real and stuff like that? Because if you're interested in the actual history, I could send you a link to a book by Bart Ehrman, an agnostic, really an atheist, historical critical scholar who does a lot of work to disprove the divinity of Jesus, but writes an entire book confirming his existence as a historical
Yeah,
figure. Have you heard of that?
I do know who he is, but I haven't like did like a deep dive into him.
Sure.
Actually, I've been hearing him credited as like one of the best um, scholars, but then
Mm-hmm.
a couple days ago there was a debate between him and somebody else.
Yep.
Trying to think of the other guy's name.
Was it Jimmy Aiken?
I think it starts with a C.
Okay. I'll look that up.
He's another scholar, but everybody in the comments was like, "Wow, Bart Ehrman got destroyed," and it makes no sense.
Yeah, I've
And I
only
was
seen
like,
Bart
isn't
Ehrman
this
get
guy
destroyed once by a guy named Jimmy Aiken, but maybe he got destroyed again because he usually beats Christians, I would say, in debates, because debates are a specific thing. You can win a debate and still be wrong, in my view. So anyway, well, we can certainly find the Bart Ehrman debate later.
I've been thinking about getting his book, Richard Carrier. That was it.
Oh, Richard Carrier. Okay, cool.
Yeah, if you look up "Godless Engineer," the debate between. Actually, he's talking to Richard Carrier, they're both talking about Bart Ehrman.
Mm-hmm.
Something about his course gets shredded or whatever. I haven't watched the whole thing, but
Cool.
I know a little bit about him.
Yeah,
There's a scholar that I frequent named Deconstruction Zone.
Cool. Deconstruction Zone.
I don't know if you've
I've not heard of him.
You should
No.
look him up too.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He does open debates, not like, with a moderator and all that, but you
Yeah.
can call into his show anytime and talk to him as long as you're a
Cool.
believer.
Yeah.
I can't call in since I'm not to ask questions, but he's got a Discord server and all that.
Okay, cool.
But
Well, definitely.
he seems to like Bart Ehrman, and that's honestly how I found out about Bart Ehrman is through him.
Yep. Well, so yeah, that's just to show that I'm not taking a Christian scholar to say that Jesus is real. I'm taking someone that, say, your people rely on as a source. And even Bart Ehrman, so the source of the atheists, affirms a historical reality to the story, to at least the existence and the crucifixion and the death of Jesus Christ. Now, Bart Ehrman will flat out and not just deny, but even refute, like try to give evidences for how Jesus Christ was not resurrected, obviously because he's an atheist. But that's a different story. But just to point out, there's distinctions between what is taken on a matter of faith and what can be taken even by the atheist as a matter of history. And so to say there's no historical relevance to the gospel or there's no historicity to the story, I think is just false, even from the atheist perspective. Do you see that? See where I'm coming from on that?
Yeah, I mean, like it's definitely there. I just don't believe it's factual.
Sure.
Maybe there was a real Jesus that did exist, or maybe there was just a person that this story was based on, and his name really wasn't even Jesus or Yeshua or whatever you want to call him. But then there's also the idea that his story was completely fabricated based on older mythologies. Like there's, I think Dionysus turned water to wine. There's other people that have died and resurrected.
Sure. Yeah, except that Rene Girard is going to be a great source for examining the difference between Christianity and all those other systems. All those other systems scapegoat the weak. Greek paganism with Dionysus and all that, and where all the other stories, like I think there was a Roman emperor that died and then resurrected, or he rose into the heavens, or whatever it was that people quote as saying like, oh, well, Jesus probably just stole, or the people that invented Jesus as a myth probably were just like combining a bunch of other myths together. But that doesn't explain how the message of the myth would be, the quote unquote myth, would be completely inverted, such that the story of every other religion and culture essentially is survival of the fittest. And that's the story of our current secular culture, survival of the fittest. That's what evolution is, survival of the fittest. And the Christian story of God himself coming to earth and being crucified as a sacrifice for our sins, him having done nothing wrong, us having done everything wrong, sacrificing himself or being sacrificed, allowing himself to be sacrificed, is actually an inversion of every story we've ever heard. It's sacrifice of the fittest for the benefit of the weakest. The low shall become high, the meek shall inherit the earth, what we learn in the teachings, the Beatitudes. So there is a crucial difference between Christianity and all the other myths. Even if there are similarities, you'll also notice the similarities, well, you have to pluck one from this religion, and 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 all these other religions conflict with each other in major ways, and yet somehow we get a perfectly synthesized story in the gospel. Now, you probably disagree with the synthesis.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. Like,
yeah.
Each one of these mythical figures did, at least one thing that Jesus did, but Jesus did like more than all of them, and
Exactly.
he seems like a much stronger figure, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I get that.
And another thing is, like, if I say, are you from? You're from the American South?
North.
Oh, you are. Where are you from? If you don't mind, you don't have to
North or I'm pretty much sort of smack dab in the middle.
Okay, sweet. Okay, a little Midwestern accent. Okay, I thought I heard a Southern accent, but sometimes I get confused. I'm from South Carolina, personally, so I grew up in this Southern.
I've got a little bit of Southern and a little bit of like the ghetto area accent.
Got you. Cool. That's kind of irrelevant, but I was just curious. But So if I told, so I'm just gonna, like say that you're from Ohio or something like that, right? So if I say, okay, Grim Reaper is from Ohio, he's 6'1", he's a black man. I'm just making things up about you, so just grant me these as like descriptions of you. And he works at a job at a paper factory, right? And then my friend comes to me and says, "No, that's a myth. I don't think Grim Reaper actually exists." And I go, "Why?" And my friend goes, "Well, because I know another guy who's black, and I know another guy other than him who works in a paper factory, and I know another guy other than him who is 6'1", and I know another guy other than him that lives in Ohio." Is that really a good argument for why you don't exist? Just because you happen to have qualities of a bunch of other people combined, like one of each quality?
Well, no, of course not.
Right. So I would apply that to Jesus as well.
Right. The thing that separates that from Jesus, though, is the supernatural claims about him.
But that's the qualities that the people are comparing to say he doesn't exist. So they're still within the same category.
Right. I mean, I don't necessarily think that like that for sure proves that he didn't exist.
Right.
I mean, I don't think there's any way to completely say no, he definitely didn't exist.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm just pointing out, like, if you were to use that as an argument in the mythicist argument, it kind of falls short of an actual justification, right? It's interesting. It's something to bring up and point out, but it isn't really a justification for the view. It's sort of just ancillary part of it, maybe. Okay, were you going to say something else? I thought you had something. Maybe you were about to say something, or I can...
Yeah, I did want to ask. So obviously I'm not the philosophical type of argument guy, but I focus more on specific religion itself. And like, because I live in what people would consider a Christian nation, although I don't think it is.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It depends how you want to define that.
I don't think it is either.
It's Christian and it's people. Like the majority of them are Christian, I guess, 60-something% or whatever. But
the society is definitely secular, though. I would agree. I mean, the culture, the presiding.
Which is interesting because a lot of them will argue that they follow objective morality in the Bible, but then you can usually find something in the Bible that they'll say, "Well, no, I wouldn't do that. That seems like the wrong thing to do." And then, then you believe in subjective morality. But my point wasn't going to be about that. It was you said that. What was it? So you said that Jesus sacrificed himself, and that's what generally makes him more special than the other mythological figures.
Yes.
So the story is that he sacrificed himself and then he resurrected. Like everybody knows that story, but the way that I read it originally is that's what I saw. But then as I've been going in and out of the atheist debates, you could also make the argument that he didn't actually willingly walk up to the cross and like say, "Kill me, I want to die for your sins." Like he was arrested and forcibly kind of dragged there against his will. But you could also make
all you have to say is that it is for his will because he was holding back the armies of heaven from saving him. So
I mean, you could also make the argument that he planned that to happen. Like I get that.
Yeah, so Infamous makes, and welcome Infamous, by the way. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you. We were just kind of in the middle of a thing, but appreciate you coming back and being here. Infamous is a moderator for the Discord. He's a frequent flyer in our Discord, and he is, like you, an atheist. So he'll actually defend you, but also point out inconsistencies in your own sort of argument like he just did. So, for instance, yes, given the worldview, Jesus absolutely consented to being sacrificed because he could have snapped his fingers and been anywhere else, as he does in the Bible throughout the whole story. He could have killed the Roman guards. He could have escaped, and even more than that,
taken their whole empire and given them orders to not.
He could have taken their whole empire and ruled as an earthly king and done all sorts of different things that he clearly has the power to do. Again, given within the worldview. I'm not saying you believe he has the power to do that, but in the story, in the world of the story, he clearly does. But even more powerfully than that, if you remember what happens when he's being arrested in the Garden of Gethsemane, one of his disciples pulls out his sword and cuts off the ear of the Roman soldier. And so he has disciples that are willing to defend him right there without invoking any spiritual powers. And what does Jesus do? He rebukes the disciple for doing that, because he says, "This is my purpose. This is my plan. Why you can't interrupt God's plan, my plan, for your salvation." And then he picks up the ear and puts it back on the Roman soldier and heals it. So there's sort of an ultimate consent and a willingness and a peace with what's about to happen that I think is very present and clear in the Bible and the gospel. Numenon says, "Nice to see Infamous back. Started to miss him." Me too. Welcome, Numenon. Welcome, Infamous.
Yeah, what's up, I mean, if we're going back and forth here, I think personally the strongest argument is a little bit further down the line. If you are Jesus and you know everything and you know what's going to happen, well, what does happen? Jesus becomes the kingdom of he becomes the ruler of the kingdom of God, the king of God, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. I'd sacrifice myself for that.
Sure. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. So
again, I don't think this. In fact, I think that also going back to the point that you said about how this is like the only story in which like the strong sacrifice themselves for the weak. You know, the meek will inherit the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. For instance, Prometheus, who gave fire to humanity, right? He was strong. He didn't have to sacrifice himself to give fire to humanity. He was fine. In fact, he could have kept fire for himself. And I think even in the myth, Zeus would have been okay with that. But the greatest offense was that he gave it to everyone.
Yeah, but the difference is that Prometheus is punished for eternity for that,
correct.
And Jesus is
which is
glorified.
An even more noble. Correct, which is an even more nobler presented. It's like even way noble. It's a greater sacrifice.
Maybe it's
a
more
sacrifice at all.
Okay, maybe it's more noble. Maybe it's a greater sacrifice. Maybe whatever. But the message of the story is to do that is to be punished. And the message of the Jesus story is to do that is to be glorified in God and to become like God. So that's
against
the
message
key
that
difference.
you just said it was about, which was about sacrifice for the meek. It's not sacrifice.
Well, it is a sacrifice for the meek, but when you sacrifice for the meek, you become glorified. Well, to say that Jesus experienced no loss on the cross, I think is a straw man and not really understanding what actually happened.
Well, what did he lose?
He lost hope. He said, "Eloi, Eloi, Shabachthani." For a second, he had all the human experiences
we've had this
of
argument
being
before.
crucified.
I thought we said we've had this conversation before. We know that that's a poem. That's not an actual doubt of God.
No, of course, it's not actual.
He doesn't doubt it.
It's not a lasting actual doubt. But I think if you look at
I'm
the
not
cross,
saying actual like any doubt. I don't think he had any doubt. I think it's a poem. If he had any doubt, then he wasn't God.
Well, maybe this is
perfect.
Yes, Jesus is perfect.
So
he's also perfectly human, right? So I feel that it's Can I finish the thing? I feel like there's power to the phrase Eloi, Eloi, lema sabachthani. Yes, it's beautiful and it shows his divine omniscience and knowledge that the end of the poem is the glorification of the Messiah and God. But I don't think we want to take from Jesus the real human emotion, and we can go to the church fathers for this, of this sort of desolation, of this this feeling abandoned by God. Now, he is perfect, so obviously it's in the form of this poem where even the abandonment is wrapped up in this glorification. I understand that. But I think we should preserve Jesus's actual human emotions of being crucified. And to say that he didn't give up anything, I think does not preserve his human nature in the crucifixion.
But even in the narrative, if we're given the facts, right, sure, is that a beautiful narrative to think about? Sure. Does it actually give credence to what happened in the facts of the narrative? No. He loses nothing. He becomes the same thing he was before the story as after the story. He's the same, as it says in the Old Testament, he's the same today as he was yesterday. Like, he loses zero. In fact, if you didn't want any of it to happen, he didn't have to have it happen. And any person that died along the way, any transgression that happened along the way, any loss that could have happened along the way, was fixed at the end.
Well, but that's the same with any human life. So if you want to say that, then you just have to say, well, no human
Prometheus
ever loses
was.
anything. Well, Prometheus wasn't real. He was a demon, I think. But anyway.
He was a demon.
Or actually,
I
he's
did
probably
want
not
to
a
add something.
yeah,
whenever you
please,
give me
please,
the chance
jump
to.
on in. Jump
Go
on in.
ahead.
Infamous
Actually,
will,
mention this.
Infamous will talk, and I will both go back and forth for an hour if no one jumps in. So just jump in, Grim
An
Reaper.
hour?
Appreciate it. Oh, and more like 3 hours. But anyway, so yeah, go ahead, jump on in.
So what I wanted to say actually kind of plays off what he was saying related to Jesus' sacrifice.
Yep.
It was actually my my next point.
Cool.
So when he sacrifices himself, he's giving up his life to forgive the sins of the people, right?
Yeah.
So the problem with the sacrifice is in order for there to be a sacrifice, something must be lost, which would be his life. But he came back to life and just went back to heaven to be with his father. So
Wait, how do you
the
know
other
that?
part of the story,
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
the other part of the story is that God gave his only son for us. Like everybody knows that phrase,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But
Yeah,
he
begotten son.
didn't lose anything because Jesus just came right back to him like after the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
So like nothing was really lost for either of them other than Jesus took some pain for us. But
Well, and he took
I mean,
the,
is
he
that
took
pain
the sins of the entire world onto him. Past and present.
Yeah, I
and
mean
future.
that's a different tangent. Like there's still sin and all that around, but I mean, like did he really give up anything if he just kind of cheated death and came back to life? Like there wasn't really a sacrifice then.
Sure. Okay, so let me just ask you, why, where are you getting the information that a sacrifice, the value of the sacrifice, is the death of the thing being sacrificed?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to mean a death. Like I could give up some favorite possession of mine
Exactly.
in exchange
Yeah.
for something, but he was specifically giving up his life.
Yes, and he did give up his life. You agree? He did. I mean, according to the story, he did die. And your contention
Right,
is
but
that
then he just kind
when
of
he came back
he
to
did-
life,
he
it nullifies the sacrifice. But why?
Yeah, well, I would say that he undid the sacrifice because he just was like, "Psych, I'm not really dead. I'm going back to heaven now. See ya. I'll come back at some point."
Like
But
for
this is-
instance,
this is
before
our
the
view of-
sacrificial laws. Before the sacrificial laws, if I sacrificed a sheep, but then I was like, I actually want it back. I don't think God would be very happy.
Well, they would. The Jews, when they your priest was also your butcher in ancient Judaism. So you would eat the things you sacrifice. They wouldn't just go to waste, right?
But I'm talking about like the sacrifice in the meaningful way of sacrificing it to God, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
I want it alive again, unsacrificed. Yeah, that's going to be an offense to God.
How do you know that? Well, only God could bring it back to life, so of course it wouldn't be an offense to him. Why would that be an offense? to him?
Maybe. I mean, let's say I could. Let's say I take it away. Let's say. I mean, I'm sure Satan could do it. Would that be
Like,
an
are you
offense to God if
talking
Satan
about
did that?
like if you stopped the sheep's heart for a few seconds and then like
Well,
jump
I don't know what
started it
Satan was
again?
able to do,
or
but let's
whatever?
say he killed the sheep to sacrifice it to God, and then
Okay.
he brought it back like an hour later.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Is
I can.
that not
I
an
don't.
offense?
I can't even imagine. But yeah, that might be an offense. That sure. I'll grant you. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
That's offensive. But
And
what if
so
God
that's,
does
that's
it?
the nature. That's
What
the
if
nature
God
of
does-
sacrifice. Sacrifice is the permanent loss of something.
This random hypothetical, which is never mentioned anywhere in the Bible or the Church Fathers, is the nature of sacrifice. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, the Bible didn't invent sacrifice, so I don't care.
No,
about the
it
Bible.
didn't.
I'm talking about sacrifice.
Okay. So how do you know what the biblical God, of the Christian Bible?
Well, the nature of sacrifice is that you lose something for at least a great period of time. In context, right? If you lose your keys for like an hour, I'd be pretty pissed in comparison to losing them for 10 minutes.
Okay.
But like, if I voluntarily lost my keys,
If you sacrificed your
it's like-
keys in order to whatever sleep with some
Yeah.
lady, like she's like,
Yeah.
oh, I'll sleep with you, Infamous, if you throw your keys into the River Thames.
then
You'd
it's
be
not
like,
really a sacrifice. Yeah.
yeah, right.
But,
Well,
like-
that would be a sacrifice. You'd be sacrifice. It'd be a ridiculous,
It's like a trade.
dare I say, a retarded sacrifice. It would be.
It's like a trade. But at that point, it's more like
yeah.
The point I'm getting at is like the substantial loss of something for someone else.
So let me.
Is a sacrifice usually.
Okay, so let me.
And I don't think that there's many. I don't think there's many other versions of sacrifice you can use, especially in the context of this. I think that this is the only context you can actually use the sacrifice for Jesus here. While he did lose his life, he gained it back literally days later.
Yeah.
It's not even like that he lost it for like, oh, until revelation happens, that's when I'll come back. Like it's not even like a long period of time. It's 2 days.
But where are you getting this idea of like substantial amount of time that the thing can't come back to life? Like in my view, because I believe that animals will join us in the resurrected kingdom, even the animals that were sacrificed will also be, if they haven't already been, raised to life in some, in the New Jerusalem. So like, where are you getting this view?
Reference for bringing like the sheep into the kingdom of heaven?
I've looked it up with the and on ChatGPT trying to draw on the church fathers, and there's nothing dogmatic. So you're allowed to hold any view, not any view, but you're allowed to hold a few different views. Like one, that the animals do not join us in the kingdom of heaven, but a lot of people would say that they do because they don't know the difference between good and evil, so they don't sin, and God created them to be perfect. So when he recreates the world in its perfection in the New Jerusalem, there's no reason to expect there wouldn't be the animals there, right? And maybe even the ones that were already killed.
I guess there's no differentiation between souls and life in the original Hebrew. So I guess if they are alive, I guess it would.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think they need a soul to be resurrected. Do you see what I mean?
Well,
they don't have to be soul.
In the idea of a soul came from. I mean, usually it's attributed to like the whole essence and qualia.
Yeah, it's more like a Greek.
I mean, but realistically, in the biblical faith or the Hebrew faith, it's the breathing of life. So anything that's alive,
has a soul.
Essence.
Anything, anything
mixed with the Greek, and then the Greek translations of the Bible came out, and the souls were like a.
Yeah, I think I would just vaguely, and again, this is not doctrine or anything, but I would vaguely define a soul as the ordering principle amongst chaotic parts or amongst disparate parts. So whatever holds things together has a soul. So there might be a soul of the earth, the ordering principle of all the parts of the earth.
I think the biblical definition of a soul, at least in the way that we think about it, is the truth of the truth of life unseen.
Okay.
Is the best biblical definition.
Okay, I'll certainly research that. Yeah, I should do more church father research on what soul actually is.
Which is the truth of that unseen, and you have faith in God, who is life. And
well, God is. Yeah, I agree. God is life. Okay, so let's bring it back to the Grim Reaper here. So, what is? Did I satisfy the question? I can barely remember what it is. And do you have another question, or do you want to restate it or repurpose it? If I remember correctly, the question was, okay, so Jesus was sacrificed, but then he just comes back to life 3 days later. So what's the point of the sacrifice? And then my answer is essentially, well, the death itself is the point of the sacrifice, not how long he stays dead, not what happens after he dies. It's the willfully giving of God himself to the evil human race for whatever ends they desire, in order to save us. That was the sacrifice. So I don't see why it matters how long he stays dead. I don't see why it matters what he does after he's dead. My biggest point, or Grim Reaper's?
I think your biggest point is that he took sin away.
And also as people, yes, I can imagine how it feels to take on all of my own sin, and it's devastating, and that's just my sin. And so to take on all the sin of the entire world, I don't think we can really accurately say that that's not a big deal, or that didn't affect God in any way, or that didn't Jesus Christ God, that wasn't a genuine sacrifice for a perfect being to become so sullied beyond what any of us know. So anyway, let's let Grim Reaper respond if he wants to.
Yeah, so my thing was, I was actually going to bring it up next. So, like, if everybody's sinned from the time that Jesus lived up until now, and even like future generations from now, if Jesus simply dying took away all that sin, then like, I feel like he should have taken a much heavier punishment. Like there's, I forget who said it, but they said like, well, you do one little sin against God and he just sends you to hell for like eternity. So if Jesus is taking on that times like a ridiculously large, uncountable number, shouldn't Jesus have died and gone to hell and like stayed there
He did.
instead of going back to heaven?
Oh, well, not stayed there, but he did die and go to hell. That's the belief.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
that's
like,
in the scripture.
You know what's a
Shouldn't he
you know what's a
be
really
there though?
Well, not if he
yeah.
defeated evil, defeated Satan in hell. That's the belief. So the battle was
Yeah,
won
he's basically saying all the
after the
sin that was ever
crucifixion.
created by humanity, including original sin, versus God. God
Mhm.
wins. Like, that's essentially what it's saying.
Which is totally consistent theologically. But I understand your point, or maybe is a corollary of your point. Why is there still sin if he already did defeat it?
Yeah, so like,
Mm-hmm.
when the fall happened in the garden,
Yep.
God chose the consequences of sin, which people say is like the destructive forces of nature, and sin just kind of, it's almost like it's a disease, like it's passed down from generation to generation. Everybody's born with original sin, all that.
Okay, we could
by
refine
default,
that, but yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so by default, our destination would be hell unless we repent as soon as we reach the age of accountability or whatever.
Sure.
But like, if he died for our sins, then why is any of that still a thing? And why didn't the natural disasters go away with it?
Because, okay, so the way that
it kind of just seems like he really did nothing for us.
I understand. I understand why you feel that way. But what the view is that Jesus is the narrow gate, right? So it's not that he died and sacrificed and then eliminated all sin, obviously, because we look around and it's everywhere, right? The world is even still ruled by the prince of this world, the devil. That's what I would say. That's what it seems like, right? The point is that Jesus gave us, he himself is a method by which to cleanse ourselves of our sin. And so it might be accurate, it might be inaccurate, but maybe an analogy for this is that the sins that he took on to himself are all the sins that are repented of, that the person decides to give to Christ, allowing them to enter perfect union with the Father in heaven. So if people still, like, when Jesus came, he didn't come to eliminate free will. He came to give us a path out of our sin. And the sin that he took on is the sin that we willingly give to him. So, yeah, if he came and eliminated our free will, then maybe there would not be sin. Maybe there wouldn't be natural disasters, yada, 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 whatever. We're told that that's going to happen, that our will is going to be perfectly unified with God's in the New Jerusalem at the end of time, but that there's this kind of period of growth and building of the church. But what would be the point of building the church if he just mind controlled us all to be in the church? There would be no point.
I don't see where this idea of free will comes into it at all, to be honest. The main reason I don't see it is because if I'm your father and you do something to insult me and I forgive you, every one of those sentences starts with I. There's nothing that I've done to force you to do anything. I've just forgiven you. It's just something I've done. And if you're saying that God is incapable of just forgiving without any sort of repentance, there's something he can't do, and I think that doesn't fall under.
We know that there are things he can't do, and so but it would disqualify him from being all just.
Yeah, but it wouldn't disqualify him from being all merciful.
It would not. No, it wouldn't. But he is both perfectly just and perfectly merciful. So that's why we have this system of sacrifice that we have to appease his justice as well as his mercy.
But if there's something that appeases his justice and doesn't appease his mercy, or vice versa, then that means
well, it does. It appeases both. His mercy is that he even allows us to. I mean, he could just wipe us out for being so disgusting.
That's not merciful. That's the lack.
That's what I'm saying. He is merciful, so he allows us to.
I said that's not merciful.
Yes, it is.
No, the lack of me doing anything isn't merciful. It's just not me doing anything.
Oh, this is a good point by Numenon. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me throw this in here as well. So he says Jesus' human life under a Christian view would be the most important thing that ever existed. Completely agree. And then that previous line of argument assumes that Jesus' life and suffering are of the same value as the rest of humanity's. And that's a great point. So it's not like Jesus as just a dude is being crucified. Jesus as God is being crucified. And what sin is to God is infinitely offensive. To offend an infinite being is to commit an infinite offense. So when Jesus as an infinite being took on the sin, that's why he's the only fit sacrifice for this. And the quality of his suffering is a lot different than the quality of the suffering of just a single human being. Does that make sense?
If it's infinitely offensive, Tim, I don't know how he was able to allow it for so long.
Because there was an infinitely perfect sacrifice.
No.
To appease
before
him.
that.
Well, that's his mercy. That's his infinite mercy.
Right, but you said it's infinitely offensive. Tim.
It is, yeah. But he's also infinitely merciful and just. So he allows it because he loves
us. So we
us.
pick the attributes we want infinitely if it goes along with the story.
He has all the attributes infinitely. What have I contradicted about?
Well, I'm saying that. Well, first of all, I didn't say you contradicted anything. I'm saying this is more of a pick and choose thing. Mainly that, like, if one thing makes sense for the narrative, then you pick it, even though he both is infinitely annoyed by sin and would stop it, but also is infinitely just and merciful, so he wouldn't.
That's not picking and choosing. That's synthesizing all of them together. How is that picking and choosing? How?
Because you picked the one that fit the narrative.
I didn't pick anything. He's infinitely merciful, just, good, loving,
He's
kind.
also infinitely offended by sin. Why would he allow it?
Infinitely offended by sin. Okay. How does that... to make the point you're making, you have to show me how being infinitely offended by sin contradicts him being all the other things. If I was infinitely offended
by people eating nuts, if I saw somebody eating nuts, I'd fight the fuck out of them.
But what if you were also infinitely merciful and just and kind and loving and compassionate? Would you also fight them?
Stand there and do nothing.
Right.
But he didn't stand there and do nothing, did he?
No, he's actually even better than you, so he doesn't do nothing. He does something perfect.
No, this is the thing we're talking about. Oh, he's infinitely better than me. He's also infinitely more offended than I am. So you're just picking where he goes.
Grim Reaper, can I just ask you, sometimes Infamous does this, and I don't even understand what he's saying. Do you understand the point he's making right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a contradiction there with all of the attributes that you have. Like,
Okay,
I don't think something can
is that?
be all merciful and all just, but
Okay, and why is that?
well, it's basically what he's saying. Like, you're picking something that works. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it.
Mm-hmm. I just don't see any contradiction between say a human judge who is imperfectly merciful but also imperfectly just, and those things being balanced out in his judgment. So, for instance, a poor kid steals a loaf of bread from a store, and the judge, being just, has to give him some kind of slap on the wrist, but also doesn't give him the maximum sentence. Like, how do those things cancel each other out?
Well, see, your situation is a little bit more complicated because you're saying that Jesus is God.
Mm-hmm.
So it gets convoluted for me, because what you're essentially saying is God sacrificed himself to himself. Have you heard of Matt Dillahunty?
God sacrificed himself to himself to serve as a loophole for rules that he created.
Yep, I know. We know that the Matt Dilla monkey arguments. But I don't see
that 100% is true. He 100% did all those things.
What did he do? Slay it
I
out
mean,
again.
it doesn't make sense to me. Like,
himself to serve as a loophole for rules that he created.
Yeah, like if God was all merciful and just, wouldn't he just be like, you know what? I get you guys are sinful. I'll just forgive your sins, because before the blood, before the sacrifice of Jesus, no, I was saying if he's all merciful and all just,
and then
wouldn't
you said
he just
something
come up
he would
with a
do.
wouldn't he just come up with a better solution than I have to kill my own son or myself?
Right. So let me
like,
just
I don't
ask you,
understand
how are you making that assessment? Just out of curiosity. Like, so you said that you're not all merciful and all just. So how do you know what an all merciful and all just person would do? I'm just curious.
I don't, because it seems contradictory.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, but if you aren't yourself merciful, or I mean, all merciful and all just, how do you know? Or like, where are you getting this information about what that being would do? Just out of curiosity.
If you're not a murderer, how the hell would you know I murdered someone?
That's not what I asked. I said, if you're not a murderer, how would you know exactly how a murderer should behave? Right?
Okay.
I mean, what's wrong with that?
Well, okay, so I'm an investigator. I know how murderers behave, but I've never murdered anyone.
Okay. So that's what I'm asking for. You're an investigator. What in your investigation has led you to believe that an all-merciful and all-just God would act differently than he acts? Or
Then
that
you
we
propose
say
he
he
has
acts.
acted.
Then I propose he has acted. Right.
That's for you, by the way, not for me.
Well, I already answered. I mean, I know exactly why.
No, I'm talking to.
Oh, for the Grim Reaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the question?
So, like, you're saying, like, an all-powerful or an all-merciful and all-just God would do X. And I'm just asking, how do you know? Where do you get that information? And there might be an answer. I'm not saying you don't have an answer. I'm just saying, how do you know what an all-merciful and all-just God would do?
I don't think he can even exist because all of the attributes that you pair to God are contradictory because like if he's merciful, then he's allowing people to exist in sin, but if he's just, then he has to punish them too.
Exactly.
But
well,
he's
he has
not
to punish the
he's
sin.
not punishing them by sacrificing Jesus. He's
punishing
giving
humanity.
his life, which he gets back, to just forgive everybody's sins. But then the sins are still here, and we can still sin and screw up, and we have to just
right.
Like it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does make
like,
sense.
why didn't
right?
he come up with a better? Why didn't he just come up with a better solution? Like just
what's the
forgive
better
our
solution?
sins if we say I'm sorry.
And would
well,
that
like
be
if
just at all?
if you do something wrong to somebody, you go to apologize to them, and then
sure.
you make amends, and everything's usually fine.
Yeah.
Why isn't that the solution with God? Like we have to give our life to Jesus and pray to Him and keep our faith strong with Him and all of that.
Yeah, follow him.
But it's not just for the sins. It's for something that we didn't do, like the original sin. I had nothing to do with the whole garden thing.
Well, you aren't punished.
So why is my
Well, you
I was going to say, why is my default position? Go ahead.
You are not being punished for the sin that Adam committed. You are being punished for the sins that you commit. And what Jesus offers you is a way to repent from that sin and to turn away from it and to turn back towards God. So there's no unfair punishment in terms of sin. Like a being, if they were born, a human being, and were perfect, would not be punished for something that their father did, right? And we don't even think that in our society, that we should punish children for the crimes of their father. So clearly our Father in heaven doesn't believe that either. What Jesus came...
You have a different position then, because there are people that I've spoken to that said our default state is hell because of original sin. So
that's
unless
false.
you turn to Jesus,
that's false.
Then, but I mean, the book does say that to some degree, because it says
that
if you're an
sin
unbeliever,
entered the
then...
world through Adam. Adam taught us how to sin. But we still are the ones that do it. And you will never be punished for a sin that you didn't commit. That's also part of the theology. So just because he taught us how doesn't mean we're punished for doing what he taught us to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you mean Eve, though, but...
Oh, sorry, did I
misspeak? Your views, your view is different, so, like... If that's the case, then what's the point? Like, why do I care about Jesus at all?
Well, because you have sin. No, or another way of saying that: are you perfect?
Well, no, nobody is.
Sure.
But if I go through my life the exact same way I do, and I, maybe I tell a little lie here and there, or whatever, but I remain atheist my whole life. Like, what happens to me?
Well, that's a good question. So what I would say, no. I can't say that. Maybe
That's what you told me last time.
Maybe Infamous knows that for sure, but
that's what you told me last time.
Well, I may have evolved my view since then. and I hope I didn't say that, but maybe I did. But tell me
You
if
said I'd go to hell because act can't get you into heaven alone.
yes, good works will not get you into heaven. That's right. But what I say about hell, which is different from what you've been told, is that I am not the judge of who goes to hell. I have no idea who goes to hell. I know where salvation is. I do not know where salvation isn't. So I have no information, unfortunately. If you ask me, does this person go to hell? Does this person go to hell? Does this person? I literally have no idea. Because it's not
Well,
my
yeah, I
job.
mean,
It's not
I'm
my
just
position to
asking
know.
I'm just asking your opinion, but from what I've seen in the book, it says if you're an unbeliever, then you go to the lake of fire.
Sure.
And
but
it
what,
even says that when Jesus is supposed to return for his second coming,
Mhm.
he's going to return with a fire in his eyes to wage war against the unbelievers and slay them. And then
Mhm.
they're cast into the lake of fire, and his believers go with him to his kingdom.
And what do you think it means to be an unbeliever, especially if you're looking at Jesus right in the face in his second coming?
Well, there's a parable that he tells where I think he's a king in the parable, but he basically says, those enemies who don't want me as their king, bring them to me and slay them in front of me.
Yeah.
So
and what,
like,
and what does it mean to not
you have
want
to,
the God of love as your king? Let me ask you that.
I mean, it seems like you have to at least acknowledge he is the king, which
Yes.
I don't. Like, he's just a figure to me that I don't necessarily even believe exists. So not only do I not acknowledge him as the king, but
Mhm.
I'm an unbeliever in him. So then wouldn't I then go to the lake of fire?
But didn't
Even
you?
though I've
But we're,
technically done nothing.
But that passage is talking about a situation where you are face to face with Jesus. So if he comes and appears in your room right now with fire in his eyes and says, "I am Jesus, the King," are you still going to deny him in that moment?
I mean, I would acknowledge he exists if I was for sure it was him, but like
Well, and would you
if he's
acknowledge that he is
threatening
your?
me in that way, then
Well, he
no,
didn't threaten you.
I
No,
wouldn't.
he's not threatening you. I'm just saying he shows up
I
in a
also wouldn't,
blast
because
of
that would,
glory.
he'd look like Satan.
A
Yeah, I
holy
mean,
fire.
I wouldn't really know what to
Wearing
make
white
of that. Like,
robes.
I'm not gonna.
I
Oh,
mean,
Tony.
hey, Satan disguised
here,
himself as an angel of light.
Here, we got a new initiate. We got a new member that wants to join. So let's give Tony a chance. He says, came here to watch atheists appeal to morals. And we do that quite often, and I'd be happy to get into that. But
He's gonna fucking hate me.
yeah, he sure is. So let's get him in here. At least make it a 2v2. But so my question is that
this is more of like a 1.5.
A 1.5 v1, yeah. So if what the context of that verse or whatever where you're drawing that from is the end time situation, the battle of hell versus heaven, right? So if you get through all the stages of the apocalypse, and I don't even claim to know what happens in the apocalypse because I don't have that knowledge and I can't understand Revelation easily when I read it, and you go through all that and you see Jesus literally with your own 2 eyes riding down from heaven on like a Pegasus with a flaming sword or whatever, and you still decide to align yourself with the other side, I mean, why shouldn't you go to hell?
Well, I'm not taking the other side. Like, I'm not.
Oh, so you would take his side.
I'm not saying I'm with Satan. I'm saying I'm neutral. Like,
would
okay, I don't know
remain
if Satan
neutral.
is real, but you're clearly here. So
Right. And
you
so
know,
would you
that's all
still?
you get.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
I'm not sure.
How accurate is Jesus to the Bible? Because if he is like, I'm the God from the Bible and it represents me perfectly, then I would say, okay, well, no, then I'm not going to bow to you because there's
Okay. And why is
there's
that?
questionable things that Jesus does in the book.
And what's that?
Well, besides saying that he wants to kill anybody that doesn't accept him as their king, he seems to.
Okay.
It's odd because he kind of seems to go against God's law in a few ways in the book.
Let's hear it.
Like when the Pharisees bring him the adulterer woman and says you're supposed to kill him or kill her, but he says, he says his little famous line, but instead of following the law to kill her, he sets her free.
Do you know what Jesus calls the law, the fulfillment of the law and the prophets?
But what do you mean?
A man comes to Jesus and he says, listen, There's a lot of laws. There's like 560 of these things. I'm a simple man. I'm a normal guy. I don't know how to live according to 560 laws. Are there just like one or two that kind of will get me by? And Jesus says these two things are the fulfillment of the law and the prophets. Yeah. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your strength, and your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. So the law was given to people to show us, to explain to us that we can't live perfectly according to God's laws, because God is perfect and we are not, right? Jesus comes to show us, I can perfect you. I can bring you into heaven. And he just gives us two simple things. So if you can't do those two things, I mean, why would you deserve to go to heaven? That's my question.
Well, there's actually a couple verses I think it's in the Old Testament, where God is speaking about his laws, and he says, I think there's 613 of them, something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot.
He says, none of these laws I have given you are too hard to follow, and there's no excuse, because I can't remember if it says they're written on your heart or not, but he's basically saying these laws should be really easy
hold on,
to
real
follow.
quick to Tony. Sorry, Tony. There's a confusing thing. You've got to go to the rules tab. It's right here, and you got to press accept rules first. That's why it's locked. So try that, accept the rules, and then join the stage, and it should work. Sorry about that, brother. I don't know how we make that more clear to people, but whatever. That's how it goes.
It's like the clearest thing in you have to load.
Yeah. So just accept the rules in the rules tab, and you'll be all good. Sorry. Continue, Grim Reaper. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. I was saying that God himself says in the Bible that the rules that he's given you are easy to follow. And there's 2 or 3 characters, I think, like, pretty sure Job was one of the characters that, he says he was a righteous man and he followed all of his laws. And then I think Elisha and Enoch were the other ones, and they did such a good job that he just took them straight to heaven while they were still alive.
Yeah, that's right.
So shouldn't we all be able to follow the laws, even if it's 613 of them?
Are you as righteous as Elisha?
No, and honestly, I don't think we can follow all of those laws, because like I'm wearing mixed fabric right now. So
exactly, yeah, exactly. And some of them were straight up done away with. Like, for instance, the restrictions on what you can eat. Jesus comes to Paul and gives him a vision, or maybe that might have been Peter actually. It was Peter. But literally does away with them and tells us that the fulfillment of them are the 2 basic ones, and that's what's written on our heart. So all the law, it's important wording, because if it's the fulfillment of the law and the prophets are these 2 supreme commands, then what Jesus is saying when he says that the law is easy to follow is he's saying those 2 commands are easy to follow. So law and prophets equals love God and love your neighbor. Law and prophets equals easy to follow. Therefore, love God, love your neighbor, easy to follow. And I agree, personally. I think it is easy. I think it's shameful. It's why we need repentance and forgiveness, that we don't follow them intuitively, which I don't, and I'm sure we all fail to, even though we try, right? Okay, welcome, Tony Wenham. Twenham. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. So let's give Tony a chance to chime in here. Where are you at? I'm guessing you're a Christian, Tony. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Christian man. Are you? It looks like you were interested in the atheist appealing to morals. So do you like presuppositional debates and Jay Dyer and all that stuff?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, I'm at work, right? I'm from England, so if
Cool.
my accent is
Well, we've got an Irishman in this chat, but I love English. I love the
Irish.
English.
I'm not Irish.
I'm Irish.
Yeah, he infamous is Irish, so that's what you guys are gonna have. This will be a good debate. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, sure enough.
Okay.
So what's the whole topic about? Sorry, I joined about 5 minutes ago.
You're all good, bro. We're all good. We were just kind of getting into the nature of the sacrifice of Jesus, and these two were making the argument that it's insubstantial, it doesn't matter, it's not real because he raised from the dead just 3 days later. And I'm saying my defense of the sacrifice is, who says how long the thing stays dead for is the point of the sacrifice. So I disagreed with them on that. But really, we kind of came to the end of this line of argumentation. So if you want to introduce anything else, like, for instance, if you do want to question these two about how they could possibly ground objective morality, I would be very into – that's what I usually argue. And so I'd be very into getting into that. I'm not sure if they will.
The first thing the first thing that gets said to these other guys is, why would 3 days matter when a man has risen from the dead? Right. Why would that time scale? Like, what does it matter if he said 3 days or a week or a year, whatever? Surely, if you're worried about the time period in which you remained in the ground, so to speak, you're like, you're missing the elephant in the room here. You're missing the elephant in the room here.
It was a rhetorical element. I actually don't care about how many days he stepped in. It still wouldn't be to the amount of stuff he would inherit when he becomes the king of heaven.
So what are you? Are you a Christian? Are you a
agnostic atheist?
Jehovah's Witness? Or are you?
God, I knew a Jehovah's Witness. He's converted now. His family's still deep in it though.
Okay, so what are you again? Sorry, you were breaking up. That's probably my fault. Agnostic. Yeah. So I was that most of my life.
No, agnostic atheist.
Agnostic atheist. That can't really be.
I know.
That's contradicted.
I've tried to explain this thousands of times. They like to.
Have you ever heard of Richard Dawkins?
No, agnostic atheist is agnosticism to do with knowledge. I don't know God doesn't exist. If I did, I'd be a Gnostic atheist, which is like a hard atheist, or like someone who believes God does not exist. So I'm an agnostic atheist.
It's semantic.
I don't believe God exists.
It's totally semantic. He's an atheist.
Yeah, it's like saying I'm a black white. It's literally like saying I'm a black white.
I like this guy.
You got to clear your terms up, dude. You got to clear your terms up. So what's an atheist?
That's what I just did.
And surely, like, as an atheist, you got to be kind of, what, are you a reductionist? Are you a materialist?
No.
Are you an empiricist?
I like empiricism. I don't think you can come to all knowledge with empiricism.
Right, but how can you? Okay, so explain the agnostic bit of that.
Sure, agnosticism and Gnosticism deal with knowledge, the factor of question, right? Like, for instance, if I'm an agnostic Bigfootist, I don't know he doesn't exist, but I do not believe he exists, right?
Oh, right, okay, so we might have different terms for agnosticism. The agnostics I speak to.
I know what you're thinking.
Yes,
you're thinking of the layman term.
The agnostics I tend to speak to, when I come across them, they believe in a god, so to speak, but it's like unknowable.
No, that's not an agnostic. That's an agnostic. That's an agnostic.
That's like a deist. That'd be like a deist, I think.
Yeah, it'd be deist.
That might be a deist. So how do you ground morality and ethics and morals into your worldview?
That's a good question. I like this one.
Ground them. I don't think they're objective in the way that, like, they're ultimately objective. I think that once you think that you have, like, a goal, for instance, right? Like, I care about human well-being. That's the jump that I need to. That choice is subjective. But every other choice from there is objective.
Okay, so how do you make the subjective? How do you make that first subjective claim? Why? Or what's that?
Oh, I just do. It's mine.
It's just axiomatic.
So it's arbitrary.
For me, no, it's not.
Oh, so how do you come to it if it's not arbitrary?
Well, I didn't randomly make the choice.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. What were the causes of the choice?
I imagine reality in which I exist, but.
Okay, I don't understand that. Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna send you around the bend, man. This is crazy.
Nothing I said was untrue.
Okay, but wait, look, can I point this out? So if you, well, that's a good place to go next. But
reality.
Can I point this out
first? How do you know reality?
Yeah, right.
I don't necessarily know all reality.
But then how do you know
all reality?
Then how do you make truth claims?
I can make truth claims by assuming the reality I experience.
So So your standard for truth are things that I assume. Is that Fair.
This sounds like T-jump. Have you ever heard of T-jump?
Yeah, he is like T-jump.
God, bro, I haven't heard a T-jump in fucking years.
T-jump.
Oh man,
is he still going?
T-dump.
I watched Jay Dyer destroy him.
I imagine Jay Dyer would fuck up T-jump.
He did. He did. It's
I
hilarious.
never really liked T-jump.
It's hilarious. Okay, so wait, but
there was some French dude as well. I can't remember his name. Yeah, and
So-
he's kind of spoke like this with an accent, and I don't know. The only thing I know is real. That is me. The outside, I'm just a monkey.
Yeah,
that sort of man.
Okay, so to
Yeah, I don't
influence,
know
so
about the
you
monkey
make,
thing, but the,
so you
but the
admit,
ultimate. If we're talking about ultimate knowledge, then yeah, the only thing I can know that exists is me ultimately.
Okay, well, we could get into that, but I still want to hammer down this subjective morality thing because so you make, okay, you say I only make one assumption about morality,
About what I
and
care about.
about what I care about, and I make a subjective, I guess not arbitrary, but you don't have a real reason for it, decision that human
Well, there is a
well-being.
reason for it. I just don't necessarily have to ascertain it. Like there is a reason I picked it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay,
It's
fine.
not necessarily
So you
arbitrary.
you
Not a reason to-
unknowably, yeah, right. It's not. It's certainly not a justification. So you make this
Well, do you know about-
unjustified
do you know why
claim.
you care about the things you care about? I don't think anyone
Yes,
truly does.
I do, but let's stick on you
Well,
for
you
a second.
think you do. You have a claim.
And you think I don't, so it's equal, right? Okay, so
I think you do have a claim. But...
I'm gonna stick on your view of morality though. So you make this assumption at the beginning of your moral structure that human well-being matters. Okay, so that informs.
Ingredients, obviously, I think my mom is more important than.
Sure. Well, then it flows down from that. So you start with human
Yeah, it does.
well-being matters, and then everything else gets built down from that. And so, why am I wrong if I start, given your worldview, if I start from human
Well, if you're wrong
well-being
given my worldview, it's
doesn't
because
matter?
it's my worldview.
No, I don't mean given your moral structure. I mean your worldview. Like because
You're
in
wrong
your
because it's my
worldview, you just get to make this starting point. So if your worldview is consistent, then I should get to make my own starting point as well. And I can have reasons, but I don't have to justify them. I don't even have to know what they are.
I never made like the choice to care about human beings when I was 2. Never.
Okay, so say I didn't make the choice either, and that's even worse for you, for that position, because if I didn't make the choice, I actually had no control at all whether my worldview, my morality starts with, you know what, human life actually doesn't matter. Whatever is good is what eliminates human life. And so how do you say that's wrong?
You wouldn't have an issue.
Fair enough. How do you, except for my human life, so how do you say that's wrong given your moral structure?
Because it's my moral structure. It's wrong.
Okay.
We can keep doing this. Like,
Yeah, I sure could.
Wow.
Any comments on that, T. Wenham?
Yeah,
I told you the
think
first choice was subjective. Where did you think this was going to go?
That's what we're exposing
Well,
the
well,
contradiction of your whole.
Can we start from the ground?
Yeah,
Is there meaning in the universe? Is there any objective meaning?
What do you mean by objective meaning?
Is there any real meaning to the universe?
See, I feel like you're cheating there. Real meaning. Like, what do you mean?
Well, in your worldview.
Well, I think there is real meaning in my worldview. I think that we ascribe.
Right.
So I don't think that there's like this objective, inherent, causal fucking meaning to the universe. I don't think the rock has meaning to itself. In the same way that the universe doesn't have meaning to itself. We imbue things with meaning. The care that I have has meaning to me, not fucking some guy at the other end of the world.
Okay. This is the problem here. Aren't you presupposing meaning? Aren't you?
Am I presupposing meaning?
What I mean is, you can say that I don't know nothing, and you can't really argue against that because if you don't know, you don't know. You don't know.
Do you know that?
Right. What I mean is, if you're clearly in the universe. I'm talking to you right now. So in your worldview, in your worldview, like where does this universe come from? I'm not saying you have to have 100% proof. I'm not saying this, but I'm saying
I'm not a
must have some.
cosmologist.
No, neither of us are. There must all worldviews are faith based essentially.
Faith based?
Yeah,
yeah. You got to have faith. You got to have faith.
Sensory based. I don't know if they're necessarily faith based. Like,
what do you mean by sensory?
It depends on what you mean by like unjustified, right? Because like, what do you think is a justified belief? Because then faith, I would say, is an unjustified belief.
A belief that has a universal grounding for holding that belief.
What do you mean by universal grounding?
something that applies universally and is able to ground the belief that you have.
Yeah,
You just used more words. You didn't define it.
Well, what definition are you missing? Is it the definition of grounding?
No, no. I want to know what you mean by universal grounding.
Oh,
because if you just say real,
well,
then
okay,
I don't think any of us can know that anything that are real truly without any absolute
universal
certainty.
means something.
What is
that
your
exists.
justification?
For the things that I believe esoterically, the I exist.
That's your only justification.
Yeah, I absolutely exist. Can't disprove that.
Then how do you get to human? So can you walk us through how you get to human well-being from I exist?
Oh, they're not connected. It's just something that happens.
Okay, so
how do you know that?
So, or also that just means that your morality has no grounding. It doesn't even. It's not even grounded in your.
That's not what that means.
Okay, so what is the grounding for your morality?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the grounding is a thing that happened to me from my experiences.
This is circular beyond belief.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Where is the circularity?
Well, I said, what's your grounding for
morality?
morality?
Where did I justify it? Where did I justify it by appealing to something that comes later in the argumentation? Please tell me.
You justified it by just it is. Like I asked you, what's the grounding for your morality, and you said my morality is the grounding for my morality. So
yeah, okay.
Circular.
You're presupposing morality exists.
Can I add in?
Yeah, jump in here. Jump in here, Grim. Yeah, jump in here, please.
I get asked this question pretty frequently in both like online debates and just when I was messing around on Reddit. But anytime anybody asks me like, where does your morality come from? So if you look at our society as shit, what's your name again? You said it was just we're then like basically a secular morality. People have come. Lost track of people's names on here.
Yeah. We got Infamous and we
got the
Tony.
host.
Yeah. Oh, me, Reese. I'm Reese, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you said we're in like a secular society, so
yeah.
We've all come together and made an agreement of what's right and wrong based on the well-being and just what allows people to live comfortably. So
sure,
mine is coming from growing up in that and seeing, okay, it seems like pretty much everybody thinks it's wrong to kill one another, and I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Yep.
And I have empathy for others, so like I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to put anybody in harm either.
That's great. See, that's an actual grounding, at least, even though it's insufficient. That is a grounding for the morality that you hold, whereas Infamous won't even tell us that, what he holds or what his grounding is. But I'll tell you why that's insufficient.
I said that there is some set of experiences in reality that led to me choosing this thing.
Okay.
He thinks that is the reason he does that. I don't know what the reason is.
All right, fair enough. I didn't
try to explain this.
I didn't mean to start a whole thing. Okay, so let me explain why that's insufficient. Because what if you were born, Grim Reaper, 200 years ago? Wouldn't all the inputs of society about what is good and wrong say that slavery is good?
I mean, yeah, if I happen to be born into that, then
sure,
chances are I might likely think that that's a good thing. Just and like then, if I was born into a society of cannibals, then I might think,
exactly.
Oh, we should be eating each other. But
100%.
At some point, most societies seem to evolve. Like we've changed a lot since Christian
how can you
times.
Use evolve? Wait, if there's no objective grounding outside of what the society describes, it doesn't evolve. It just changes.
Well, if you jump back to the cannibalistic society, eventually they're going to look at their society and say, our numbers are dwindling and we can't reproduce fast enough. The problem must be within us eating each other. So maybe we should stop doing that. And then they slowly grow out of being a cannibalistic society.
Yeah, but
they just die out because they all eat each other.
Yeah, the thing we're looking at, though, is your standard for morality. So until the cannibalistic society decides, for whatever reason, to change from being cannibalistic, the moral good is actually to eat people, because the standard is whatever society agrees to. And so your worldview necessitates that you say, well, it actually contradicts itself, because if the society says that cannibalism is good, then it's good. And if the society says that cannibalism is wrong, then it's wrong. So under your worldview, you can make two opposite claims. You can say cannibalism is good and cannibalism is bad. Now, that's not a consistent or coherent worldview if you can make opposite claims given it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on like what level of empathy I have, because there's going to be some person in society that is like way more moral and righteous than everybody else. Like, let's
Sure.
use Jesus for example. He thought, I need to sacrifice myself for everybody's sins and lift that weight off of them. Nobody else had that idea. He was the only
Sure.
one. Like, he was the rare breed out of everybody.
Yeah.
So if there's somebody that exists like that in a cannibalistic society,
Then they would be
that
wrong.
recognizes like, this is kind of messed up that we're all eating each other, but everybody would be against that person because everybody else's view is it's morally correct to eat people.
Yeah, and
But if
actually
that one person stood up and like raised their voice, maybe they say something powerful and it changes the society and they all stop cannibalizing each other.
Yeah, but at the beginning of that process, until I don't know, and then of course there's the problem of what is society? Is it 51% or 80% or whatever? But we don't even have to talk about that. But while it's just the one righteous person, that person, given your worldview, is actually morally bad. Do you see that?
I mean, sure, to everybody else.
Well, but that's
Can
what
I
your
chime in
standard
here
for
for a
morality. Yeah, please jump in, Tony. Please.
Yeah, sorry. So I don't mean to interrupt.
No, that's good.
Okay. So what I'm gathering here from not you, the other fella. Sorry, I don't know his name.
God's Grim Reaper.
Yeah, the guy that was just speaking. Hello.
Yeah.
It sounds like your basis for morality is based on just a subjective society, figure of imagination. For example, you said that you're from this secular society. They're the morals that I've adopted because that is the morals of the society. So would that make those morals correct, incorrect? Are they objective? Are they subjective?
I think morality is subjective. Go ahead.
Go on. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You carry on. Carry on.
I was saying that I think morality is subjective. Like, even in the Bible, I don't see objective morality, because sure, you can find some place where God says it's okay to do something, but then he says it's not okay to do something, but then in a different situation, he might say it's okay to do this or use your own judgment, so then that kind of makes it subjective. But I see everybody right now as living as subjective. And besides me looking around at like how my society lives, I also take into account empathy and like my personal experience. Like, if I grew up abused, I might think it's the morally correct thing to want to abuse other people. But I didn't, and I recognize that not wanting to abuse people allows society to thrive. So that becomes morally correct to me. Even if some other people don't think that is the correct thing.
Yeah, in my worldview, I think that we all bear the image of God, so we have that moral compass built in us to know right from wrong. A true right, a true wrong. So like, but with your worldview, it's kind of like, well, whatever country I'm born into, that is the correct. I adopt that. That's the correct morals. The problem is that if you go back to say 1940s Nazi Germany, the killing of the Jews and the Gypsies and the blacks and etc., that was the moral compass of that country. So therefore, under your worldview, that will be deemed correct.
Yeah. That is the ultimate
Well,
problem.
I think there was a little something extra.
Sorry.
I think there was a little something different going on there, because you're talking about a country that was not like that originally until, Mustache Man came along.
Oh, yes.
And he basically ordered people to take that position. I don't remember if he said, you have to follow me or die or not, but I'm sure there's some figure in history that basically said that.
He did, but also...
Yeah, he's pretty much an atheist. Is might makes right.
Yeah,
without God, might makes right.
Crazy.
Well, see, I would question that, because he says in his book that the Jew was the enemy of God, and I know that certain people might think Christians don't like Jews. They separate themselves from the old. Yeah, well, I don't know if he said to be a Christian, but he said he was doing the work of God.
Right.
So,
So,
like,
if we're
maybe
going
he
off
was
of
a
things that he
Christian or
didn't
maybe
say,
not.
then like I don't know what we're doing.
But the God, his God was his father, the devil. But that's irrelevant to the point. The point is your
His
standard.
God was himself.
And himself.
No,
really.
his
God
God
was
was
Germany.
Yahweh, bro. What do you mean?
No, his God was
It's
Germany.
Nobody
crazy,
and
actually
he was
knows, but my,
Yeah, we
my
don't-
I mean,
point
sure,
was
nobody can
that
look
if
inside of
he's
his brain, but he professed to be a fucking Christian.
I mean, but also he
Yeah.
can't.
My
he
point is
can't.
that if
He
he's-
the devil will
disqualified
profess
himself
to be a
from being-
Christian.
Exactly. The Antichrist will as well. So,
That's a great explanation.
well, he is an Antichrist, given the view of the Orthodox Church. Hitler is a type of the Antichrist, as well as many other people, Stalin and Mao, and anyone that professes. Well, not even about professing Christianity, but performs the acts of the devil on behalf of the devil. But the point is about the standard. So you are saying I don't feel comfortable with the saying that Hitler's moral compass, like Nazi Germany's moral compass, is an actual valid standard for what is good and what is wrong. So what is if it's not the society? But you already, because you said that society forms the standard for what is good and wrong. That is a society that had a standard for what's good and wrong. And
Correct.
maybe Hitler was, forcing people to believe him, quote unquote. But listen, there were more Germans than Hitler. Like, if nobody believed him and nobody went along with it, and they actually had a strong moral standard of what is good and right, they would have resisted him instead of going along with it. There were more of them. Yeah, I don't
I could
buy
compare that
But Germany
right
was
now
also a largely
to
Christian country. Don't they have those objective worldviews?
Clearly not.
How do you explain that under
If
your
they
worldview?
if they
Okay,
threw them
well,
away,
then
so
no, it clearly doesn't work.
we'll know them by their fruits. Their fruits showed them not to be Christians.
Okay.
Yep.
There you go.
I think you can make a comparison to, like, right now in America, there's one guy that people would say is a dictator, but
Yeah.
there's way more of us than him. So
And-
why is nobody really doing anything? They're just shouting on Twitter or whatever, or Blue
Sure.
Sky, which does nothing to me, and not even really the
Cowards.
protesting. You do
That
anything.
exposes the flaw in your worldview. Do you see that? How can we call
Well,
Trump
I'm saying,
wrong
like,
if the
shouldn't
majority
we,
of the country
if
agrees
we
with him?
could get rid of him, like, shouldn't we actually do that and, like, take real action instead of just sitting back and allowing him to do whatever?
Not according
Because,
to
you
your
know, it
worldview.
didn't work in Germany, and it's not
Sounds like-
working here either.
He's asking in your worldview if it's like a Christian nation, or there are many Christians, or there's even like 2 Christians. Like, why aren't they stopping it?
Well, I'm
I
saying,
think-
like,
yeah,
anybody,
what-
even the atheist.
Yeah.
I mean, the atheists probably would try, but whatever.
Um,
I think any person
think-
that thinks themselves is good will try, but whatever. Well, even the bad people think they're good. Whatever, you know what I mean.
That's subjective as well.
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
good?
Yeah,
in an
exactly.
atheist
What is
world?
the good? Yeah, what is the good to the atheists? It's confusing.
I mean, if we're talking about like the closest thing to objective grounding you can think, I think that like human well-being is the closest. that you
Why?
can come
Why
to.
is the well-being of humanity
Because there's
mean
no
anything
human
in
that
an
has
atheist
ever
world?
there's no human that's ever not thought that.
There's no human
That
has
must
never.
mean there must be
Well,
something else.
What? Say it again.
What do you mean there's no human that ever thought that?
There's no human that has ever not thought that. Every human ever has cared about
What?
human well-being.
What are you talking about?
Right.
Yep, every human ever has cared.
Right,
about
but are you
Hitler-
presupposing? You're presupposing so many things.
Yeah.
No, not every human ever has
You
cared
are.
about human well-being.
Unfortunately, you are, sir.
Well,
I'm
just
not.
because every
Name
human
one thing I'm
ever.
presupposing.
Well, if every human
Well,
ever agreed that slavery is right, which they did for the most of history, that
universal.
means it's right.
You're basically saying if slavery was right, would it be right? Yeah, sure.
But-
Congratulations, you got me.
Well,
No,
you're
no,
the
no, no,
one.
no, no. You made a universal. You made a universal, and you said all humans had
every
this thought.
humans thought that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a universal. You're gonna have to evidence your universe, how
Yeah, sure.
you plug
every
into this
person
universal
ever has
domain.
every person ever, every single one of them have with
Evidence.
have with their actions proven that they think that.
Evidence that.
Yeah.
I
What
just
is what is the evidence? No, you just
Well,
made an
what's the
assertion.
evidence?
Yeah, what is the
Do you want me to
evidence?
bring out a list of all human action ever? What do you mean?
No, just give us an
Well, yeah.
example of how that could even
Yeah.
possibly be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, you
know
made
what?
the claim
Show
that
me
every
God.
human.
No, you know what?
Go
Show
back
me
to
God, bro.
Adam.
No. Show me God, bro.
Why?
Too-
No, I
too
don't
close
need
No,
to
to
show
show
you
me
God.
God, bro. No. Show me God.
No.
See, this is
Right,
called
okay.
asking for unreasonable amounts of evidence. I
No,
just
it's not.
gave you my
No, it's
claim.
not. That's not. That's not. So God
Yes,
is
it is.
metaphysical, unless you're expecting all
So
evidence
what's thoughts,
to be.
bro?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's fine.
We're literally talking about a metaphysical claim. It's not any different.
Yeah, different evidences, right?
No, it's
So
the
if
same
I
kind of
ask you
claim. It's
the
a
evi-
metaphysical claim. It's not a different type of claim.
No, sorry, I didn't hear the thought bit. I was going back to the
the whole thing. You literally repeated it. Is every human has always thought this.
Yeah, but you got to demonstrate every human.
You don't have.
No, hang on, stop. Two seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. You're saying you somehow you made a statement. You made a universal claim that every human has thought this. Yeah, you made the statement that the only thing you can say that exists is yourself.
Correct. Yeah,
so how do you get to the point? Right. So how can you make the statement that every human has made this? Unless you're saying you're the only human, in which case I can see how you can make the claim that way.
I mean, you could make the claim that way, but no.
Okay, but here I can refute the claim that way. So with Numenon's comments, actually, it's very good. Plus, the cogito still makes a universal commitment by asserting that nothing that exists can negate the cogito. So if you say I exist and that's all I know that's true, that's a universal claim. Where's your evidence for that?
Me. Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, but you can say that universally.
Well, I think that, so yeah.
Okay, so but how do you, or I, from your perspective, know that nothing can negate the I, the cogito?
Hi.
That's the evidence?
Yeah. The immediate questioning is the demonstration.
Do you believe all things that are real have to be empirically verified?
No.
Okay, so what's your justification for that which is not empirically verified?
What do you mean by justification? Like, do I know them to the same level of certainty that I do that the self exists? No, nothing comes.
Well, for example, like obviously you got the physical and energy side of the universe, which is you can verify empirically.
Yeah, no, again, those things aren't the same as the cogito. The cogito is literally like a foundational presupposition for how.
I have no idea what cogito is. I have no idea what that is.
Cogito it's the argument for I think therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum, right? So nothing comes foundationally from that any further other than the logical absolutes and other metaphysical claims. Like for instance, right, this pot in front of me, right? Could I be in the Matrix? Could I be? Maybe. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
I'm not
but I think therefore
right?
I am.
But I know that I exist.
It doesn't mean that I exist. It just means that thinking is happening. You could be tricked into thinking you're an I when you're really not.
Okay, hold on. What?
Yes.
We define.
Yeah, for all you know, you are 1 and 0.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
If you're
for all you know,
zeros,
you are an Unreal Engine 7.
We define the I as the thinking agent. What do you mean?
Okay, so you define it into existence.
No, bro, I don't define it into existence.
That's
if
what you
I
just
say
said.
I think, therefore I am, it's because I is the thing thinking.
But what if it's
I
ones
think.
and zeros?
It's me. Still me. Hello.
All you're saying is that thinking is happening, and
What
you
if it's this
think
other
that
thing,
you're an I.
and it's like, that's me?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're probably not going to get anywhere with this. That's
You're just saying, what if it's this other thing? But that thing is still me.
I'm
It's
just
still a
telling
self,
you
still an
that
identity.
I don't know if it was Hume or someone else. Yeah. Okay.
Bro, no, what do you mean, bro? This is still me. It's still.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go
That's me.
to Tony's question. Is logic metaphysical or physical?
I think we all agree here that logic is metaphysical, right?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Okay, right. So we can ground metaphysics in God. How do you ground? Yes, I can.
No, you can do it then.
You can.
Well,
what do you mean through the transcendental argument?
If God.
Oh my God, the transcendental argument.
Hold on. We can do this.
Yeah, for tag.
Grounding just means giving a universal justification for the existence of something. If God exists, obviously transcendental categories can exist. There you go. That's grounding. So if God does not exist, what is your grounding for metaphysical objects?
What are you okay, well, hold on. What are you talking about? You saying that God necessarily, like, has a foundation for them is a claim.
The transcendental argument makes any argument contrary to it impossible.
Except wait, hold on. Why?
Well, because you have to explain to us how you can ground the thing that you're saying is real without
I don't.
God.
I can just question your argument.
Surely you're not saying metaphysics because metaphysics.
What do you mean?
Well, metaphysics
they exist.
Itself, yeah.
No, I would just say that they exist.
So
yeah, but
like,
so
for instance, if there's a ball in front of me, I would just say it exists just because I don't need to say that the ball maker exists, right?
Yeah, but the ball.
Can I look at a thing without knowing what makes it? Can I look at a thing and then say that I don't know what made it?
Yes, but you can't look at logic. You can't look at knowledge. You can't look at morals. You can't look at
the looking isn't the thing that is necessary. It's the demonstration of the thing. I can demonstrate the thing.
Right, yeah, so how did that come
Okay,
about?
so you can demonstrate logic. I don't know the reason for why it exists. There you go. It
Can you
still
demonstrate
absolutely
any?
exists.
Right, so your worldview is no good then?
No, it is, because absolutely I can believe that the ball exists just because I don't know
You
who
can
makes
believe
it.
what
do
you
mean?
want. I'm just saying it's unjustified.
I'm justified in believing the ball exists just because I don't know who made it. What are you talking about?
Infamous.
No, the ball is something physical.
What you're
Yeah,
saying
okay,
is
it
that it's
doesn't matter. It's
possible
still the
for
same amount of evidence for justification. You're talking about justifying
Infamous,
logic. We're
what
not
you're
talking about.
implying with this argument is that the ball doesn't need a justification for existing.
I'm not saying it doesn't need a justification. When did I say this?
So, but that's what because you're saying that the laws of logic.
I'm
and all
saying
the
I don't
transcendental
know
categories-
the justification. The same way I don't know who who made the ball.
Okay, but you acknowledge it does need a justification. Is that fair?
I don't know if it needs one. It has been a different type of claim. I don't know if they exist by themselves as a brute fact, because the reason we know that balls have makers is because we have evidence of balls having makers. We don't have evidence of transcendentals that don't have makers or have makers because we have no way of investigating that.
It's not about evidence. It doesn't matter.
Right, we can't know formal evidence. You're correct. We cannot verify or disprove God's existence, but we can informally come to the conclusion that most probably God does exist through the weight of evidence.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by probably? Because I doubt you made a probabilistic argument.
What I'm saying is, you can't formally prove that God exists or doesn't exist. For example, like I'm touching a fridge right now. I can't do that with God because he's transcendental.
Right, but you're not understanding. I'm not asking you to do that. We're talking about metaphysical claims here. I'm okay with doing that with the ball and not taking into account matter, right? If you can demonstrate the thing, right, in any way, right, if you can demonstrate the thing and use that in the argument, like the ball, right, like the demonstration is seeing it, then you are justified in believing it. Can you demonstrate God in any way?
Yeah, impossibility of the contrary. So,
okay, so we're going Sherlock Holmes, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a smart guy.
No. I was talking about the maker. It's like he was like, he wants to eliminate all the impossible or all the possibilities.
Yes,
that which is left.
exactly. So we're simply asking you. We're making a positive claim. Metaphysical objects, transcendental claims require a grounding. It require a justification.
Can you prove that?
Can I finish the thing? I'm making that claim. I'm not going to prove it right now. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying,
once you end this,
are you making the counterclaim that transcendental categories do not need a justification?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm remaining undecided. Now, can you justify your first premise?
Yes, all things that come into existence require a justification.
Can you justify that?
Yeah.
Well, can you counter that? What's wrong with that?
No, it's not about an argument from ignorance. It's not about an argument from ignorance. What can you justify that? Can you prove that?
I guess I don't know.
Isn't that proven? That's proven a proof.
Oh yeah, I hate to tell you, but when you make a claim that has something that isn't proven in it, you must prove the thing. So sorry about that. That's just how argument works.
Okay, so let me just ask you: is it genuinely your belief that there are things which could come into existence which are not justified? Even if
dude, you're telling me that I'm taking the opposite position if that's my belief. It's not. I don't know. So please provide evidence of your claim. I'm not making a positive.
My evidence of the claim is the impossibility of the contrary. So unless you can possibly show me
demonstrate
a world,
that it's impossible.
That's what I'm doing. If you can't provide me,
you can't demonstrate.
If you can't demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary, then you can't present the argument that's based on it.
If you're able to demonstrate the impossible, it would not be impossible.
No, if you're able to demonstrate the impossibility of the opposite.
Yeah,
I'm not asking you to produce a square circle.
Isn't that proven negative?
You can prove a negative. Square circles don't exist.
Right. So we can go here to like the second coming.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, but once you get this foundational, this is what you have to do. You think
we're working on belief?
Do you think that we can't prove negatives?
No, we can prove negatives. I can prove that there are.
Okay, there you go. Then why was this even brought up? Like we're talking.
I don't. That's not what I was doing. I'm saying if there, maybe it's not a probabilistic argument, but if nobody anywhere ever can provide me a possible world in which logic, math, transcendental categories are justified without God, then obviously I'm going to believe in the worldview that actually justifies those categories.
That you say claims to justify those categories, but
no, it does justify them if you believe.
Please tell me how it justifies them.
Because if God is real, he obviously could create the transcendental categories.
He obviously could. Tell me how. Please tell me why.
Because
he has
God
the ability
is
to
an
do
uncreated.
We don't need to know that.
He has a
We
divine.
don't need to know the
We don't
need to know
know
their
how.
argument for
Yeah,
why.
right.
What
right.
do you mean?
We don't need to go past the level 3 argument. You have your claim, which is like a level 1. You have you have the axioms it stands on, and then you must have a justification for those axioms. Anything after a paradigm circular doesn't matter. Once you've got to that
because your
paradigm level,
justification is a thing. It is a thing that must exist for your argument to be true. So please demonstrate the thing that is necessary for your argument to be true.
For a universal abstract concept to exist, i.e. logic, there must be a universal mind. There you go. Demonstration. What's wrong with that?
But hold on. There must be a universal mind. Please demonstrate that.
Because abstract
takes a
means
mind to know
dependent. Abstract
It
means
takes a mind to know logic. Please.
Yes.
Hold on. First of all, abstract does not mean mind dependent.
Well, what does it mean then?
Well, I'm asking because it means things. Do you think that abstract things, for instance, if all minds that we know of are gone, that they still exist?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore there is no drawn between minds and abstract things.
No, not true. I believe in a universal mind. That's why they exist separately.
Yeah, you're inferring that, but you have not proved
that's
that.
the only way it
and
makes
you can't
sense.
use the things. You can't use the things
that's why
that you're
these are
making it
called
with.
belief systems.
Oh, I'm so
It's a
sorry. Can you
belief.
just believe whatever one? I guess I'm fine, man.
Yes, you sure
Well,
can.
you're proving that. You're literally doing that.
But your belief is incoherent. That's what we're showing to you.
You're saying it's incoherent, and then you're saying that yours is coherent by saying that the thing that exists necessarily ties to the mind, but those things can only exist because the mind exists.
Wait, so,
it's a circular argument.
do you believe that abstract concepts are not mind dependent?
That are not mind dependent. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a secret mind out there.
Okay. It's kind of a yes or no question. Are
literally not. You're asking
things
me if
that
I believe it.
are abstractions in a mind or possibly out of a mind?
I don't know because I don't know if there's a mind out there that's invisible. I don't know.
What is an abstraction to you?
An abstraction is something that is metaphysical.
Okay. Not sure if that's necessarily true, but
I think that everything that is, because otherwise it's physical, it's not abstract.
Newman says the way that I
Obviously,
run
you would say
tag would
God
be
is
that
not
the
good.
assumption of God's existence is what makes the worldview coherent. So you can
Right, but the
grant
assumption
us
is
that we
incoherent, so.
assume God. Well, what's incoherent about the assumption?
Is that it's an assumption.
Okay, but
It's
we're
an
assuming
unjustified
God.
assumption.
If we make one assumption, then it actually ties together every other assumption that you're just making as a brute fact. We make one brute
Well, yeah,
claim.
that does. Well, yeah, your assumption is magic.
Yes.
That's what your assumption is.
Per-
Yeah,
if-
okay.
if you wanna call it that.
Magic is a necessary, or sorry, not necessary. Magic is a sufficient answer for everything.
Then
You
why-
have to
then why
demonstrate-
wouldn't you
You
use
have
it?
to demonstrate. You have to demonstrate necessity, not just sufficiency. That's how the arguments work. You have to demonstrate necessity, not just sufficiency.
And we demonstrate necessity by the fact that if there is no magic, so the contrary, then logic, math, everything is impossible. Impossibility.
Okay, please
of the
demonstrate that
contrary.
without magic that it is impossible.
Because if there
You
were
can't
no,
do that, can you?
If there were, yes, I can. If there were no universal mind, you could not have universal abstractions.
Okay, you just said the same claim again in different words. Please demonstrate it.
Abstractions are mind
There's been
dependent.
no human being to ever produce metaphysics. No human being.
Yeah, how does a human being produce metaphysics? That's a good point.
I never claimed that they could. I don't know why you're asking
Right.
questions. I don't know why you're asking questions to try and justify your answer. But please justify
No
your answer.
metaphysics. No metaphysics can be created from a human being. So
Okay.
if
What does that have
logic,
to do with an
knowledge,
ultimate
ethics,
mind?
and morals, etc., existed before humanity existed, therefore there has to be a mind or a being or something.
You're drawing a link
that
between
gave-
them and minds. Please tell me the justification for that.
They're mind dependent. Where do they exist outside of a mind?
Well, okay, again, we're assuming that they're mind dependent. Please tell me that they are.
You have to, it's the impossibility of the contrary. It can't
Oh
not
my
be mind
God,
dependent.
bro,
It
we're
literally
going
cannot be
fucking
unless
circles.
yeah, we are because you refuse to
you're
answer
not
any
providing
question.
any
You refuse to
grounding
answer
in your
questions.
worldview.
I refuse to engage in tag. I refuse to engage
Yeah,
in
I know.
engagement.
That's the
Because
problem.
it defeats you. That's
Yeah.
why.
No, it doesn't defeat me. It doesn't
does.
defeat me.
It does,
doesn't.
my
It's
friend.
because
It
you
does.
say,
It does.
I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong.
No,
That's
you
tag.
just
That's
won't
what
answer
tag
any of
is.
our
No, that's
we
not
can
a tag.
answer.
No.
That's
Wait,
not what
because
tag
I'm
is.
asking you to justify the I'm right instead of engaging with the you're
Right.
wrong. So
We've
please
give you a
justify that you're
worldview.
right.
We've give you a worldview without a fallacious argument.
It literally
You're-
hasn't demonstrated necessity. It's still fallacious. Please demonstrate its necessity.
What's the fallacy?
That it isn't necessary.
that's the fallacy, that it's not necessary? And why? What do you mean it's not
Oh, well,
necessary?
I mean, if you really want the fallacy, it's God of the gaps. But tell me, please.
Wait. How's it God of the gaps? How's it God of the
It's God of the
gaps?
gaps.
How's it God of the gaps? God of the
Don't.
gaps would
Sure,
be like
sure.
4.
Let me tell you. God of the gaps.
Go.
God of the gaps is the fallacy that you're using because you're saying,
No, it's not.
okay, these things need justification.
Yes.
Therefore, it's God because we don't know the justification.
No.
That's what it is.
No, it's these things need justification. Therefore, they have a justification.
And what is it?
Well, it happens to be God in this case, but for logic. Well,
God of the
that's
gaps
not God
would
of
be
the
like
gaps.
the lightning god Thor.
Well, and also
we
it's
don't
like
know
bro, do you think
how
God is a
lightning
god?
happens.
each
so
part
for-
of the paradigm.
We don't know how metaphysics happens. Therefore, God. It sounds very similar.
Dude, that's not
It's
what
at
it
least
is.
better than what you've got.
Well, yeah.
God of the
Even if
gaps
it
is
was.
better than what I got.
No,
Okay,
listen.
cool.
This is why it's not God of the gaps.
All I'm saying is the person who didn't believe in Zeus and the person who did believe in Zeus because of God of the gaps. Which one was smarter? Please tell me.
I don't even know the meaning of that question. So
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him because he
okay,
said that he's
great.
in a better position than I am because I
fine.
don't accept your God of the
Whatever.
gaps argument.
It's not God of the
He
gaps.
did.
What I mean by a better position is we have a world view that's
is
non-fallacious.
You believe in God of the
You
gaps, bro.
haven't give a.
It is
No,
fallacious
no,
to
no,
God
no,
of the gaps
no.
argument. We can keep going if you want.
God says in the Bible that he's.
says.
Well, that's down to you, and I don't care whether you don't care. But what I'm saying
Okay.
is, we can do this all day. So you've got to provide a worldview, or what in your worldview?
No, I
gives
don't.
justification.
Actually, I don't. You provided an argument, and I'm asking your
Wait,
justification.
okay.
for it. I don't provide
Can I
shit.
present you a syllogism and you tell
Hey.
me what the fallacy is in the syllogism or what premise you even disagree with? Is that fine?
Sure.
Okay. A universal mind is a necessary precondition for universal concepts.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
Okay, and so on what basis do you reject that premise?
I don't accept it because it hasn't been demonstrated.
So you just don't accept it. So
Because it
so
hasn't been demonstrated, I know it's wild.
what could be a demonstration for that even?
That's
it's
not
a logical
my issue.
It's
That's
a logical
your
proof.
issue.
It's a lot. Well, I can't control if you don't understand
That's
the
not
language.
my issue.
Conceptual
That's your issue.
conceptual means mind dependent by definition. So you're just rejecting the definition? Is that why?
Conceptual
is that the
doesn't
lack
necessarily mean mind dependent.
How? In what world does it not necessarily mean mind dependent?
Well, tell me how it does.
A concept is something that only exists in a mind by definition.
Well, for instance, things like AI, do they have concepts of anything?
What do you mean? Do they
At least in a
have
meaningful
concepts?
sense, I believe
Do they
they do,
hold
but-
concepts only insofar as they've been programmed by a rational mind to be able to communicate concepts? So no, they don't.
But they have them.
hold concepts themselves.
Even if they transfer them, they hold them.
Yeah, so I'm not saying a
If you
telephone.
want to define conceptual as something, please go ahead and we can continue.
Okay, conceptual is the adjectival form of a concept, right? Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
A concept only exists in a mind. Do we want to go to a dictionary? I mean,
Well,
I hate using a
you're just saying
dictionary,
it
but
does.
what do you mean?
I'm asking you to define how you're using conceptual.
In the normal English language use of the word conceptual. I mean, what do you want me to say? What else would it mean?
Every time we get to this level,
What does
of
it
talk,
mean other than
every
that?
time we get to this level of talk, you're just like, what everyone means by it, bro. Like, just fucking
Well,
give me a definition.
why don't you give me a positive thing for once ever? Like, what do you mean by
I'm
conceptual?
not making the
if it
positive
doesn't-
claim.
I know. So just can you tell me what you mean by conceptual, just as like a favor to me, as a friend, and as someone that's
Usually
known
a
you for
notion
long
of
time?
some kind of metaphysics.
A notion of some kind of metaphysics.
Yeah, like when people say conceptual, usually just like, oh yeah, it's out there, bro. Like it's definitely out there. Like
And you-
it's-
that's what
it's
you-
something like logic and shit. It's like when people are talking to me and they're just like, this is conceptual. They don't necessarily mean mind dependent. Like no one's going around to me like, this is mind dependent. Like no one's saying that.
Okay, interesting. All right.
Hey,
sorry.
do you mind if I jump in with something?
Yeah, jump in, brother. Jump in, please.
So this is all to figure out like where morality is coming from, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
And there's a couple of people here that are saying it comes from us and society and our experiences and whatever.
Mhm.
And then the other two, you guys are saying the Christian God, right? That's where
Yes.
morality is grounded.
Well, more specifically,
Yes,
the
okay.
morality comes from the objective good. The only thing that can ground the objective good is the Christian God.
Okay, but it is the Christian God. All right, so
Sure.
I wanted to bring up a passage here. It's Exodus 22:2-3.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll go
So
there.
there's the law that says if a thief breaks in at night and is killed, the homeowner is not guilty of bloodshed. But if it's during the daytime where his intentions are made more clear, you have to use your own judgment if he is a threat or not. But you can still kill him, and that's going against what God says about thou shalt not kill, because
God says thou
the
shalt not
commandment thou
murder.
shalt not kill doesn't have
Actually,
anything.
I actually think that's one of the.
You're biblically ignorant here.
Well, I actually think this is one of the better ones in Exodus. I actually think this is very justifiable because they're basically saying if it's in darkness and you don't know what's going on, fine, whatever. But if it's you give very clear visibility and they don't have a weapon and you do get them out of your house.
It's self-defense. It's
Yeah,
saying
you're
you have
still
the right
taking
to
life,
self-defense.
though, right?
They're running away. That's
It's
better.
kind of the same kind of rules we have today, honestly.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the more progressive ones, especially
Also,
for Exodus.
wait. Also, to you, it's like, how could you call? And even if you picked out one of the most horrific things in Exodus, how could you call it bad? If that's the society they live in, that's your standard for morality.
Well, this is from God himself. He's saying two different things. He's saying thou shalt not murder or kill or whatever.
Yeah.
But at the
Thou
same
shalt not
time,
murder.
you're allowed to do
Right,
it in self-defense,
right,
or
but
if you
murder
think
is the
somebody is a
unjust.
threat,
Right, but
even
murder
if
is the
they're not a
unjust
threat
kind.
during the daytime, you can still take their life from them.
Right. So why should we not abide by that? And especially, why should ancient Israelites not abide by that? Like, what standard are you using to call that wrong? Is my question.
My point is that you're saying morality comes from God, but he's giving you mixed signals here by saying thou shalt not kill unless in specific situations. Like there's another one,
That's
I
not
think it's
mixed.
also in
That's very
Exodus.
clear.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
If you think somebody is a necromancer or a witch, which I don't think those are real things, you can kill the person, and it's specifically a female. Never says anything about male.
Okay.
So like,
and
do
again,
you think if somebody is doing like tarot card readings or something that you should gather the town and burn them at the stake or whatever?
No, you have to understand that it's a covenant-based system, right? So the Bible is essentially bringing humanity out from barbaric caveman to being sophisticated and worthy and good people, objectively good people. You can the best way I can put this is if you go to a gym and you're bench pressing, you can't go to 100 kilos straight away. You have to start low and work your way up. And we see that through the Bible from Genesis to Christ and his new covenant. That's what it is. So those old covenant rules, so to speak, are not necessarily valid now because the new covenant is here.
That's right.
So
And
it's
the new
under
covenant-
Christ's new covenant.
The new covenant tells us
But
to
that
love
was
our
still
neighbor
a
as
rule
ourselves.
from. It was still a rule from God at one time, and now it's different, and we wouldn't do that.
Yes,
so
you do that. Wait,
God
wait, wait.
changed his.
Yes, we
God
do
changed
that.
his morality then.
Do you tell if you have? I don't know if you have a kid or not, but if you had a 3 or 4 year old child, is the first thing you would tell him all about rape and the horrors of rape and how he shouldn't do that?
No, of course not.
Of course not. And we are God's children.
jar.
Right. It's don't take cookies from the cookie jar. That's exactly how God fathers us throughout history. He gives us a progressive sort of revelation of his expectations for us. And it's fully
Can I ask you
revealed
guys,
in the person
what
of
do you think
Jesus
about-
Christ, who tells us to love our neighbor as ourselves. So if you're following
So
the
are
new
you saying
covenant,
that
you cannot burn a witch at the stake. She is your neighbor.
Are you
But real
saying
quick-
he originally said to do that because people were already doing that, and it was a
Yes.
way to teach them
Yes.
to not do that?
Well, they were
So
doing
then why
things that
didn't
were
he just
worse.
say-
They were doing things that were even worse than this stuff.
Yeah. Why didn't he just say, "This is horrible. Stop doing this, or I'm going to punish you"?
They
like
weren't
he did in
capable of
tons other
listening.
situations.
It's like what I said earlier about the gym. I can't just go into a gym and bench 100 kilo. I have to build myself up to it, training, learning, and it's the same way. You can't
Right,
go
but
to like backwards cavemen people, for example, to modern day. You know what I mean? It's like it's not fair to deem that on people. It's like say the Middle East right now, where child marriage is legal and child sex is legal and stuff like that. Like you can't expect them to go from that to us overnight. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There has to be
Except by the grace of Jesus Christ. What's that?
Aren't there examples though where God like threatens people like to annihilate them entirely if they break his laws, and then they just say, "Okay, we're not going to do that then."
Right, by annihilate,
Sure.
I guess in your worldview, I guess death is the end.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm guessing. So it's like, well, that's the end of it. So therefore, it's the end of it, and there's nothing else. I could contradict. Well, I would like to come back on that if that is your worldview. What I would say, if that is your worldview and that the death is the end of it, I'd say, what does any of this matter to you anyway? If death is the end of it, who gives a shit?
It's the only thing that matters.
Well, we're trying to figure out like where morality is grounded.
Yeah, I mean that's realistically why I'd say it.
Yeah,
It's the
so-
only thing that matters, the rarest thing ever.
We're told explicitly that
Then there's no meaning, then, is there?
There is meaning. I'm giving it meaning. Meaning is the thing that's inherent to us. We
No,
give
now you're
things
presupposing meaning.
No. We do give things meaning. That is a fact. We give.
Yes, but you can't ground that in your worldview.
I just did. We give things meaning.
No.
Everyone that has ever lived.
No. Is there meaning in the universe?
There is
Is this a
meaning.
meaningful universe, or is it lacking in it? You give it meaning.
Everyone gives it meaning.
Demonstrate that empirically then.
I just did. I gave it meaning.
No.
Can I demonstrate my thoughts through my actions?
Okay, let's see.
This is the problem. It's just unjustification.
Can I not demonstrate my thoughts through my actions? Is that not an acceptable form of demonstrating my thoughts?
Right, but you can't demonstrate giving the universe meaning.
I just did. I'm telling you I did.
No.
My meaning for the universe is that it's beautiful.
No, but then you're presupposing logic and knowledge, etc. So how do
I'm
you?
not
How do
presupposing
you
it.
mean
It's an
it's that?
extension of the self.
Well, you are. You're using words.
No,
which have meaning.
I'm not presupposing.
Yeah.
It's the extension of the self, which is the only thing I know.
Right, and you assume that means that it has meaning, that the words you're using and.
No, I don't assume it. I don't assume it.
So what you're saying
you have
is
to
just
assume it,
garbage
but
right
no
now?
rational
They come from me. They come from me.
Are
the
you
self is the only
speaking
thing I know.
gibberish?
Your epistemology does not allow.
Yeah, it does.
Or meaning to your. It doesn't, because you can't justify it.
You're
saying
it doesn't, and
meaning,
I can't. But I just did.
But you didn't. You said you did.
I did because
All right, I'm gonna
literally
rein
did.
it in. I'm
I
gonna
just-
rein it in back to Grim Reaper's point. We're told explicitly in the New Testament that the laws given to Moses and to the ancient Israelites were due to the hardness of their hearts. Does that answer your question? And we gave you the example of informing a child about how to be in the world progressively as a progressive revelation as they grow up according to what they're ready for. Does that explain your objection?
I mean, yes and no. Like, you're trying to say that God's morality is like the ultimate, or however you want to describe it, something like that, right? Like he's the one that we should be following.
Yeah, for our paradigm, yes.
Yes. And so what's inconsistent? What's incoherent about that?
Because at one point he said these horrible things you're doing are okay, and you should do some of the things, like you should burn the witch.
He never said they're okay. He
Like,
never
why-
said they're morally good. He just told them how to behave.
Right, but he didn't say these are bad, but I understand you're going to do them anyway. So if you must, at least do it this way. He just said, for like the example with slavery, you shall buy foreign slaves or whatever. He didn't say this is morally bad and I don't agree with it, but I understand you're not going to listen to me. So at least here's some laws.
But
He
didn't
just said,
didn't he
you
say that
shall
later?
do it and here's some laws.
But didn't Jesus Christ
No,
say that?
Say
Well,
what?
Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ said, I don't agree with this stuff. I gave you those laws because of your own sin. So he did say it. The thing you said he didn't say.
Well, he also said that the laws should be followed forever, because he said he came not to abolish the law but fulfill it, but that
Yes.
doesn't mean that the laws go
And
away.
what is the fulfillment of the law? We already talked about this, remember?
How are you describing him fulfilling the law? Is that he's just following the law, or he's doing away with the law so that
the
they're
two
not?
great commandments fulfill all the laws and the prophets. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. That's the fulfillment
How does that
of the
address?
Sorry, 2 seconds.
How does that
Can I just
address
pause
the
you
other
there?
laws?
Yeah,
though?
jump in, Tony, jump in.
Yeah, sorry. I'm at work. I've got to go because I'm on call.
Yeah, yeah.
But I would just like to say thank you very much, all three of you, for
thank you.
a really good discussion. No one's being rude here. Everyone's you were all cool. You were really cool.
I
All three.
Thank you for joining,
No,
brother. We really
all did
appreciate
that.
you.
We all
were all
did that,
jumping in. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm gonna subscribe because you're really cool guys
Sweet.
to chat to, and I think I could learn from all three of you. So
Thank
fantastic.
you, brother.
You have a
And
great
us,
evening.
and us
it's
from you.
night time here. So
Yeah, you
it is-
too, man. Have a good
it's,
evening.
it's
Good luck with
20
your
to 1,
work.
isn't it?
And we
20
hope
to 1
to
in the UK. Yeah.
And that's late.
Yeah.
Jeez, that is late. Okay. God bless you, Tony. Thank you for joining.
No
We hope
worries.
to see you
too.
again
God bless
and
all of you.
appreciate you.
I will do. Yeah.
Sweet
have a
man.
great day, guys. Thank you very much.
You too. Peace, brother.
Yes, thank you. God bless you. Bye.
Okay. So yeah, this would. I mean, anything else you guys want to bring up, or do you want to continue on the point we were just talking about, Grim Reaper or Infamous, either?
I'll let Grim to say.
I was saying that Jesus said to follow the laws forever, and that he came, not to abolish but fulfill them. But I'm trying to figure out what fulfill means and how his 2 commandments are just removing the other ones, or is that what's happening? Like,
They're not removing.
fulfill,
they're revealing the purpose of the other ones.
When he says fulfill, what he
what
really
does
means
that mean, though?
is an advance on the covenant, and the covenant that you're under depends.
It's a
on the laws
refinement.
you should follow.
It's a refinement. Of
Not
the
really a
because
refinement. It is a change.
Jesus
It's not all
agrees with some of the laws at some point. Like he didn't want to kill the adulterer woman, but there is a verse somewhere where he says a child who dishonors their parents should be stoned to death, which is what God says. So he agreed there.
Where in the gospel, Jesus says a child who disagrees with his parents should be stoned to death?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, see if you can pull that up.
sounds Old Testament.
I've never heard that before, but
because I think you're talking about the
Jesus,
honor your
that's
mother. It's like honor your mother or father, and if you dishonor your mother and father, you should be stoned to death. I think that's the one I remember. But
Well, yeah, there's a law in the Old Testament, but there's a New Testament quote from Jesus where he agrees with that law.
Okay. I mean, if you can find that, that'd be interesting. So what Jesus also does typically is he spiritualizes the law. So he explains what he means by murder. To murder is to even have hatred in your heart for your neighbor. So do you disagree with that? That you should not have any hatred at all in your heart for your neighbor?
I mean, it depends on if the neighbor sucks or not.
Okay. We're also taught, I think you should even love them if they suck, because otherwise they'll never learn how to not suck, because you'll just treat them badly, then they'll hate you, they'll hate humanity, yada, yada, yada. So, but if you love them...
Let me bring in another example, though. There's a verse that says, how was it? It was the child honoring their father and mother. What if their father and mother are, like, abusive and they just treat the child like crap? Like, should they just grow up and deal with that, or should they try to leave as soon as possible?
But what if dealing with it and loving them could be leaving? For instance, I'm close to this. I have a person very close in my life who has a horrible parents. I mean, totally abusive, caused lots and lots of trauma. And what she did bravely was to escape the abuse, right? And Jesus would never say, don't escape the abuse, right? But what he would say is to forgive them.
Actually, he does.
Doesn't he say to turn the other cheek?
Yes,
no,
you should turn the other cheek.
So Matthew specifically said about Jesus' opinion on this, I would imagine, since it's impossible, unless Matthew is being heretical here. Slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones.
Yes, that's not Matthew, but I understand. Yeah, I think that's...
that is Matthew.
That's in... Is that in Matthew? Okay, I might be wrong about that. I thought that was in the
That's
epistles.
Matthew's slave friend.
But that's in the book of Matthew, or that's in one of the epistles? Not that it matters.
I don't know. I just know Matthew.
Okay, all right. Slaves, obey your masters. Absolutely. So what's wrong with that?
Well, it's directly in conflict with what you just said.
Well, how is it in conflict with what I said?
Well, you said, the best thing to do is get out of there, and I don't think Jesus would have a bad opinion of it, but his opinion on that exact thing was, except it not being, your father, it's literally your slave owner.
Sure.
Slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones. Imagine the exact same thing with your friend.
Yeah.
Right? And I've had a friend like this too, personally.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine Jesus came up to him and been like, stay with your parents. Let them keep doing what they're doing to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
it's saying obey your masters. So it's saying insofar as you have masters, obey them. But it doesn't say you should always have masters, that you shouldn't not have masters.
Slaves, obey your masters, and your
Yes.
and he tells them to go back.
If they escape. Well, also you have to keep in mind that the slave relationship at the time would only last for a certain amount of time, so it wasn't a lifelong
That's for Jews.
enslavement. No.
That's for only male
That's
Jews.
that's in the Roman society.
But no, I'm talking about Hebrews.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, but they lived in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, okay. Listen, in the rules for slavery, it's described in Exodus 20.
In ancient Israel. Yeah.
Yeah. That a man.
That verse for Jesus, by the way, I think is Mark 7:10.
Mark, not Matthew. It's Mark.
So 7:10.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
Mark 7:10. I think he's talking to
I have it up
Pharisees.
here. I don't know if you guys can see. Oh yeah, I'm not streaming. I have it up here right here. We'll read the whole context.
Yeah, it looks like he's agreeing with the laws of Moses.
Defilement
your father
comes.
and mother, anyone who curses them. Yeah, go ahead.
Defilement comes from within is the general heading. So what Jesus is doing here is what he does throughout the gospel, which is spiritualizing the commands. Okay, so he's putting them in a spiritual context. Then the Pharisees and some of the scribes came together to him, having come from Jerusalem. Now when they saw some of his disciples eat bread with defiled, that is, with unwashed hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands in a special way, holding the tradition of the elders. So that's a Mosaic law they're referencing. When they come from the marketplace, they do not eat unless they wash. And there are many other things which they have received and hold, like the washing of cups, pitchers, copper vessels, and couches. Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, "Why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands?" He answered and said to them, "Well, did Isaiah prophesy of you hypocrites, as it is written? This people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. And in vain they worship me, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men." So this is a polemic against the Mosaic laws. "For laying aside the commandment of God, you hold the tradition of men, the washing of pitchers and cups, and many other such things you do." He said to them, "All too well you reject the commandment of men, that you may keep your tradition. For Moses said, 'Honor your father and your mother,' and 'He who curses father or mother, let him be put to death.' But you say, if a man says to his father or mother, 'Whatever profit you might have received from me is Corban,' that is a gift to God, then you no longer let him do anything for his father or his mother, making the word of God of no effect through your tradition, which you have handed down, and many such things you do." And it goes on and on and on. So is your reading of this verse that
law, right?
Jesus is instructing those who don't honor their mother and father to literally be killed?
That's what it looks like it says to me. He's quoting the law from Moses.
Yeah, but he's quoting it and saying that the Mosaic law isn't good. Like, I mean, for them.
Yeah, he's saying
for their ancestors, not for
yeah.
See, but then this is just a contradiction with him being God, because if he's disagreeing with the law of Moses, and God before in the Old Testament says these laws are perfect and should be followed forever, why wouldn't Jesus agree with them then?
Because God never said
they should be followed forever.
Yeah, he never says they should be followed forever.
The people there should follow the Mosaic law, and that these people have fallen so far into the Mosaic law.
So, for instance,
are you talking about from there?
Are you talking about Jesus or God there? Because there's
Jesus
a
is
passage
God.
in the Old Testament where God himself is saying these laws are perfect and are to be followed forever, and none are too hard for you to follow.
I'm sorry, Jesus says that?
No, God says that. It's in the Old Testament.
Okay.
Psalm 19:7, I think.
Okay, fair enough. We could look at that and find the context. But do you understand the analogy of the cookie jar, where when your child is young and they're stealing from the cookie jar, then you have to tell them not to do that as a hard and fast rule. And as they grow up, especially if they have listened to your teaching and the laws you've set down, that maybe it's acceptable for them to choose when to take a cookie or something like that, that you don't have to bar them from the cookie jar, but then you teach them the more important moral lessons, like, for instance, to be honest in your heart and generally, or to not
Right, like
do
I
violence or
understand
rape
what
or
you're
things
saying
like
with that, but yeah, I get it. But with a verse that says something like burn witches and necromancers, wouldn't it make more sense if God said these things are bad and we should try to teach these people that they are bad and you shouldn't be a necromancer or a witch? Like, how are they learning if they're just burning them?
Because
that seems like a less effective way. Like, you don't, if you have 5 children and one of them steals from the cookie jar, you don't kill that child so
No.
that the other ones are like, oh, I shouldn't do that.
But you do punish the child, right?
Yeah, but not
Right.
that.
And
It's
so
just the way
the
that
important
God does
thing-
it is just so extreme and seems ineffective.
But it's not really extreme to him, is it? Because he's the God of the living, not the dead. So if somebody dies by his hand, they're from his perspective, they're just passing from one dimension, one realm to another. Nobody goes anywhere. So if they're innocent and righteous, they join God in heaven, right? And especially if maybe in some moment right at death or after death they accept Jesus Christ as well, which I think many people would. Like, imagine if you died and then he came right before you and said, listen, here I am, all the mysteries, all the confusion is gone, here I am, do you want to be in heaven or do you want to go to hell? I think most people would just say, oh, please, please, please let me into heaven, right? And then I don't see any problem with that. So anyway, all that to say, for God, it's not extreme.
See, the problem I
He's
have
moving
is
you
that
from one realm to
saying
another.
that, yeah, but if we're saying that the best morality comes from God, what is his morality then? Because for us, it's wrong to kill people according to him.
Yes,
but
indeed.
for him, it's totally fine because of what you just said, and probably tons of other Christians could give other reasons for it.
Yeah, exactly. So what's wrong with that? Why is it wrong for God to move
because
people
he's
around?
setting a standard for us, but he's not
Abiding by
obeying
the
it
same
himself.
standard? Well, that's right. He has a
The
different nature.
morality just basically doesn't exist under him. Like, killing is not killing to God.
No, it's not. But he is God, right? If you take the belief seriously, and God actually is different than a human being, which of course we believe he is, why would he abide by the same laws as human beings?
Well, if you're a parent and you're trying to teach your kids something, would you just like walk into the
Don't you get to get a cookie out of the cookie
kitchen and
jar
steal
anytime?
out from the cookie jar? Yeah.
Yeah, but
Because then he's going to ask, how come you can do it? Why can't I do it?
And you might say, because I'm the adult, I know exactly when to have a cookie and when not to have a cookie. If you do it, you'll just take all the cookies and eat them and get fat. But if I do it, I know the consequences of eating a bunch of cookies, so I won't do that. I'm more responsible. I'm more knowledgeable. I bought the cookies. I created the cookies, right? So, yeah, of course, the adult has different rules than the child.
That's a reasonable answer, but compared to like how God does it, he just seems unreasonable the way he does it. He doesn't say like, as far as I know, the only verse about burning the witches is that one verse in Exodus or whatever. He doesn't give any explanation as to why it's bad, other than like, this is a bad thing. If you do it, I'm going to like end your life literally.
Well, you have to also imagine what witchcraft was like in the ancient world. I mean, it's blood magic. It's sacrificing children and animals and things to demons, right? So I think he probably didn't really have to spell out why it was so evil, right?
But then he saves us with blood magic, with sacrificing Jesus.
Well, not
just pretty much the same thing, right? It's the shedding of blood. So he says something is bad, and we should burn people that are doing it, but
for
then he
God.
doesn't.
But so witches do blood magic, or they make sacrifices for either their own glorification or for the glorification of a demon. But to do it for God is a different story. So that's why he does command sacrifice, animal sacrifice throughout the Old Testament. The question is, what are you sacrificing it for? Is it for yourself and for demons, or is it for God?
Why does it have to be for him though? Like he says in the book that he's a jealous God, which
Yes.
I'm assuming is the reason he doesn't want them doing it, because it's not glorifying him.
Yes.
But why is that important?
Oh, because he's the only one worthy of glory.
According to who? Him?
According to reality. I mean, if he is real, according to the structure, the hierarchy of reality, then yes, he's by far the highest thing on the pyramid of things that exist and deserve glory. Therefore, yeah.
Right, but why does that mean that we have to listen to him?
You don't. You clearly don't.
Because I'm
You
not
clearly,
listening to him, and
exactly.
I'm doing just fine in life.
Well, that's great, and that just proves to you that you actually don't have to listen to him. So it's he wants a consensual, like a real relationship is not one where I say I love someone, quote unquote, so much that I want to chain them to the radiator in my basement so they can never choose anything but to love me. That obviously wouldn't be real love. That's not a consensual relationship. So he desires real love between him and his creation. So there has to be a real choice. So yeah, you absolutely do not have to love God or follow him or even believe he's real. And that's his great. That's
right,
that's free will.
Doesn't that kind of throw the whole morality thing out as far as him being the ultimate source? Because if I'm not, obeying him or living for him, and I'm about the same as anybody else, minus the shooters and stabbers running around here, like I don't do any of that, then my morality is just as good as his is. But I also wouldn't burn a person that I think is a witch.
Right, and he wouldn't either.
But he says to do it. I mean,
doesn't
he rain fire on
on Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, like doesn't he rain fire on a village or something and punish people?
Yeah, and so is your contention that evil people should not be punished, or?
We have a better way of dealing with them that takes them out of society, and
but we do
in
punish
some
them,
cases it attempts to rehabilitate them.
Yeah. Well, again, you don't know what God does to rehabilitate those souls after he takes them, but because we do believe.
Well, I mean, if they're in heaven, they don't need any rehabilitation because there's no sin in heaven, right?
But we do believe in a third place, and the Catholics call it purgatory, and the Orthodox keep it open to what it actually is and means. But there is a third place for the purification of souls before they can enter heaven. So that would be
See, that's where things get tricky, because outside of the Catholic worldview, some Christians think you either go to heaven or hell. Some think hell is temporary. Some think you go to what is it? I forget the name of the other place. It's similar to purgatory, but
okay.
Your soul is cleansed and then you go to heaven.
Right. Well, so this is why it's important to have a historical church and to have a tradition, because there's a million different ways to interpret and translate any individual passage in the Bible, and then you can create vastly different theologies depending on whether you're a Baptist or a Calvinist or a Catholic or a Protestant or anything. So it's important to have an actual authority on the Bible that is the correct interpretation. And so biblically, we know that Jesus sets up a church that will endure throughout history. So we're looking for a historical church. There are only two historical churches. The Anglicans will claim apostolic succession, but we could talk about why they don't have it. And that's either the Catholic or the Orthodox Church. And my contention is that the Catholic Church schismed in 1054 by adding the Filioque to the Nicene Creed and yada, 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 and a bunch of other things, and papal infallibility in the 1500s and all sorts of other stuff that disqualifies them from the title of being the one apostolic historic church that Jesus Christ set up. So I think we have to look to the Orthodox Church Fathers and the Orthodox tradition to understand what we're actually reading in the Bible. Does that help?
This all just hinges upon I hope I have the right version and the right translation and the right church and all that. If you talk to some Christians, they will say you're saved by grace, you're saved by faith through works or whatever, and some will say, well, you're if as long as you accept Jesus, you're saved in the end, and it really doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, and
Like
so
if you
then
sinned, it's all
totally.
forgiven at the end, so who cares, right?
Right, totally. So, and
But
that's why it's important to
but that
discern
sets up
between
a
the different.
problem because then there are people who are just like they believe and they accepted him and they just assume that everything is going to be fine at the end, so they don't try to really be moral people.
That's right.
They're just, I would say they're more like the Christian nationalists, which people don't think are real Christians, but
I agree.
they walk around wearing the shirts and saying they love Jesus.
That's right. And Jesus says explicitly to them, many, many, many will call my name and say, Jesus, Jesus, we did great works and great miracles in your name. And Jesus says, I will look at them and say, I never knew you. And he won't let them in.
Right, but how do you know that's applying specifically to them and not other people? Like,
Because
what if they're the ones that are right and they really don't have to?
Because the fruits of their spirit. If they're not following the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself, and they're spewing all sorts of hate and horrors, and their theology necessitates like evil, essentially, like, then, you know what? To answer your question, I don't know, but I'm willing to take that bet. And especially if I'm centered in a real historic apostolic church, I'm even more willing to take the bet on that, because I can read all the way back. I can look at myself, the succession from the very first disciples of Christ to the very bishops that preside over my church today, right?
All right. I mean, that's fair, I guess, but like,
And I'll say one more thing.
It's just
God will not judge you on what you don't know. He'll judge you on what you do know. So if there's innocent, good, well-meaning, good Christians that are Protestant, Pentecostal, all the things, evangelicals, and they simply have never been exposed or have no idea, and it's never even been presented to them, the necessity of the historic church. Again, I don't know who's saved. I have no say over the judgment. But by intuition, my feeling is that God will only judge them based on what they do know. And that's I think we can find that in the church fathers, but that's more of an intuition. It's not dogmatic, but something that I'm willing to sort of stand behind. And that explains also the tribes that are uncontacted and stuff like that. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I will give you that you're a better Christian than most.
Well,
a lot of the ones that I interact with are pretty terrible people. And they would say, well, God says it's okay to kill people in this way, so it must be right.
Right.
And then you ask them if they would do it, and they said, well, yeah, if he wants me to.
Right.
If I think I heard a voice that I think is God telling me to do it, then I would do it.
And that's the difference. I wouldn't trust a voice. I don't trust any voice in my head as being from God, unless there's real reason, or it aligns with something extremely loving, self-sacrificial, things like that. But if some voice in my head was like, well, you gotta go kill a gay guy or whatever, like shoot up a nightclub or whatever the hell, some kind of demonic, I'd be like, that's obviously from a demon. And I would pray to God to release this demon from me and not speak to me any longer, right?
Yeah, and I mean that. I don't think he would say that, even if I think that the character in the Bible is pretty terrible, which I do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's probably something that I could come up with where it's not. You would be questioning it, like, is this really what he wants me to do? This doesn't seem morally right, but coming from him. Like, I see people get asked that all the time. Like, some of them are pretty good in their trick questions, and they just say, well, yeah, I'd do it. And they wouldn't even, like, try to figure out if that's actually from God. They would just say, yeah, if a voice told me to do it, I would.
Exactly. And that's spiritual pride. That's, well, I must be a prophet. Well, God must be speaking to me directly in a voice. And that is almost the same spiritual pride that leads to the divine hiddenness problem of, well, God hasn't shown up in a flash of light in my bedroom and shown me the truth after I demanded it from him, as if he would do that, as if getting down on your knees and praying is even remotely worthy of God showing up to you, as like he does with one of his prophets throughout history. I mean, that's not what it is. It's that's not how he shows himself to people, and why would he? I mean, he's God. He's not like a.
See, that's one thing I
genie.
would question is he does do that in the Bible. Like he appears in person, and
Mhm.
I think there's a passage where somebody says they saw the back of him. You know,
Yeah.
since you're not allowed to look at his face or whatever. Like,
Mhm.
why couldn't he just appear in my bedroom with his back turned and speak to me
Sure.
with
Why
like
would
a
he?
booming voice? Because I would probably be inclined to believe like that this is actually God. Like
Oh,
if
you
this
sure
is,
would. I'm sure you
I
would,
don't
but
have any history of I don't have any history of mental, illnesses or
yeah.
something, not that I'm aware of. So like if that just happened, that's
Yeah.
pretty much somewhat proof for me.
That would be proof. That would get you there. And so my question to you is, why would if God is real, why would God bend to your whims and demands?
Well, he wants a relationship with us, right?
He sure does. And would that be a real relationship?
So then why?
Or wait, let me just ask: is that the kind of relationship you think he wants, where you make a demand and he does it like a genie?
Well, you don't have to make a demand. You just say, "Are you real?" And he could show up and say, "Yes, I am. Now, would you like to know me?" And you say, "Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
sure."
but implied in that demand of "Are you real?" is, if you don't answer, I'll assume you're not.
I mean, sure, but like,
So
I
you're
don't think it's
demanding him.
affecting my free. I don't think it's affecting my free will. Well, no, I'm asking him if he's real. Like, I'm not saying if you're real, I want you to show up to me right now.
Oh, then what are you asking?
Are you saying that there's no way to ask him if he's real without demanding it?
I'm saying that was one.
Or are you just supposed to
Yes,
wait until he shows up?
there's a way to do it without demanding it, and I'm not sure exactly how to put that into words, but it essentially comes from. It's almost like when an alcoholic reaches rock bottom, and they're finally ready to go to rehab or go to AA or whatever it is. There's
You have to want the change, right?
yeah, exactly. You have to. There's a humility that comes like with that, where it's like, my ways are not enough, and this applies to the alcoholic and the seeker. And there's a crying out, sort of in pain. And I'm not saying you haven't done that. It's very possible you have gotten
So
to
you're
spiritual
basically
rock
saying
bottom.
like,
Yeah.
say that, like say God, I'm not enough, or I'm flawed. Can you please help me?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
With a sort of, and I don't even think you can fake it, but it has to come along with a genuine humility that I might actually not be enough. God might actually exist, and I might actually need him because I'm not enough. Rather than an intellectual
See, now
problem. You know what I mean?
yeah, I would think that there's a ton of people out there that think they're sinners and they're going to hell, and they cry out for God, but they get nothing for some reason. Like, wouldn't that be a good example of, humility and asking God for help? Like,
It
why
might be.
wouldn't they get his presence then?
It might be. I mean, I know of many people, including myself, who did get to that point, and we were answered. So I don't know. I'm not omniscient, so I don't know what qualifies that cry to be like sort of received or genuine or needed for the person. But what I will say is that it's specific to the person. So it's not like, oh, there's a bunch of people out there that did this and it worked, or there's a bunch of people out there that did this and it didn't work. It's kind of like, what did you do? What will you do? Where is your heart and stance on this matter? And then Numenon says in the chat, why do you think that God merely wants a relationship and nothing else? Wouldn't he also want you to seek out the truth, like activate the cognitive faculties that he gave you? And in a way, that is what you've been doing ever since you had your deconstruction or deconversion or whatever.
Right, except that I don't know that God is there or not. I mean, he's
Sure.
practically non-existent to me. Like, if he wants a relationship and there's a specific way to get that from him, why wouldn't he clearly outline that in the book so that everybody could
Oh.
come to him and there wouldn't be any believers or people of other faiths or these random phony baloney religions happening,
Right.
like, you know,
Well,
Scientology? That was definitely.
yeah, I mean, I think he really does tell you the way in the book. I think it's pretty clear. For instance, Jesus Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Literally. I am the narrow gate. So it's the person.
Right, but there's
the
other
person
books
of
where
Jesus.
somebody says the exact same thing. So how do you know which one to trust then?
Oh, well, I just say
You're
try it.
basically just picking one and rolling with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say just pick one and try it. So if you pick Buddhism and it works for you, great. I've never met anyone that it worked for. If you pick Christianity and you decide to model yourself and follow Jesus Christ, then it's just I couldn't even say if that'll work or not work. I believe it will. In fact, I know it will, but it's not for me to say. It's really for the person to experience themselves. I am the good shepherd.
I mean, it
The
doesn't
good
work
shepherd
for
gives
everybody,
his
though.
life for the sheep. I'm not sure if it doesn't work for everybody who genuinely gives their life to Christ. I've not
Well,
met
there's
someone
people that have said.
Go for it. Yeah.
There's people that have said that they were Christians and then they went to Islam and then they stuck with Islam, and there's people that said they were Muslim and they went to Christianity and then stayed there.
Yeah.
And there's people that have circled the religions and they just can't figure out which one is the right one.
That's right. That's right. And that's the seeking process.
This is clearly the truth, and why wouldn't this work far more better than the other ones?
Well, I think it does. For instance, there are more Christians than any other denomination, or any other religion. We are seeing a mass conversion of Muslims to Christianity through dreams and visions, which is fascinating. And if we had more time, I could show you videos, but you could do the research on that. I would encourage you to actually watch the testimony of Muslims who convert to Christianity, because it's very striking. And there are major problems with Islam.
I've seen a little bit of both sides. I mean, it doesn't really do anything for me. Like near-death experiences, those don't do anything for me either, because people from all sides have them. So, But
actually,
I don't know
I think
about
you'll
the
find
numbers.
that
I thought Islam was catching up to Christianity.
that's what they say. I think in the 20th century that was true, but I think we're seeing a slow and a reversal as Islam gets exposed for its fruits through YouTube and the internet. We're seeing a lot of deconversions. Also, the way that Islam spreads is like a virus. It's a religion that advocates for violent conversion and the death of apostates. So to apostatize is to leave the religion. And in countries that are fully controlled by Islam, that's legal. They legally execute apostates. And even in our country and England and places where it's not legal to kill apostates, they still are shunned from their communities, shunned from their families. They're spit on, looked down on as infidels. So Islam has a very specific, it's very, very good at spreading and grabbing hold, but not because of truth, because of violence. And I can prove that to you if you think that I'm just being mean.
Oh no, I understand. I see their side in debates too, and I would agree that they're pretty horrible, and this religion is far better than theirs is. But I mean, I can make a good comparison with this religion too, because Christianity was also spread by the sword. I think it would still grow if that didn't happen, but the Crusades happened, didn't they?
Well, but what do you know the history of the Crusades?
I mean, weren't they telling people convert to Christianity or die?
No. The Crusades were a response to Islamic expansion into already Christian nations and territories. So the Muslims were coming and murdering, executing, raping, destroying Christian communities, and the Christians for a long time allowed that to happen because they thought that was their judgment from God. They thought God was allowing this to happen because we have been such bad Christians. It was a wrong theology, a false theology. And then eventually they realized once the Islamic invaders began to push into Europe and Spain and really get close to the heart of the Christian West, okay, we have to do something about this. So the Crusades were an entirely defensive, they were entirely defensive wars. They didn't gain any new territory.
Yeah, I've
they
heard
lost a lot of territory. So.
But in the end, they still took matters into their own hands rather than believing God wanted them to just sit there and take it.
Well, God wants us to do things for ourselves, like a father watching his child grow up. You don't want to take care of your kid his whole life. You want him to have autonomy and authority and have a
Right,
job.
but they still went on the offensive. Like, shouldn't they have just did what Jesus did and followed his, ultimate sacrifice and said, okay, we're just going to, if you want to kill us and make your religion look violent, go ahead. We're going to be the ones that look peaceful in all of this.
But that it might have wiped them entirely out if they had done that. But also they did sacrifice themselves. Like
well, yeah,
Jesus.
but I mean, Jesus says to lay down his life for him, so they should have all just let it happen, right?
Well, Jesus laid down his life for the innocents and for people, right? And so sending crusaders into dangerous battles and wars for the protection of the innocent Christians that are living in those lands is exactly following Jesus's lead, laying down your life for the salvation of others.
Yeah, I think it works either way, but
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think you're right. I think you could make a secular. Totally. Anyway,
I mean, if you're gonna follow him as close as you can, I would think the best way to emulate him would be to sacrifice yourself. Like there was I think he was a Catholic priest,
Yes.
Maximilian Kolbe or something.
Yes, in the
do you know about him
camp?
already?
Oh yeah. He's an amazing.
Yeah, he sacrificed himself for people or something of that effect.
And
Yeah, like,
instead of
isn't that a good example to follow?
Absolutely, but it's contextual, right? I mean, so theologians affirm just war. I mean, it's the nature of the sinful world we live in that unfortunately we do have to sometimes use violence in self-defense. And the theologians go to the Bible and they don't see that there's a explicit command not to ever commit any violence ever. For instance, when a Roman legion, soldier comes to Jesus and says, I want to convert and I want to follow you, Jesus doesn't tell him not to be a soldier anymore. He doesn't tell him to lay down his arms and be a pacifist. He tells him to follow, whatever. I can't remember exactly what he tells him. I think he tells him to sell all his possessions or something, which the guy does.
Yeah.
But so Jesus never explicitly says, affirms pacifism in all cases. I mean, I think generally, obviously, you don't resort to violence, but as a last resort, it's not forbidden. And in fact, I don't think there's any reason. I think if the Christians had not launched the Crusades in defense of their lands, that we might live in a very, very different and a very, very dark world right now, which would not affirm the other things Jesus said, like, for instance, that his church will last until the end of time. So, it goes both ways. I can see your argument. I do get that. But intuitively you agree that if someone's breaking into your home to kill you and your family, the right thing to do, the Christian thing to do, is not to let that man kill your family, right?
Right. I mean, as a non-Christian, I would defend myself.
Right. And as a Christian, I would defend
just let him
myself.
do it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, we've been going for, how long? About 5 hours. Wow, what a great stream. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I got to get off too.
Yeah, me too, man. But I really appreciate you being here, and I certainly hope to see you again or anything. I mean, feel free to come by anytime, and we can have any kind of discussion. To the rest of the people in the stream, thanks for watching.
I subbed to your channel, so I'll be able to see you at some point again.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. And yeah,
no
you're
problem.
very respectful and open-minded, so we love that here. So
I try to
anytime.
be.
Yeah, me too. Well, don't always succeed, but I try. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you to the stream. We'll be back on Wednesday at 12 p.m. PST. Good